welcome to the Amgen Tour of California. Without a doubt, the best bike race in the history of American cycling. We've assembled the finest field of athletes ever on U.S. soil, world champions, yellow jersey wearers, and classics winners, as well as Grand Tour champions as well. As good as this field is, it would not be complete without the best team in commentating history and the voices of the Tour de France. Ladies and gentlemen, Phil Liggett and Paul Sherwen.
Thanks very much, Bob. What a beautiful day it is, everybody, because, yes, we're in San Francisco. The skies are blue. We do have a great field, as Bob has said, and we're looking forward to 8 days now of real good cycling. Let's not waste any time. Let's get straight down to look at some of the riders in the field with Bob. He's told us all about them a little bit at the top. Now let's see them in depth.
For over a century, world-class cycling has been defined by the podiums abroad. Today, within the historic center of the city by the bay, we will witness the best field ever comprised on American soil. A list of who's who's in road cycling that includes stage winners of the Tour de France, classic veterans, and overall champions. Out of Denmark comes Michael Rasmussen, the perennial contender who has donned the polka dot jersey for mastering the mountains of France. Making his first appearance on the American racing scene is 2004 Olympic gold medalist and 2006 world champion Paolo Bettini. Coming off a turbulent season, Bobby Julich is back again, looking to put what may be the finishing touches to a brilliant career. And then there's California native Levi Leipheimer, who will be making his 07 debut leading the star-studded Team Discovery. He'll be joined by compatriot and teammate George Hincapie, all-around veteran who propelled Lance Armstrong to 7 Tour de France victories. We'll see the impressive Norwegian sprinter Thor Hushovd, who has captured several yellow jerseys in recent years. He'll be matched up against CSC's David Zabriskie, who in 2005 wore the yellow jersey early in the Tour de France. International star and CSC teammate Fabian Cancellara will be also among the lead group. He's the reigning world time trial champion. Australian-born Stuart O'Grady adds to the list of international stars that have captured the yellow jersey. An all-around cyclist in the making, three-time world time trial champion Mick Rogers replaces Jan Ullrich as the new team leader of T-Mobile. The ultimate domestique workhorse Jens Voigt brings with him a stage win from last year's Tour de France. Another one of Discovery's all-stars is American's complete package, Tom Danielson, who may end up leading his team in the final meters of the Tour. And rounding out the list of who's who at this year's event is cycling's biggest name, Ivan the Magnificent Basso. Newly acquired by Team Discovery, the Italian will complement the US-based squad.
Yes, and there we have it. And Ivan Basso, of course, it's not just the eyes of Californians here on the Tour of California, but indeed the eyes of the world looking to see how Ivan Basso performs. Here's some of the notables. We've seen them: Leipheimer, Julich, Horner, all Americans, Paolo Bettini, the world champion, George Hincapie. He'll look to get one over in the time trial, I think. Basso is back, a big debut for him. Zabriskie, Michael Rogers, a good time trialist, Tommy Danielson and Michael Rasmussen. Well, there's some of the riders. Now let's have a look where we're going to race over the next 8 days of cycling. This is a slightly changed course to last year. It's a very competitive route indeed. Let's have a look with Paul.
This year's Prologue will take the same route as last year's. A total of 2 miles. The riders will start at the Embarcadero and finish beneath the Coit Tower. Stage 1 begins in Sausalito, where the riders will briefly enter Highway 101 and travel 97 miles to Santa Rosa, where the finish circuit will feature a series of nasty turns. Santa Rosa to Sacramento will make up the 116-mile second stage, with a course that consists of a ride through the scenic Napa Valley wine country ending up in Capitol Park. Stage 3 starts from Stockton, where the riders will embark on a difficult 95 miles, making their way through the narrow and winding Calaveras Road and arriving in front of San Jose City Hall. The next day we encounter the heart of the Tour, a stretch of 133 miles of the world's most scenic coastline. Beginning in Seaside, the peloton may face rapid and extreme weather conditions along the Pacific Ocean before arriving in San Luis Obispo. We stay put in the Danish town of Solvang for the individual time trial. 14.5 miles featuring the climb through Ballard Canyon Road and ending with a narrow and twisty descent. Stage 6 begins our tour of Southern California with a 105-mile ride from Santa Barbara. Heading inland on Highway 126, the race finishes with a ride through the Santa Clarita Valley. The final stage of the Tour of California ends with a circuit race along the shores and harbors of Long Beach, where this year's winner will have conquered 600 miles of California's natural beauty. The final day will be a grueling 10-lap test around the city.
On a spring-like day here in San Francisco, everybody is now ready to get down to the action in the second annual Amgen Tour of California. Where else could we be when you see a scene like this, as the riders now will come to the start line at 1-minute intervals. There are 144, there are 18 teams, there are in fact 9 Pro Tour teams. That's where we'll finish, the end of the road at 1.9 miles underneath Coit Tower. Here's where we are very, very briefly. This is our Garmin-sponsored Prologue map, as we're right down on the base by Fisherman's Wharf to start, then we're up on top for the finish. And there he is, Ivan Basso, his first race since all of the trouble he had in the Tour de France when he wasn't allowed to start. His last big ride coming back in May last year. 27 to go. Ivan Basso got a big applause from the crowd, comes up to the finishing line with a time just over 5 minutes, 5 minutes 3.351. And 2 minutes behind him, Jens Voigt, who is many people's favourites here. He put in a huge effort, and in front of what is a huge crowd.
Absolutely superb, the crowd that has come out here to see this opening stage of the Amgen Tour of California. Jens Voigt, not a bad time, just going inside of 5 minutes.
So Voigt still up amongst the leaders here, but the 48th rider to go, Stuart O'Grady, put in a huge effort as well, rode very solidly on the flat, and he really gave a very determined finish. He got inside 5 minutes with this ride at a 4:59, and he's up amongst the leaders. But the man who has presented us with the surprise was the 7th man to go, Jason Donald. Bob, what do you think of this performance?
This is a great ride. It's 3 seconds faster than Levi Leipheimer, who won the Prologue last year with the course record. New course record, and currently the best time, Jason Donald. That is a huge surprise for the rider from Slipstream.
Well, let's go back down to the start house now, because we are now live here with Tom Danielson. He's the 63rd man to go. He'll start just 2 minutes ahead of David Zabriskie. We are all reeling in the commentary box. Let's be honest, guys. The time by Jason Donald of 4 minutes 50 has set a course record right from the go. None of the big names are getting even close.
Well, let's not forget all the big names are stacked up at the back end of the starting list here this afternoon, as is always the case in a big international cycling event. But rolling away from the starting gate is a big name now. Tommy Danielson from Durango, Colorado. If anybody can knock Jason Donald off the top of the spot, it's got to be this young man, because Bob, he can go uphill fast.
He is a great climber. He's working on his time trial. He spent about 15 hours in the off-season in the wind tunnel, so his position is perfect. Let's see what his power is on the climb. So far, nobody's been able to match Jason Donald. Riders like Jens Voigt, Stuart O'Grady, and Ivan Basso not able to match the time by the young man on the Slipstream squad. A real surprise so far, but now that the big stars, the big guns are starting to fire from the field, we'll see if that Tommy D, this man right here, in the perfect aerodynamic position, can match that time of Jason Donald.
The Durango kid, as we call him, is in terrific form. He's riding very nicely on the flat. Remember, we call this the race of truth. Each of the 144 riders will start. The last 10 will start 2 minutes apart. Everybody else just 1 minute apart. We've got the bottom of approximately halfway on the flat. Then we make the left turn and grind our way up to the top of Coit Tower.
I think it's very interesting what Bob was saying just a little earlier about how much time Tommy Danielson has actually spent in the wind tunnel. This is probably one of the most important disciplines of the sport. There is no teammate here at all. You're riding completely on your own against the clock and, of course, against the elements. The most important thing to try and streamline is not really the bike, and these guys spend thousands of dollars on aerodynamic bicycles. It's actually the body, and they try and get themselves into much more aerodynamic positions as they can. And reputedly, one of the most aerodynamic positions in the whole of the peloton is this man, American time trial champion, silver medalist in the World Championships, hot favorite for today, Dave Zabriskie.
Well, he's got the pressure on. He's got a very early start in the time trial. Now, this is the choice of the team manager, and that'll be Bjarne Riis from CSC. Zabriskie goes number 65 here. You can probably hear the enormous cheer from the crowd, and it is a superb crowd here. They do understand they're cycling over on the west coast of the USA, Bob, and they'll cheer him all the way to the top.
I think if they understand the sport well, it's because of your commentary over the years, Phil. Dave Zabriskie from Salt Lake City, Utah. He's in the most aerodynamic position of any bike racer in the sport, and that's a perfect shot of that technique that he uses to go so quickly across the flats. He needs to climb as well also to win this time trial today.
To explain that a little bit more, Bob, if we can just have a look at Dave Zabriskie. You look at his back there, it's completely rounded. He's actually cutting straight through the wind and his arms are right out in front of him. And they're almost spreading the wind around him. That's what makes him go through the air at speeds approaching 35 miles an hour on the flat.
Oh, the long, lonely road ahead. Just turned 28 years of age now. Dave Zabriskie's won 9 races as a pro. The majority of them have been time trials. Well, we're looking at Dave Zabriskie here now. He's still going along that long straight mile before he turns left up toward, there it is. A little bit of a wheel wobble there, Paul.
A little bit tricky, but all these riders are taking maximum risks to keep the speed as high as possible. Tommy Danielson is coming round the final few corners here, and he's looking at a very fast time. I make it about 4 3/4 minutes. He's not going to beat Donald at all, but this is already a very good time by the man from Durango.
Well, as he comes up towards the summit, he'll go over 5 minutes here. No, he won't. Just inside, 4:59.8. So that'll put him up amongst the leaderboard. But, Bob, we are still left here with an amazing ride by that young lad, Jason Donald.
A star in the making, Jason Donald beating Tom Danielson by 9 seconds. Dave Zabriskie flying across the flats. Doesn't seem to be going quite so well on this climb. We'll see what he does in just a few moments when he gets to the top of Coit Tower.
Well, the important thing about an individual time trial like this is you've got to dose your effort. It's so very violent, this effort at the start of the season, for these guys who've been doing long miles. 100 miles is their training regime in the early part of the year. But to violently explode, getting all of your energy out in just 5 minutes is a very difficult call. But this man certainly knows how to do that. Second in the World Championships time trial last year to his teammate Fabian Cancellara. Now Philly's starting to get onto the very difficult part of the course.
Well, you see his face. He's come over the steep bit. Now he's got a hang on. Watch his hand reach the centre of the handlebars. That's when he moves the gear shift and seeks for the higher gears. He's really giving it just, there's his gear shift change again as he comes off that right-hand bend. We should pick up the clock as we head up towards the line. It is still that ride of 4 minutes 50 seconds by 27-year-old Colorado rider Jason Donald that has stunned everybody. The stars are coming and going. It is looking very quick, this. He's about to, on schedule here, to rival the time of Donald as he gains searches for the leaders. He tries to get into it. There's the clock, 4 minutes 30. The time is 4:50 to beat. He's just on schedule. It's going to be a sprint to the line here. Zabriskie might be the first man to topple Donald, who was number 7 out of the start blocks, but it's a long way round this corner. I think he's going to get there. This is the champion of the time trial, David Zabriskie, still gritting his teeth as he gets desperately close. It has gone by. It has gone by. Zabriskie is now counting down for a high finish, but it won't be best time. He hits the line, 4:59, only 7th.
Phil, there are a lot of guys stopping the clock here this afternoon at 4:59. That seems to be the bar this afternoon. I tell you what, Jason Donald's time is really quite phenomenal. We're looking there at the man who is the time trial champion of the United States. But, Bob, it is a little bit difficult, the first explosive ride of the year, because after all, it is so hard all of a sudden taking the regime from 5,000 RPM to 7.
That's a very good point that you make. Here's a replay of Zabriskie's sprint to the line. Long early season. It's a huge season that these riders go through. The Tour de France many months away, trying to calculate your form to come right here in February. Maybe a bit of a gamble for the riders like Dave Zabriskie who want to peak a little bit later in the summer. And to beat the time by Jason Donald is going to be very tough for anybody in this field. What a great time by the young man on the Slipstream squad. Dave Zabriskie, a little bit of disappointment on today's stage.
Well, I have to say, Bob, and I hope I'm not wrong, I hope the judges have got the time right here, because he's not a rider we talk a lot about. In fact, we've never talked about Jason Donald, but if he's done this ride, hats off to him. And there's another young American there in Ben Jacquemain, also there in 2nd place. Then comes Rory Sutherland, who we expect to do a good time, from Australia. Adam Hansen, Hilton Clark, another good rider. And then Jens Voigt, really the first big favourite name is Jens Voigt, 8.5 seconds. Let's go to the start house. Maybe this man can do something. George Hincapie ready to go.
George Hincapie knows about time trialling. He suffered tremendously in the prologue of the Tour de France last year and finished 2nd at a fraction of a second. But now he's out on course for 1.9 miles. I have a feeling, Bob, that the crowd are urging this man on to try and get the victory. He is oh so popular, isn't he, our George?
He's one of the biggest stars of American cycling and indeed the world of cycling. Big George Hincapie. His list of victories is almost endless. He's getting a little bit long in the tooth, 33 years of age. He's been a pro for 14 seasons. Big George Hincapie, and look at that perfect position. The Prologue setting the tone for the rest of the bike race. It's very important to do a good effort here, give the team a little bit of morale, get a good result, and get out on the open road in tomorrow's stage number 1. But the Prologue is a time trial effort, each man against the clock by himself.
Very difficult prologue to judge, actually, because you start off on this flat course at around about 35 miles an hour for maybe 2.5 minutes. Then you turn left and you've got to go to completely the other end of your gear ratio. You churn the gears down. You've got a big gear, a big sprocket at the back, almost like a mountain bike, and you've got to ride the last 2 or 3 minutes at 20 miles an hour.
Well, the last time George won a Prologue time trial, you've got to go back to June 2005 when he won the Prologue of the Dauphiné Libre race. That was a great race. He won the Prologue, he won the last stage, which was a road race as well. But I think if anybody's going to challenge this amazing time, which has come from 27-year-old Colorado rider Jason Donald of Team Slipstream of 4:50, no one has so far come near him. Basso of 5:03, Grady of 4:59. Danielson and Zabriskie both 4:59. Let's go back down to the start house, because now it is Fabian Cancellara, the world time trial champion. He is starting, in fact, 2 minutes behind Hincapie. Charles Dion of Canada has gone off behind George, and now it's the turn of Cancellara.
Well, this man is wearing a very special tunic there. You see the rainbow bands around the middle. That signifies that he is the world champion at this discipline, the discipline of the individual time trial. Listen to the crowd roaring behind this man. And I suppose if anybody is going to knock that young man from Colorado off top spot, it is this man, because he is a specialist at the individual time trial. Bob, look at the speed he's gone down that first kilometer.
Absolutely flying on his machine in the start. The first few meters of this bike race, tactics a little bit important in a hill climb time trial. You want to conserve as much energy as possible for the climb. You can lose a lot more time in the last few meters than you can gain in the first few meters, but this man, Cancellara, starting very quickly.
Check out that time trial position. It's actually changed from last year. Look how he's got his arms right in front, slightly tilted up, a little bit like the position of Floyd Landis last year. He wasn't present the other night, Phil, at the team presentation, because, in fact, what he'd done was he'd spent his last few moments in the wind tunnel. George Hincapie now is on the hardest part of this individual prologue. He's on the climb, and you can see it really is starting to hurt.
Well, he was going pretty well for the moment. Now he's locked up a little bit, and he sat back in the saddle to search for those gear levers to just change down and get the lower gear. You can hear the crowd are going to cheer George right to the top of this climb. He wants to get off to a good start. Long term, remember, this race is over 8 days. It's not all decided today. It's an 8-day race of some 650 miles, but time counts all of the way. Here's the world time trial champion. Last year he won 4 time trials in the season, including the world title. Back down to the start house, and this is Chris Horner. He used to be a member of the Webcor racing team, and that's a team based here in San Francisco, so he's got lots of friends. He's gone across now, Bob, to the Lotto team in Belgium.
He's had a couple of very successful seasons. After a long time in the United States, Chris Horner getting ready to start and underway on his Amgen Tour of California, 11th overall last year. No stage wins. I think he'd like to improve on that a lot and get his season off to a good start.
You can't say he didn't try to win a stage last year. He was on the attack on a number of occasions, always looking for an opportunity to get himself out of the pack. Here, he will try and lay his foundations, I think, for a victory. George Hincapie now is climbing up Telegraph Hill. He's looking for Coit Tower at the top of this climb. It is a very difficult one to do, and Hincapie, if anybody can put in the ride this afternoon, it's Big George.
Well, this is the struggle now, the battle of man and machine on the steep part of the climb. This is where the crowd have gone. Though having said that, there's a massive crowd down on the flat road as well. The time all of the stars are shooting at is the incredible time by Jason Donald of Slipstream, 4:50. It looks as though George is going to be very close.
Going to be very close indeed. I make it 4:45 as he goes round that corner. The time to stop it at is 4:50. George Hincapie has gone outside that time as well. As Hincapie comes up to the line, will he beat the other favourites? Everybody else has recorded about 4:59. Hincapie records 4:57. 7th place currently for him, but still 6 seconds away from top spot.
Looking in the start house now, we've seen Bettini reach the top, and not a great time by him, but this is now Bobby Julich. He'll expect something special, but how are they going to cope with the time of Jason Donald?
Well, it's quite easy. They'll give you the explanation. You've got to come out to the starting ramp exceptionally fast. You've got to go up the hill a lot faster, Bob.
You got to go very fast up this hill. It looks as if Jason Donald has gone 3 seconds faster nearly than Levi Leipheimer, who won last year's Prologue in the Amgen Tour of California. Bobby Julich, one of the big pre-race favorites. Team CSC from the United States sponsor, the teams from Denmark, a great international squad, and Bobby Julich would love to do something special to start his season, perhaps his last as a professional in the Amgen Tour of California here in San Francisco at the Prologue.
Well, the huge crowd out there to cheer Bobby Julich out onto this 1.9-mile course, just around about 3 kilometers. He knows all about individual time trialing, Phil. Last year, he was the winner of the opening Prologue time trial of Paris-Nice. He's a very good time trialist, knows what he has to do here. He's got to go exceptionally fast out from the start. The important thing about a time trial like this, a short, violent effort, you've actually got to get to the start line with the engine already hot and sweating.
Well, if anybody can get close to Jason Donald, it's got to be Bobby Julich. This man is really experienced. He's 35 years of age now. 17 big wins in his career as a pro. And let's not forget, he finished third in this race last year, the same way he finished in the Tour de France back in 1998. So he settled in. He's part of the CSC team, which is probably the #1 team. Well, officially it is the #1 team after the World Cup Pro Tour Series last year.
Just a quick look at the choice of equipment there. You can see at the front he's got a wheel with very deep sections. Those are made out of carbon fiber. That's to make the machine very aerodynamic at the front. The solid disc wheel at the rear, that's to reduce the turbulence at the back end of the machine. And if you can just see his chain ring there, it's an elliptical chain ring. Bob, why is that?
It presumably or theoretically, it eliminates the dead spot at the bottom, 6 o'clock and 12 o'clock at the top of the pedal stroke. You can see the circles being turned by Bobby Julich. The knee's very smooth. The ankle's very smooth, very supple, very limber, really agile. Bobby Julich across the flats going quite well. Looks to be conserving a little bit for that last climb. We'll see if that tactic works out.
And also to make him that little bit more aerodynamic, just look at that helmet. It has to conform to safety regulations, but it's actually molded to fit into each rider's individual body shape to help them cut through the air that little bit more easily.
Well, as we watch now Bobby Julich race off towards that left-hand turn, it'll start his way up the climb towards the summit. He's looking pretty smooth right now. This is the first time trial that he's ridden since the fateful one in the Tour de France last July when he crashed out of the Tour, and he's taken a while to recover from the knocks there. Apart from his broken wrist, it was I think a psychological blow to him as well. He looks pretty cool right now, and he's thinking of course the 8 days which lie ahead on the Amgen Tour of California right now.
Well, Bobby Julich is an experienced rider. He's been a professional since 1992, but the man who won this individual time trial last year must be wondering whether or not he's got what it takes to win this year. New team for him. He will be the last rider to start. He comes from not too far away from here in Santa Rosa, and he's warming up before the start. As I said, Phil, a little bit like NASCAR, a little bit like Formula One, IndyCar. You have to get the engine hot. That's what Levi Leipheimer is doing.
He's got about 6 minutes to go, Levi, and he knows now the time he's probably going to have to be aiming at was the rider Jason Donald, the 27-year-old from Colorado, who started 7th of the 144 riders, and no one has come remotely close to his time of 4 minutes 50.497 seconds.
Be a very difficult time to beat. Bobby Julich looked very comfortable, Bob, on the flat part of this course. Now he turns into what I call the second half of the race, the most difficult part when you change from 35 miles an hour to 15 miles an hour. This man, though, is also a name, Phil, who could win the time trial here. 3 times champion of the world, Michael Rogers from Australia.
Yes, the first Australian ever to win the gold medal in the time trial, and the first year, of course, it became because of the disqualification of the British rider David Miller. But now we have to say that this man is going to concentrate more on the time trial towards the end of the week rather than this one. He's not really a prologue specialist, but we'll see what he can turn out. The bands around his helmet indicating he was a past world champion. And he lost the title last time around to Fabian Cancellara, who finished with a 4 minutes 55 second ride. A very good ride. Keeps him right up amongst the leaderboard, but still 5 seconds slower than Jason Donald.
Well, Bob, you're from Oakland, California originally. What's it like? You're just sitting here in the heart of San Francisco looking at this crowd.
When we see Bobby Julich coming to the finish line, I can remember training on these roads year in and year out as an early professional, early in my career. I don't believe I ever saw this many people at a bike race in those days. That just goes to show you how the sport has grown here in the United States. Unbelievable crowd, reaching 300,000 people according to the San Francisco Police Department.
Well, Bobby, watch out here, because Bobby Julich is the next man to be scalped by Jason Donald, because he's not going to reach the finish in 4 minutes 50 seconds, which makes the time of Donald now even more surprising, I think. Julich also slipping away from the best time.
Well, the time to beat has gone by. 4:50 is the fastest time recorded here this afternoon. Julich is accelerating over the last 30 or 40 meters. He knows he has to stop the clock, but he's stopping the clock in a fairly lowly 20th place. 5 minutes and 3 seconds for Bobby Julich.
Well, okay, Bobby is in and in the start. How should be? And there he is, Levi Leipheimer, the last man to go now. He'll chase Michael Rogers, 2 minutes behind him. He's on the countdown, and he knows now he's probably the only guy left who can match the time of Jason Donald, the slipstream professional from Colorado, 7th to start. Now we're looking at the rider 144th to start. Nobody has matched the time of 4 minutes and 50 seconds.
He's looking nervous, he's looking very concentrated, eyes slightly hidden behind those dark glasses, looking up the road, looking for a bit of inspiration now, Phil. He knows what to do. He has the advantage of knowing the time he has to complete this course in. The time he's looking at is 4 minutes and 50 seconds. Just listen to that crowd. They are getting right behind Levi Leipheimer, the winner of this stage last year.
Well, you can hear the crowd for yourself as he gets all of the cheers. He won this race 1 year ago, this particular stage. He went on to finish nearly on the podium as he now races away down the, what will we call it, the home straight before the left turn up Telegraph Hill.
Levi Leipheimer down low in the aerodynamic bars, much like a downhill skier, and that's where they were developed in Idaho by Boone Lennon many years ago, used by Greg LeMond. Now everybody uses them, and Levi Leipheimer trying to get up this hill, going pretty reasonable tempo. A little bit of tactics involved in this particular time trial because it finishes with such a steep climb up to the top of Coit Tower. Here's Michael Rogers, world time trial champion 3 times in his career, climbing up to Coit Tower.
Well, Rogers, Phil, is looking very strong on the climb. Look at the size of the crowd. They're phenomenal. It is amazing. I think this year it's really ramped up against last year. As we were saying, 300,000 people are watching this bike race physically at the side of the road this afternoon. That really is Super Bowl proportions in cycling.
And in a few minutes' time, they could be hoisting a new name to the top of American cycling, because Jason Donald, there's only 2 men now who can challenge his time. And here's one of them, and looking by the way he's climbing, I don't think he's a challenger at all. The former world time trial champion, Michael Rogers, will have a clock on him very soon. But I would say he's on a ride outside of 5 minutes, only just, but that looks likely.
Well, Michael Rogers knows what he has to do. He's a long way, I think, off the mark as well. He's using a massive gear here. He's been in the saddle for just 4.5 minutes, Bob. You can see he hasn't really got the explosive pedaling style necessary to win this short prologue.
Coming close to the time already with quite a few meters to go. Mick Rogers of Jason Donald. Fabian Cancellara, we saw just a little while ago, sprinting at this part of the course, and the time just about to go away from Mick Rogers to challenge the time with Jason. And Jason Donald, this is going to be an incredible surprise if his time holds up. One man after Rogers with a chance. Levi Leipheimer still out on course.
Well, it's still a very good ride from Michael Rogers, because he wasn't expected to do a great prologue, but he has. He's 11th, 4:58. That all's well for the time trial to come later on in the week. There is now only one man left on course. He's last year's winner, Levi Leipheimer. He started 2 minutes behind Rogers. He's the only one now to spoil an incredible day for Jason Donald.
But listen to the crowd getting behind this man. He is oh so popular. He lives just across the Golden Gate Bridge, a little bit further up the highway in Santa Rosa, California. And he wants to win this. He won it last year, but this race is a race that is decided by seconds. The whole of the Amgen Tour of California will be decided by half a minute or a minute, but today it's all about seconds, Bob, and even a fraction of a second is all he needs to win. Look at his face, he's hurting.
Fantastic technique put in here by Levi Leipheimer. He's given everything he got. Look at that face. He is gritting his teeth, trying to get to the finish line and match that time of Jason Donald, a 4:50. He went a little bit slower last year. He did a 4:53. That might be the only man capable of getting around the man on top of the leaderboard. What an incredible surprise that would be.
I make him about 7 seconds quicker than Rogers. That will be very, very close indeed to race victory. But he is absolutely about the same time here of Jason Donald. It'll all go down to the sprint from Levi Leipheimer as he heads up towards the finish.
Well, it's looking good. 4 minutes, 20 seconds now, lifts the bars. He's fighting with his machine. He knows the time he has to be. He's now getting into the zone where his body is saying, stop, please let me have a rest, but you can't. You have to keep pushing now. He comes around the corner, 4:35, Phil. It's going to be ever so close.
Leipheimer around the bend. This is going to be so tight here. Jason Donald isn't the winner yet as he now sprints for the line. The banner is just ahead. 4:50 is the time to beat. He comes up to the line now. 4:49. The last man has done it. Levi Leipheimer with an incredible ride and almost an identical wave of 12 months ago has won the time trial by tenths of a second.
Well, I cannot believe it. He knew what he had to do. He got the engine hot before the start, but it was so hard. The pressure has been there since very early this morning. He knew he had to come out and do that time, and he's beaten the best time by 1.5 seconds, 1.4 to be exact. And the smile has not yet come to his face, but the performance there, the grimace there, it was there, Bob.
What an incredible effort by Levi Leipheimer. He knew he had to go at least 3 seconds faster than he went last year just to win the stage, and that is an incredible result by Levi Leipheimer, getting to the top of Coit Tower, Telegraph Hill, just a little bit over a second faster than Jason Donald, and what a shock that would be. It's shocking that he'll finish second.
Well, you've got to feel sorry for Jason Donald because he's held the lead from the 7th rider till the 144th man to start. He had 4:50.497, and now Leipheimer has just come up with a 4 minutes 49. As you say, Paul, a beating of around about 1.5 seconds. I think we can have a look again, that big effort by Leipheimer, because that was huge. And all the pressure of the day, all of the other stars came and went. They couldn't do it.
This was the finish of Levi Leipheimer just a few moments ago. Now look at the way he's battling with the machine there. He looks down and looks at the gears. He's got his mouth starting to open, but in fact his body at this point is starting to go into oxygen debt. You can see the grimace now. That looks a little bit like the face of Lance Armstrong many years ago. He knows the time to beat and he lunges for the line and stops the clock 1.5 seconds faster than the man who had led since he started right at the very start, Phil. 7th rider to go, Jason Donald.
Well, there he is now, surrounded by the press, and it looks now that he goes to his hometown tomorrow. Let us not forget that as we race now on the opening stage of the Tour of California, and he's got himself into the leader's jersey again. Well, there is the beautiful view here as we look down across the bay, and there is the result of the Prologue time trial. Same winner as a year ago, Levi Leipheimer, the USA claiming the top 3 places. That in itself not a big surprise, but the second 2 names are Jason Donald getting 2nd and Benjamin Jacques Main taking 3rd. Then it's an international result. Rory Sutherland of Australia, Fabian Cancellara of Switzerland, Adam Hansen of Australia. And I think we can show you a little bit further down too. All of these rides conceding quite a few seconds to the overall situation today. And the world champions have come and gone. There's a bit further down for you. Adair, once a winner of the Tour of Britain a couple of years ago from Colombia. He's in 7th place. Hilton Clark, another Aussie, he's in 8th. George Hincapie there again, but conceding 8 seconds today. Ben Day, time trial champion of Australia in the past, he's in 10th. And Ryder Heshdal and Michael Rogers, world champion in the past, finishing in 12th place. This has been an incredible race in many, many ways, and we're not talking about the men we thought we would be talking about as we face up now to 7 full days on the open highways of California. We're talking of a young man who's made his big name today at 27 years of age, Jason Donald. Ivan Basso making his comeback. He's in 23rd place, 14 seconds off the pace. He won't be too worried about that, of course, as he now faces up to a full season here, despite all the controversy which still surrounds the man on the Discovery Channel team. Well, this has been a great start to the race, Bob. A quick comment from you about Jason Donald.
It's been a fantastic start to the race, and what an upset of the status quo it would have been if Jason Donald had taken the lead, and he did lead the race throughout the start, but it was Levi Leipheimer just barely getting around him by 1.5 seconds at the end. Jason Donald's got to be heralded as a new star of cycling.
It's goodbye now to the Bay Area of San Francisco as the riders head towards Santa Rosa and along the beautiful highway as they follow the Marin County route all the way to the finish today. Clear blue skies, and the riders now ready to do battle on the open road.
So I'm here with Jason Donald, the, I don't want to say surprise of yesterday's prologue, but
okay, you can say that.
What was it like to be leading the Tour of California for about 2 hours?
It was pretty scary. I was extremely nervous, no appetite. You know, this is the biggest thing I've ever done. It was scary. Did I say overwhelming? It's very overwhelming. But it was interesting, you know, getting to. I was talking in the press conference last night that it's quite an honor to have Levi Leipheimer thinking about me, you know.
And how about the rest of the race? I mean, you start off with a bang. Big background. A lot of people don't know that you've actually come from other areas besides cycling. You're a runner and all that. But are you going to be able to translate that to the rest of the race?
I hope so. You know, my hope is to be able to. You know, we talk about plans in the team meetings every night, and I hope that I can follow through on that and be there for my teammates. You know, I don't want to let them down.
Well, good luck. So Jason Donald, second place yesterday in the Prologue time trial, and again, we're looking for good things from you. How about that time trial coming up on Friday?
I don't know. I got a pretty good feeling about it now. I've had a couple. This is my second Prologue this year that I've done reasonably well at, and so I'm looking forward to it.
George, your team has the jersey today. Tell us about the game plan for Discovery today.
Well, it's pretty simple. We're just going to try to control it from early on, and you know, hopefully some of the sprinter teams will take over after that.
You've shown a pretty good prowess in the sprints in the Tour of California. Will you be looking for maybe a sprint today?
No, I mean I sprint when it's small groups. I think it'll be a full field sprint today, so it's not really my thing.
And how about Levi? How do you think Levi's feeling?
Feels great. I mean, he killed everybody yesterday.
And how about you coming up? I mean, obviously you can be riding support Levi, but you also got a good time trial on those legs come Friday.
Yeah, no, I feel good, and I think I'll get better every day here. So.
Game plan is very straightforward. We just control the race from the word go, and try and control it most of the stage till the sprinter teams start to take over, and you know, then we'll see how our sprinter does, Alan Davis. Try and go for the win there too.
So let's talk about the next 4 or 5 days. You think you're going to be seeing yourself at the front for a lot of those kilometers?
I would say about 99.9% of those kilometers I'll be pulling with my teammates.
Well, best of luck. Let's hope we can see Levi in that jersey come Long Beach, eh?
That's the goal. Thank you, Bruce.
A sign on for the riders of the Amgen Tour of California.
I'm here with Paolo Bettini. Paolo, how is the Tour of California treating you so far? Bene?
Yes, for me is a very important motivation. I live in Italy, in a little town, La California. This is for me the first time in USA in California. It's very good. For the race, I don't know, my condition isn't very strong, but this race is very important for the traveling through the condition.
Yes. And will we see you at the front in the classics?
Yeah, the classics for me is very important race. It's important to finish the Tour of California for increasing the condition for the classic. The most important Liège-Bastogne-Liège, well, I don't know. The weather is very good. I'm very happy to go in California. Thank you.
Great. Molto bene. Buona fortuna. I'm here with Predictor Lotto rider Chris Horner. Chris, you're always great at reading the races. Why don't you just tell us what's going to happen today so we can all go home and get a nap?
Well, I think you're going to look at, we're hitting the last climb of the day. It's going to split on the last climb. But I think best case scenario, it comes to the line with 40 guys. I couldn't see like a small group staying off. Discovery's going to control the pace. Wouldn't make much sense for them to attack on the climb unless they were trying to maybe win it for Hincapie in the sprint and getting rid of the other sprinters so Hincapie had less guys to work against at the finish. That'd be the only case scenario, but I think realistically there'll be some aggressive riding on the last climb. It'll split up, then it'll come back together, and we'll have a field sprint in Santa Rosa today.
You've brought a team that looks like it's more geared towards your sprinting abilities than it is for the overall. Are they going to be trying to set you up for the win today?
Yeah, I would like to try. I don't think my performance is really good, but my goal is win one stage here in Tour of California. So I think maybe my third chance is today.
This looks like a big race for the United States. I mean, we've brought a lot of top riders over here. Have you had a chance to kind of see who's here, and what's kind of your feeling about the field?
Oh, it's a strong field, really strong one, and it's many good riders, especially for the overall. So for winning this race, you have to be really good, and then the guys who are winning here is the same one as who wins in Europe, I think. So so it's strong riders.
Let's talk a little bit about your season goals. I mean, obviously you're here to get ready for the season. What are your goals for the rest of the season this year?
My goals is the classics, which Paris-Roubaix is the biggest one, and then for sure Tour de France is really important for me and the team. Yeah.
Let's have a look where we go, courtesy of Garmin with our stage map today. 97.1 miles. It's a beautiful route this. We run right up away on the Pacific Highway, and we turn in to see the beautiful redwood forest as well. Let's have a look now at some facts of the stage today as we head out of Sausalito. As I say, 97 miles. As we make our ride along the road, there'll be 3 sprints. Last year's winner was JJ Haido. He won in a big group sprint. Looking down at the start, 144 riders down there, and the riders moving away in beautiful conditions, Paul. They couldn't wish for better racing conditions.
They certainly couldn't. Absolutely superb weather conditions. Phil, I had to actually do a little bit of research overnight to find out about this young lad, Donald, who in fact finished second on the stage yesterday. You know, he actually, in his university career, was a very good runner. He ran a sub 4 minute 1500 meters and a sub 9 minute 3000 meters steeplechase. So basically, if you put that into perspective, he's got a very big engine.
Well, Jonathan Walters gave him the nod, manager of Team Slipstream, and invited him onto the squad, and he's already proved his worth. Now, there's a sight for sore eyes, but not for the riders, as they face up now to 4 hours in the saddle. And as they go along, I think the sun is going to get warmer and warmer. There's the yellow jersey on the shoulders of Levi Leipheimer. As I say, a case of deja vu, as it was a year ago, as he heads home now to Santa Rosa.
He certainly wants to get there. A huge crowd will be waiting for him at the arrival, Phil. Absolutely certain of that.
So he's got his Discovery Channel team around him. Remember, he's on a new team this year. Last year he went for the German setup, Gerolstein, and now he's come home to the United States. He rides on Lance Armstrong's team. Lance, of course, now retired, the Discovery Channel squad. But there's going to be a lot of racing on the road today. We've got 2 climbs along the way, and it starts pretty early on with the climb of Mount Tam, which takes us up to over 1,500 feet. So I think we can expect pressure to go on right from the gun. They're about to complete their neutralised circuits here of Sausalito, and then they'll be out on the open highway. Well, the rides have left town now as they're heading up on stage 1 of the Amgen Tour of California. The field all together at the moment. These are the lower slopes of the long climb of Mount Tam, which will take them up to 1,512 feet. But we've left at the start line Bob Roll, who's now going to tell us the keys to the stage.
Stage number 1 of the Amgen Tour of California to Santa Rosa from Sausalito should be a very tough stage. There's a couple of hard climbs out on the race course. Very close between Levi Leipheimer and Jason Donald, just 1.5 seconds separating them, and there are some time sprints out on the course. Look for a pretty tough battle. Levi might want to give up the jersey for a couple of days. Last year the stage featured a field sprint that heralded JJ Haido as a big star of cycling, and this year we'll see another sprint royale to the finish line, and I think we're in for a very exciting stage today. The leader's jersey is up for grabs, and so is the stage in the Amgen Tour of California. Expect a fantastic day of racing.
That's right, Bob, and I tell you one thing, everybody's going to pay a great deal of attention to those early hotspot sprints, because 3 seconds, 2 seconds and 1 second for the first guy to go over the line, it's going to make it very important. That's why Levi Leipheimer is riding at the front end of the main field in around about 5th position, and that's why the blue, black and white jerseys of Team Discovery Channel, Phil, are controlling the peloton this early in the day.
And those of you who follow cycling will note that the Discovery Channel jerseys there, slightly different design this year, but they're all looking after Levi Leipheimer as he races towards his hometown of Santa Rosa today. They've got off to a very, very quick start, and I've caught sightings at the back of the race of the world champion, Paolo Bettini. Not the place to be on this climb. This is a pretty tough climb. It's a very fast climb as it snakes its way up to the top of Mount Tam. Points for the King of the Mountains when they go over the top. But at the moment, Paul, this is very much under the control of Discovery Channel.
Well, they are one of the top teams in the world, so that's not really a major surprise. And as it was 12 months ago, there is Levi Leipheimer in the golden fleece, wearing the jersey indicating he's the leader of the Amgen Tour of California this year. He looks very comfortable. These, Phil, let's not forget, are pretty much his training roads. He probably knows every bump on this road and certainly every curve.
Well, as we look out here to the world looking into these pictures, they'll see a most beautiful part of the world, especially the United States, as they snake now along the Pacific Highway. Will shortly be in amongst the giant redwoods as the riders head up towards Santa Rosa. And it looks as though the Discovery boys are in serious mood. They want to keep Levi in that leader's yellow jersey and give him his moment of glory when he gets down to the finishing line. But it won't be easy for him because of these small time bonuses at 3 points along the way, and of course a big time bonus of 10 seconds at the finish. Well, we're just about 10 miles into today's stage of a massive 97. The breakaway's trying to hold off a battling field here and working pretty hard at the front there. Thomas Peterson, he's on the slipstream team of Donald, who is second overall. There's the breakaway for you. Chris Horner, Paul, and he's the rider nearest camera here with the most to benefit from this because he's only 14 seconds off the race lead. At the moment, he's the virtual leader on the road.
Well, very much like last year, Chris Horner was looking for moves like this, and I think that's going to be his tactic again throughout the event. He doesn't have a very strong team here at the Amgen Tour of California this year, so he'll look for a breakaway if he can, but you can see the chase here is actually causing a little bit of turbulence in the main field.
Well, they're coming back. They've tried to stretch it on the way up. They're on the way down the top of Mount Tam now. First over the top, by the way, was Jurgen van der Walle, who used to be on the Discovery Channel team, but he's here now on the Belgian Quick Step team. He got away first. They all jumped on him, but it looks as though the field is closing up. It's been quite a chase, this, because Bettini, I told you earlier, we saw him yo-yoing at the back, was in a back group, but he seems to have got back into that main pack.
I don't think Bettini, the world champion, the current world champion, is going to panic too much. He'll try and ride his legs in, I think, over the first couple of days. Probably shocked a little bit, Phil, by the aggressive nature of the acceleration on that first climb of the day.
Well, the most impressive team in these 2 days of racing, there they are, Slipstream. They've got 2 riders in the breakaway. They've got second overall with that shock ride yesterday by Donald. They're really driving pretty well. Well, we're going to be treated to these stunning views of the West Coast and the Pacific Highway all day today. I'm not sure there whether Chris Horner's smiling or grimacing, but he seems to be relishing the thought.
I think he's probably relishing the sunshine this afternoon. A little bit crisp at the moment, around about just tickling 60 degrees Fahrenheit. But Team Slipstream, they today, Phil, I think would like to pull this race back together by the time we get to the next sprint point, because there you can see the man who was such a revelation to all of us yesterday in the green jersey, 113, Jason Donald. They've actually pulled it all back together. The reason for that is they're thinking about the next hotspot sprint. There are 3 seconds available for the first rider to cross the line there. Jason Donald is living a dream, Phil. If he can get across the line in first or second place, he will become the new leader of the race.
His little time bonus is the first sprint of the day. It comes at 28 miles today, Portrays. And a little bit of a shunt down there, right in the center of the field. I don't know how many riders have come down, but most have been stopped by the crash. Amazingly, and that's Christian van der Velde who's down there, the American rider on Team CSC. Omar Kem is down, 144 to the left. Just the 2 riders, Paul. Amazing, because they crashed right in the front of the peloton.
Right at the front end of the main field. That's Christian van der Velde on the left-hand side. Serious, seasoned professional bike rider, checking his bike, making sure everything's okay, and then he's up and he'll be ready to ride in a couple of moments. The other rider who went down there as well was Omar Kem.
A little bit of a chat going on at the front now, all safe and sound. Team Discovery Channel and the race leader there, Levi Leipheimer, just a 1 second margin over the second place rider, Jason Donald, at the moment, as he races home towards Santa Rosa. That's where he lives. We've already seen Jason McCarthy earlier on greet his family on the way out of Sausalito. The beauty of the Pacific Highway now as the riders all together here prepare to turn inland now as they're bound to the finish in Santa Rosa. All together as they now run down the Pacific Highway here on the West Coast. Been a very active race, but it has been hampered a lot today by the headwind, and as they turn away now to the last short climb of the day to take them back up to over 800 feet. Once more, Paul, it's the Discovery Channel who've got the head of the race.
Well, they're a very seriously well-drilled professional team. They're climbing up here the Coleman Valley climb, a 3rd category climb. You can always see the yellow jersey of Levi Leipheimer at the front. Everybody is back together in this group. But I have a feeling if you look at the wind there, Phil, it may well very much split up over the top of this climb.
Well, the bunch itself has shown signs of weakness, and there's proof of the pudding, Paul, because the back of the race here, the riders are beginning to drop off the back. That was Christopher Stockberger of the USA National Development Team, who looked to be finding the pace a little bit tough, as his more experienced counterparts in the USA stamp on the pedals at the front. There's Leipheimer in the yellow jersey. He knows all about these roads. He's probably spent thousands of hours training on them.
As Bob was just pointing out to me, the man right in the middle there is Ivan Basso, the winner last year of the 2006 Giro d'Italia. He's doing a lot of work for the team. It's his first competition, Bob, isn't it, since July of last year, and he seems to be enjoying himself.
It's been a long time since he raced. Fresh legs and putting some authority on the pedals there, stretching out the group, riders getting dropped off the back. This is a tough little climb before the run into Santa Rosa. Very testing course for the athletes today.
Yeah, the summit of this climb, Phil, is around about 30 miles to go to the finish. I still think we'll end up with a main field coming into town, and then they will face 3 laps of the city of Santa Rosa, and that, I think, will make for a very exciting finish.
Yes, and it should, in theory, be a big bunch sprint, but they may have other ideas here. That will favour, I think, Leipheimer, because the sprinters didn't do so well in the time trial yesterday, so they'll take a small 10-second time bonus if they win, but they won't close the gap to that yellow jersey he proudly wears. And he wants to wear it when he gets down to Santa Rosa because he lives there. And the field, you can tell by the USA flag there just how strong this wind is. As they twist and turn now, they're going to pick it up behind them a little bit. And if anything, this hill, not as steep as Mount Tom earlier, but because it's totally exposed to the elements, this might be a tougher climb.
I think it's a much steeper climb as well. You can see climbing away from the Pacific Ocean behind. The man struggling at the back here is Brian Sheedy of the Priority Health Team. You get an idea just how difficult it is at the back end of a field which is dominated at the front end by the 9 professional tour, the 9 Pro Tour teams.
Well, there's some beautiful views today. The rides themselves have never had a chance to avail themselves. Remember, it's President's Day, a national holiday, so there's been plenty of spectators where there has been possible to have spectators. It's a little bit quiet up here on the top of the hill. Plenty of cars down there. Peter Rollock sitting at the back there, the Austrian rider, and looks as though he might be in a bit of trouble. Just look at that wind. If they decide to really turn the screw tighter at the front, they could well break this field up here. There's Rollic as he now tries to hang on. A little bit surprised he's being unhooked, though. He's a pretty good bike rider.
Well, he's actually a pretty good sprinter, I think, in the early part of the year, Bob. Like most of the sprinters, he hasn't yet got his climbing legs. Probably a bit surprised by just how difficult this first stage out on the open road is.
It's very windy, crosswind, exposed here at the top of the climb, and that'll be very tough, very difficult to find the wheel. There's Tony Cruz on the back, just monitoring things for the Discovery team. It'll be his job to keep Levi Leipheimer out of trouble once the peloton gets back down to Santa Rosa and the very dangerous 3 circuits before the finish line.
Another big sprinter, Phil, suffering at the back on this climb is Charles Dion there of the Colavita team. He would like to try and just get over the summit of this climb because he's the kind of rider who could come up with a good win down towards the end, but there's already a group of 15 or 20 riders being tailed off because of not only the severity of the climb, but also the wind.
Well, it looks here too, Tony Cruz, who was at the front this morning. There he is now, struggling a little bit at the back, but he was riding very well in defence of Leipheimer for the first hour and a half of racing today. Little bit of picture breakup. That's caused by what we call the live links going up to the helicopter over the riders. It's not your television, so don't adjust your set. We'll hang on to the pictures because the scenery, I have to say, today is absolutely stunning. We're racing through paradise, I think.
Yeah, Bob knows these roads pretty much. Used to come down here training in the old days, didn't you, Bob, with 7-Eleven and Motorola? You must have been over a couple of climbs like this.
I can always remember climbing this particular hill and having Andy Hampston accelerate with guys like Steve Bauer and Phil Anderson, and the rest of us sitting on the back in a lot of trouble.
Now, looking down from the helicopter, they're just about to cross over the King of the Mountains, which is a separate competition. The first 5 riders get points. And, of course, the man with the highest number of points at the end of the day gets to wear the leader's jersey in that competition tomorrow. And we'll establish a lead as they go through. I think the line just off to the left. Not too sure exactly where the line is from this height, but it looks as though 4 riders have worked their way off the front of the group here, led by Rabobank. I wonder if that's Michael Rasmussen.
Well, they've seen the possibility of a little bit of a freedom ride here as they move up to the front. I would think that is Jürgen van der Waale from Quickstep. He was the man who got the points on the first King of the Mountains classification, and he will be trying to get himself a few more points here, but they've actually opened up a pretty serious gap, and you can see the reaction already by the main field. Earlier on, you could see the main field bunched across the road. Now, when they're stretched out in a big long line like that, Bob, that's an indication that the hammer's down.
Serious pressure here. It's a long run into Santa Rosa. We'll probably see quite a bit of regrouping, but for the moment, some desperate men trying to get back on terms with the front group.
If you're feeling weak, these are the horrible times of being a professional cyclist. You're on the defensive, and once you're over the top, you've got to close the gap quickly and get back into the heart of the peloton. That's the big pack, because if you don't get in quickly, they simply ride away from you.
That's the important thing, but the difficult thing on a climb like this is once you go over the summit, there's no respite for a little while because there's a fair amount of undulations. There's no real descent straight away from the summit of this climb, and with this big crosswind, it's going to make it much more difficult for the guys who've been left behind to get back up to the group or even get back up to the leaders.
65 miles covered of the 97 miles on today's stage. The last few miles of the day will be 3 laps around the centre of Santa Rosa. These 4 boys are just trying to get there, and it is Jurgen van der Volle, the rider at the back, so he'll probably be the next leader in the King of the Mountains competition when we get down to the finish. Looking down here as the gap for the leaders now, and this is Thomas Peterson on the front of the 2 survivors. The other 2 have realised in this 4-man breakaway the peloton are snapping at the back wheel. Peterson, though, has done enough today with his 2 second places on the climbs to become the next leader in the Tour of California Tourism, Travel and Tourism, King of the Mountains. There's the other 2. Hansen dropping back there with Eltrink as they wait for the peloton to pick them up. It was inevitable, I think.
Well, I think when you've got a team like Team Discovery Channel on the front end of the main field coming down to the last few miles of a race like this, the real serious professionals know the gap is going to be closed down. I think that's why those 2 riders decided to save a little bit of energy, because once we actually get into Santa Rosa, the pace is going to go up awfully.
These 2 riders here, first and second now in the King of the Mountains competition. De Volle on the left and Peterson of Team Slipstream. They've had a dream start to this race, Team Slipstream, the new team on the block, which is managed by Jonathan Vaughters, the former Tour de France rider, now in retirement. Yesterday getting second place and almost the win in the Prologue time trial. And they are now looking for a leader tomorrow in the King of the Mountains competition, which they've got. All of the riders on the front are the teammates, the helpers, we call them the domestiques, of Levi Leipheimer, who sits last man of the team in that long line at the front, hopefully being led down to the finish where he will keep his lead by the end of the day. But when you've only got a 1 second lead, Paul, nothing is certain.
Well, you don't take any risks at all. I did notice, although Bob doesn't actually believe that Team Discovery Channel are going to go for the sprint today, I noticed the 2 sprinters were not riding in that line of riders at the front, and Alan Davis and George Hincapie were riding behind Levi Leipheimer. Maybe they want to take everything out of this race this year.
They would do well to get a stage win here early. Levi Leipheimer already delivering big on the goods. I know Levi personally would love to keep the jersey when he gets to the streets of his hometown of Santa Rosa, California. In just a couple of miles, they're right on the outskirts of town. 3 laps, pretty dangerous, and when the sprinters start to lock horns, bump elbows, and do the headbutting there before the finishing line, anything can happen. That's why Levi needs to stay right in the front. So if there is a gap in the peloton, he's in the front, and you don't want to get tailed off before 3 kilometers to go, or you could lose time.
Interesting to see that those 2 riders, despite the fact that they sat up here, the peloton taking a little while to haul them in. It's the old trick. They don't really want to bring everybody back into that big field because they know when they do, other riders will start to launch attack. But anyway, Thomas Peterson's looked over his shoulder. Time for a drink. Brand new bottle of water by the look of it, as he now goes back into that main field. We're not far away from passing through the finish line of the day, but when we do, there's 3 circuits of Santa Rosa of 3 miles a lap before we finally roll to a halt.
I think the main field realised there, Phil, they've got it pretty much under control. They will start to line it out again, though, once we get into the streets of Santa Rosa, because that actually makes it, strangely enough, just a little bit safer.
It's always a horrible sight, I think, Bob, when you've been in a breakaway, and these boys have been in this breakaway for nearly 20 miles now, and then you look over your shoulder, as they both have just done, and there they all are.
They might have been getting some of your commentary into their earpiece from the team car. Right when you said that, they looked over the shoulder, and that is a very discouraging sight when the whole peloton is breathing down your neck.
Well, what a magnificent opening full road race stage today to the Amgen Tour of California. The police have done a great job. These roads totally closed as we've come down the beautiful Pacific Coast Highway today and all of its ups and downs as the riders now are heading into downtown Santa Rosa. There's a huge crowd waiting to welcome them through the finishing line, but don't forget, we go through there, then we've got 3 full laps of the city before we roll to a halt. And with everybody now back together again, this is the peloton on the streets of Santa Rosa. And a change at the front now, because it's the pink jerseys of T-Mobile who are trying to get their man, their new sprinter, Greg Henderson, into this race.
Well, Greg Henderson moving across this year to a very big team, T-Mobile. I think there's going to be a lot of pressure on his shoulders to try and come up with the win. That's why the pink guard, the T-Mobile squad, have come right to the front end of the main field. And what they want to do now is make sure that there's a big crash right in the middle.
Well, that is an horrendous crash. The riders went far too wide on the bend, right on the finishing line with 6 miles to go to the finish. As the riders have gone down there, we'll try to pick them out for it. But there's a massive pile-up.
Phil, that crash was in a straight line. It was right in the middle of the road. There was no corners. I don't know what happened at all there, but there are riders blocking the main field. Bob, very rarely have I seen anything like that.
Very near to the front of the peloton. A couple of guys crossing wheels and a huge pile-up. And I think we might see some of our race favorites for the GC and the stage caught up in that crash.
Well, let's see if we can have another look at this, Bob. Just keep your eyes to the left of our picture here. Because we would have expected all this, and it was right on the front of the peloton, which is the worst possible place, because that is where the favourites would have been sitting.
Well, I hope a lot of them were sitting over to the right-hand side. I can see one or two riders trying to get themselves around there. I noticed Bobby Julich and, of course, world champion Paolo Bettini missed that crash.
Well, get back into the action now. We'll update you as we know ourselves what has exactly happened there. But that was a real serious crash. And that will have disrupted the sprinters too, as the teams now try to reorganise. Gone from the front is the big long line of the pink riders from T-Mobile. Other teams have seen their chance to break in here. You're right, Paul. The world champion in his white jersey, Paolo Bettini, he was to the left of the fall because I reckon he was planning an attack.
Well, he was waiting. We've got to look and see if we can spot where the yellow jersey is in this group, and that would be on the shoulders of Levi Leipheimer. He was pretty close to the front end of the main field. There's a T-Mobile rider gone down there very hard indeed. These riders are now getting up. You can see the little bit of chaos as the mechanics try to get their new wheels in. We would certainly like to see if we could spot the yellow jersey. I'm sure he will have been there, Phil, because he was riding pretty much at the front end of the main field.
One of the riders down was Rory Sutherland. He sits in 4th place overall, and he will lose time because those riders who fell, the clock now works against them. They are 6 miles out from the finish, as we're seeing the leader here setting the pace, as he was earlier, Jakob Piel, and he's still setting the pace, which indicates to us that his sprinter, Greg Henderson, is probably still safely in the pack.
Well, Henderson was riding about 4th or 5th in the line of a lot of T-Mobile riders. Bob, when you come to a finishing circuit like this, there is really only one place to be for safety. You've got to ride in the first 10 or 15 places.
And you can see what small group it is. It's been reduced tremendously because of that big crash, covering the road right at the front. Maybe only 30 or 40 riders still left in the front group. That is an incredible turn of events in the Amgen Tour of California. And there's the chasers just coming around that last corner, trying to close the gap here to our leaders now, led by Jakob Piel of the T-Mobile squad.
Well, that's Bobby Julich just over on the left-hand side in the black, red and white jersey of Team CSC, so he avoided that crash. We are still trying to spot whether or not Levi Leipheimer is in this group. He's a serious professional, Phil. He's a very experienced bike rider. He knows these roads. I'm certain he will be in there somewhere, but for the moment, I haven't seen him.
No, and we'll keep a sharp eye, and you do too back at home. He wears that yellow jersey. He'll stand out when he comes to the front. He's certainly not riding near the front. That crash happened in the worst possible place. It happened amongst the leaders of the race, and that's not normally where riders fall, so somebody made a mistake. It's Leonardo Scarzelli, the Italian, who's leading them at the moment. He rides on the Belgian Quick-Step team as they try to draw this out because, of course, the boys that have stayed upright will keep the pressure on now. They want nobody behind to catch up.
One thing that worries me about the presence of Levi Leipheimer, Bob, I cannot see any riders from Discovery Channel team here near the front, so it may well be that Levi Leipheimer has disappeared. Looking around there to see whether or not we can see him. There he is, but we don't know which camera this is. This could well be further back. I think he may well have missed it.
He is behind. This is the second camera here who's picked up Levi Leipheimer, so whether he fell or not, and I don't think he did, but he has been delayed by the crash. In fact, I think he did fall. Look at his leg. He's got a scar there on his leg.
Well, that is bad news for the man from Santa Rosa. You can see the rear of his shorts is also ripped up, and he's there with George Hincapie right in front of him as well. It's going to be very difficult. Another teammate up there as well. That looks like Ivan Basso. But, Bob, when the main field is riding along at 35 miles an hour, it's really hard to come back.
An absolute disaster for Levi Leipheimer and the Discovery riders. Right there in front where they're needed to be. Generally, crashes don't happen there, and it's quite a big gap back to Levi's group. What an unbelievable turn of events. And here's the chasers trying to close down to the leaders.
That 1 second margin now very frail. Now the little kite flashing around in the middle of the Maxis Bridge there is indeed 1 kilometre to go, just over half a mile, but that's in a lap's time. These boys still have another circuit to do yet, and they know now they've got the race leader off the back of the race, and his team there trying to drag him back up to these leaders. He must reach the leaders.
There's going to be 2 races now, Phil, over the final lap. It's going to be the race for this man, Levi Leipheimer, to try and make contact with the leading group. There's a car in front. That will be one of the cars of the race referee, so he may well be not too far off the back end of the main field. The front end of the race, though, is thinking about winning the stage, and when they cross the line, they've got 2.9 miles to go, or in European language, about 5 kilometres.
Well, Scott Selly still drives this for his team, Quick Step, as they're trying to stay clear of the race. Now the adrenaline will be coursing through the veins of Leipheimer. This was his big moment. He's in his hometown. He wanted to stay in the yellow jersey. His 1 second is through the window now. His only chance of keeping his lead. He's got to rejoin this front group, and look at them go.
Well, they're not slowing down at all for this man. This happened in the most crucial part of the race. I'm trying to see. There's Graham Brown, the Rabobank rider. He's a good candidate for victory here this afternoon. He likes a little bit of a crazy finish, but this is not a very big group at all.
Well, this is it now, the bell, 3 miles from the finish. The field is only half of the main field that started these circuits now. Still, it's the Quick Step team from Belgium driving on. We can't ascertain just who is left in this field, but I also don't see in this field either, and that's Jason Donald, the automatic man who would move into yellow if he finished with this leading group. I don't see him there either.
Well, that's going to make it very complicated to figure out who is going to be the overall leader this afternoon, but look at that pink train at the front. They've certainly not missed out here this afternoon, because nearly all of the T-Mobile riders are there, and of course nearly all of the riders from Team CSC are pretty much present as well.
Quick Step there for Bertini. They're doing the lead out, and Greg Henderson must have avoided that crash. He is still up in the front with his teammates from T-Mobile, but you can see Paolo Bettini in the rainbow jersey. Here's Levi Leipheimer still trying to chase. He is a ways down. He hasn't crossed the start-finish line yet, and they haven't caught the leaders.
Well, Bob, I have an unofficial time check for you here on Levi Leipheimer. Phil, 55 seconds is the time that he's behind. The man was battling a few moments ago for a 1 second lead in the overall classification. Now he's losing himself almost a minute, and maybe the Amgen Tour of California as well.
Well, it's not the first time that Paul Levi's been involved in a big crash towards the end of a stage race. It happened in the Tour de France. His injuries then were very serious. He recovered from those, but here we go again now. It's deja vu as it was yesterday when he won the Prologue, the same Prologue he won a year ago. But now he's fighting just to stay in the race lead, and I don't think he's going to recover to it today.
Well, it's looking tough at the front. I just saw one of the riders making a little signal with his hand there from Quick Step. He wanted to swing off the front. It's getting very tough indeed. I don't think Jason Donald is in this group. I haven't seen his lime green jersey as the leader of the points classification, so it's going to be tough to figure out. Let's not forget Jean-Jacques Maine. Benjamin Jack Maine should be up there. He's in 3rd place at the start of the day. Rory Sutherland was 4th. Fabian Cancellara was 5th. So it could be any of those guys who'll run out the overall leader this afternoon. But it's going to be a mad dash for the line for the win.
Big tempo being done by the Quick Step team, still on the front. I tell you, Paolo Bettini has lit it up. He did that in the World Championship just a few months ago to earn those rainbow stripes. He's got a fantastic sprint in the line, and there he is, about 10 riders back. Matteo Tossato will be the last man in the blue team before he leads out his leader, and that would be Paolo Bettini in the white jersey with the rainbow stripes as world champion.
Well, one thing's for sure, Paul, there's a lot of sprinters here now who will feel this could be the moment, the way this race. The Rabobank are moving up on the left of our picture. They have a great finisher in Graham Brown of Australia.
Well, Brownie hasn't had a win so far this year, but he's a man who enjoys this kind of finish. Little bit complicated. You've got to fight to stay near the front. No holes barred in a sprint like this. Over to the left-hand side is Graham Brown. His Rabobank men are getting him lined up for the finish, and they're going to try and get themselves organised. When you slow down like this in a sprint, it starts to get a little bit crazy.
Crazy's the word, Bob. I wouldn't want to be in this right now, because these boys all want to win this opening road race of the Tour of California. We'll be shortly under that bridge again, leaving them just over half a mile to go. Jakob Peel is doing a terrific job for T-Mobile.
I saw a Predictor Lotto jersey up here at the front as well, so maybe Freddie Rodriguez managed to miss that accident that happened just a lap and a half ago. So now the chaos. Now's the moment where you have to be brave. Levi Leipheimer still trying to get himself back into this race. This is the man who leads overall. Looking at his hand there, he obviously went down pretty hard in that crash.
Well, there'll be a lot of questions in the house about that when the way the riders fell so near the front. It happened in the second or third ranking at the front of the peloton. It doesn't normally happen there, and on a straight stretch of road as well. But they are out of it for today because they can't reach these riders now. They're pedaling at 35, 36 miles an hour, and they believe, especially the boys in pink, that Greg Henderson will deliver the day for them.
Look at them now starting to lift it up. The way you try and win a sprint is you get your team lined out on the front. Each rider then does as much as he can before swinging off. If the recipe works out correctly, your sprinter goes to the front with a mere 200 meters to go. Turning now alongside the highway. They're trying to straighten themselves up. They will shortly be coming to the final kilometer.
You can see Tor Hushov in the green jersey there of Credit Agricole moving into position now. Pellizotti there, maybe leading out his man DeLuca. 1 kilometer to go, just a couple of corners before the finish line. Big Jens Voigt, he'll be taking JJ Hayedo to the line.
Well, just look at this now. JJ Hayedo won this stage last year. We didn't know about him then, but the reason after he won, he was promoted onto this Pro Tour team. This is the rider who won the Tour of Germany last year, but really, he is an incredible helper. He can take the bike race up to 40 miles an hour and try and lead his team out for the win. And that's what Jens Voigt is doing. He's carrying his German rivals here. T-Mobile right behind him, who are looking to bring Greg Henderson to the line. Look at the way they stretched out now as Hayedo is trying to move up in the rankings. Graham Brown is second wheel and switched out of it a little bit. He drops into third place. Brownie himself is trying to land this one as well for Australia and Rabobank. They'll come under the tunnel and then they'll head in towards the finish. The speed of everybody. Brownie swings over to the right of the road. Tor Hushov is trying to get over to the left. The man who won the green jersey in the Tour de France 2 years ago now. As they race for the line, Graham Brown is going to try and take this one out. And it's between Brown and Henderson. It'll go to the photo. Nobody saluting. But it looks to me as though it might be Graham Brown.
Well, it looks as if Graham Brown may well just have got it in the middle there, but there was a last-minute burst coming to the front there by Alan Davis from Discovery Channel over on the right-hand side. Brownie just happens to be wearing number 13, so maybe today it's going to be lucky for him. He is a man who was a 2-time Olympic gold medalist in 2004 at the Athens Olympic on the track. And if he did get the win there, Phil, I don't think any of these riders are quite certain whether or not they got across the line in first place. It was that close.
Well, this is a sad sight, though, here, because this is the arrival. The clock has started counting. The 1 second disappeared ages ago now. Levi Leipheimer, on the moment he comes into his hometown, will be out of the yellow jersey. Exactly where it's going, I can't tell you, because we don't actually know who survived that crash and who is in the front group. We'll find out very shortly, but here he comes, and the clock is counting him right out of the top 20 riders in this race for sure. As they race up to the line to a big round of applause here. Leipheimer is home, and they can take a break now, but I'm afraid he is out of the race lead.
Well, that's a massive shame for the man who lives here in Santa Rosa. He's crossed the line. He's saved himself a little bit, but I reckon he's lost himself at least 35 to 40 seconds, Phil, because of that crash. And it's very strange for it to happen so close to the front of the main field.
Well, you can see the damage on his shorts. George Hincapie there did his best for him, his teammate. Let's have a look now as they come home. This is the sprint finish, and what a close sprint. I'm not sure whether we can tell. Keep watching the front wheel here. A shoulder-to-shoulder battle. Graham Brown nearest camera. Taking, you know, I think it's Brownie, but it's not easy. Greg Henderson is very close.
Greg Henderson is the rider on the right-hand side in the pink jersey, lunging at the line. Alan Davis over on the left-hand side for Discovery Channel. It looks like the Aussies were definitely in first 3 places.
And the Kiwis.
And there's the confirmation there, because I think Henderson is going to offer him. Let's have a look at it this angle, because here we will get a chance to see the victory just goes to Graham Brown in the middle.
But take us through the finale. What was it like on that final turn?
I had Jens Voigt, and then Mick Rogers, and then Rabobank came around the outside. So it was just flat stick, eh? It was very, very fast.
How'd the team work for you in the finale? How'd the team work for you?
Perfect, you know. It was, couldn't have done it without them. They had me in good position the whole time. And
Here comes Graham
Yeah,
Brown,
just.
the man down under.
Oh, we need to find out who won.
Graham, just take us through what it's like to set up a final stage victory like this when you've got a team and you've got a lot of different riders out there vying for that win. What does it take to set up a big sprint win like this?
I mean, we don't really have like a Pataki or Boonen style lead out train. We had a few good guys that could put me in the right spot, and they did exactly that. Matt Heyman, I asked him to hit out into the last corner and out of the last corner, and he did it perfectly, and it was probably lucky for me. One of the T-Mobile guys tried to jump in front of me, and it worked out perfect.
So let's take it through that final lap. I mean, who are the guys you're looking at? I mean, is there a wheel that you want to be on, or are there other sprinters in this group that you're looking at and kind of keying off of?
Well, there's lots of sprinters in the group. I try to do my own sprint and follow my plan, and my plan was to try and stay with my teammate Matt Heyman. I've got confidence in him, and I wanted to follow him out of the last corner, and I knew if I could get to that last 200 metres on his wheel, I'd have a really good chance.
Let's have a look now at the standings. Graham Brown gets it, everybody the same time over Henderson and Davies. Torhushoff, the champion of France in the Tour de France a year ago, he gets 4th. Fast Freddy gets 5th. A little bit further down, Stuart Grady over the line in 6th. Last year's winner here was Haido. He gets 8th this time. Let's have a look who is the new leader of the Tour. Well, it's not a new leader at all, it's the same man, because the race referees have taken the unusual decision to neutralise the circuits and say everybody today has been given the same time. Well, I think they've taken advantage. The rules are perfectly clear. They shouldn't have neutralised them, but they get the priority. And this man gets the cheers from the crowd here in Santa Rosa because he lives here. Levi Leipheimer keeps his 1 second lead overall, and we can look at that right now. He still leads this race by that 1 second over Jason Donald, who, by the way, was also involved in that crash. Fabian Cancellara is 4th. George Hincapie today comes up from 9th into 5th place, just 6 seconds behind. Adam Hansen slips only slightly. Further down, Michael Rogers completes the top 10 in the notables. Sadly, the name missing here of David Zabriskie. He got a head injury in that crash, unlikely to start tomorrow. Let's join Bob Roll now as he talks to Levi Leipheimer.
It's a spectacular day again for me to come into the Santa Rosa with the lead and defend it, and I'm just taking it day by day, but today was another career moment for me.
All right, Levi, congratulations. See you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Clear blue skies for the 3rd day of racing in the Amgen Tour of California. This is downtown Santa Rosa, the scene of yesterday's dramatic finish, and today the riders face up now to the longest stage so far, 150 miles to downtown Sacramento. Let's have a look then where we're going today with the Garmin map. Here we are, we're swinging away from the coast now as we go inland over the hills to Sacramento and down to the valley for the big finish. Let's have a look then at the Herbalife sign in this morning, Paul. This is the part where the riders make sure they're going to turn up.
And that man there you just caught a quick glimpse of, Ivan Basso, the winner last year of the Giro d'Italia, and that's yesterday's winner, Graham Brown.
I'm here with Michael Barry, the T-Mobile team. You guys almost eked out that win yesterday. Wow, how's the team doing, and what's your plan for today?
We were very close yesterday, and so we have confidence that Greg can win today. He obviously has the speed to win a stage, and too bad. It was too bad yesterday, Chio, that crashed, because he's our other sprinter, and if he had been there too, I think Greg would have had a lot better chance of winning the stage. But we're going to be trying again today.
Carl, how's the team doing so far?
Oh, not too bad. We had a lot of guys caught in the crash yesterday, so that was disappointing. And then one of our riders had his wheel busted up with a lap to go as well. So, yeah, not the greatest of starts, first stage, but today's a new day, and hopefully we can do something today.
I'm here with Chris Weir, the Toyota United team. Chris, run us through what you think you're going to be expecting on today's stage.
For the first 60 miles, I think it's going to be pain, and then a little more pain. And then if we get down to the flats and it's crosswind, then it's going to be pain all the way to the finish.
I'm here with Levi Leipheimer's wife, Odessa Gunn. So Odessa, tell me about what's going on right now. I mean, Levi rides into Santa Rosa with the jersey, and he's riding out of Santa Rosa. Is that a great feeling?
Yeah, I mean, it's the best. I mean, it's been pretty much his goal all winter, so it's nice that it came to fruition for us. It's our hometown, and we love it here so much, and Levi knows all the roads really well, so you definitely have, home court advantage in terms of, knowledge of the area and motivation. Yeah.
So if anybody knows how hard he's been training, tell me how hard he's been training this winter. I hear some stories of some epic rides out there.
Really hard. I mean, I think that's what makes great riders great, because they can train super, super, super crazy hard and recover from it, And that's what he does. He just goes out every single day, day after day, and he's got some really great riding partners in town that, they go out with them and hang and as long as they can, and then just, ride home with them after the climbs or whatever. It's really good. He's got a good network, so yeah.
So I'm going to put you on the spot here. What's your prediction? Can Levi take it all the way into Long Beach?
He can, but I don't know if he will. So I don't know. That's a cop-out, right? Yeah, anything's possible in bike racing. Absolutely anything. So just hope for the best and see what happens.
And these are the facts of the day. 115.8 miles. It's a road race. That means we're all riding together. The terrain, they call it rolling to flat. Well, it's very hilly at the start. It does get flat at the end. And it was George Hincapie who won this day 1 year ago in a time of just over 4 hours. Let's have a look at the start then. As I say, sadly without Dave Zabriskie. In fact, he crashed about 25 miles from the finish on a descent yesterday. He went to hospital. News is good, but he's out of the race. The rest of them are on the way. And the man who lives here in Santa Rosa is Levi Leipheimer, waving to all his fans.
Well, he was very lucky, I think, yesterday with the judges' decision. They deemed it rather dangerous, the finishing circuit, so decided to extend the rule and give all of the riders exactly the same time. A little bit of respite then for Levi Leipheimer, who still holds on now to a 1 second advantage over Jason Donald at the front end of the main field. The man in the middle there wearing the CSC jersey is Fabio Cancellara, the world individual time trial champion and, of course, Phil winner last year of the great one-day race Paris-Roubaix.
Well, this was the neutralised section of 2.5 miles, by the way, as the riders here roll out towards race start proper. This doesn't count, by the way, in the 116 miles that they'll face up, more or less. George Hincapie, the champion of the United States, looking quite cool and relaxed after having to look after Levi Leipheimer in that prang up yesterday, which he was part of as well. They're all looking in pretty good spirits, actually, Paul.
Well, that was Christian van der Velde, the other CSC rider. Certainly Discovery Channel will, I think, try and dominate again today, Phil, because they want to keep Levi right at the top.
Well, the riders have left Santa Rosa now, are winding our way up towards the first climb here on the second full road race stage of the Amgen Tour of California. We expected a quick start, Paul. I think we've got it.
Well, everybody, I think, was expecting a quick start after the excitement of yesterday. And there you can see a couple of riders moving off the front. That's Dave McCann, one of those riders. He is a rider who is, in fact, the national time trial champion of Ireland, a very strong rider. Coming across there, one of the riders from Crédit Agricole, and that's going to be Christophe Laurent.
So we've got Omar Kenner, who's just up the back. There he is there. Dave McCann and Christophe Laurent. 3 riders clear now as they start to move away. Looking down from the helicopter there. And it looks as though Team Discovery Channel, no surprise in this now, are just going to monitor the chase. They won't immediately react, I don't think, to this breakaway of 3. As we start the climbs here now, very early on today, and it looks here as though the man in charge is the Frenchman. He's riding very strongly.
A very strong bike rider. Never actually won a race in his career. He's been a professional since the year 2002, but here he's showing himself to have a very strong pair of legs as the riders, Phil, start to go up Trinity Grade, which is actually a second category climb. Currently, they are tickling a 5-minute advantage over the front end of the main field as we go through some of the most dramatic countryside of California, through Sonoma County, leaving Sonoma County and going down into the Napa Valley.
The thing is, it's gone up so quickly. They virtually flew away from the pack, and I'm not surprised. They were 7 minutes behind, you see there, Christophe Laurent, so he's now got nearly 5 minutes back. But he's not a man, I don't think, to win this race. So with Tony Cruz on the front here for Team Discovery Channel, they're just going to monitor this move for the moment. It's an awful long way today. As you can see, it's a perfect day for cycling. The sun again has come out. Temperatures are going up into the mid to high 60s, and I reckon temperatures will rise as well in this field. Looking through the trees now, he's making good progress here as he continues up. 15 miles covered just now. And these are the remnants of the chase. That's Omar Kem down there. He was with this leader. He's been dropped now. It looks like Dave McCann has got away from Omar Kem as well. McCann getting all the cheers. Oh, sorry, Laurent getting all the cheers of the day up at the front now, Paul. He heads up here 200 metres to the top of this big climb. He's ridden it very strongly. His lead's gone down a bit. It was 5:20. He's back to around about 4.5.
Well, what's I think more important is what is his gap going to be over the riders who are with him, because that will decide his tactic as to whether or not to wait for them once he goes over the top of this climb and then combine forces. I would expect a very good thing to do would be to wait for Dave McCann. He, in fact, is for the 3rd time ever national champion of Ireland. He's been 4 times national time trial champion of Ireland, so he will be a strong ally, especially once the road gets a little bit flatter.
And especially because he races here on an American team. But that's the top of Trinity Grade. It's a well-known local beauty spot, this, and everybody amazed the riders are coming up. He gets 8 points in the King of the Mountains competition as he comes over the top here. We've topped out, by the way, at 1,689 feet. And he's shaking his head there. He said, wow, that's a bit hard for the time of the year.
It certainly is very difficult at the start of the year, but it's nice to see he's still got a smile on his face, and I think he's going to wait for them. I think he's trying to tell us that he's going to wait for the other guys because he's got such a big advantage, Phil, and he knows it's normal to try and stay together, especially when you're looking at a long breakaway. He doesn't want to stay on his own.
There's the peloton. So they're racing towards the summit now. They're racing for the top of the climb here, which means that the first 5 riders get the big point towards the King of the Mountains Championship. It's a simple competition. You keep scoring on the designated climbs. The man who gets the most points by the end of the week is known as the King of the Mountains in this year's Tour of California. Nice climb this as far as the cyclists are concerned. Up through the trees. Watch out on the way down. Back with the action. This is the one-on-one battle here. And looks so Jurgen van der Volle, slightly more experienced professional perhaps than Tom Peterson, is going to try and just snick a point or 2 off him. But wait for this, because it looks as though Peterson is trying to get back. Sorry about the pictures. It's the trees actually causing an interference with the signal. But Peterson got one over on him there.
Well, he certainly has got the bit between the teeth there, Phil. He wanted those few points. He wants to stay in the overall lead. He's going to cross the mountain here in 4th place, and probably van der Walle will hang on for 5th.
But those legs seem to have taken rather a pounding. There's the line. He goes over in 5th, but it looks as though he's almost come to a standstill there. And as Paul has said, that climb goes on a little bit longer before we go down. That's where we are now with the leader, Christophe Laurent. The riders have been warned about the descent today. It is known to be extremely tortuous, and it looks as though Christophe Laurent is taking it easy.
Well, he's taking it easy for 2 reasons. He doesn't want to take too many risks on a dangerous descent, but he also wants those other 2 riders behind to come up and join him so they can reform that 3-man leading group, because that's their best chance of survival on a breakaway like this.
They've got to watch this way down here today. We had that crash on a right-hander yesterday, which took out Dave Zabriskie with concussion. Reports are he is okay, but unable to continue the race, of course. And the lone leader about to be joined by the 2 many left on the way up. As we've come over the top, it looks like we're going to have 3 riders together now. And it was Christophe Laurent who got the King of the Mountains, followed by Omar Kem and David McCann. The King of the Mountains, of course, you chase the designated mountains along the way. And the man with the most points by the end of the 8 days of cycling becomes the King of the Mountains. It's a simple competition, and it's a very valued one in the world of cycling, as now they again become 3 pole. And we would expect now they'll get together, they'll help each other, and the gap should rise again.
Yeah, we must never forget the stage today is 115 miles long, almost 200 kilometers of racing, which is why I think the Frenchman has decided to wait for these 2 other guys to come along. Once they rejoin him after his scurry up the mountain, they will form an allegiance together on the roads of the Amgen Tour of California, Phil, to then try and build a lead over the peloton.
And look at this now. This little card, every rider gets one. It completely outlines the profile of the race route. You can see it on the motorbike there as well. So they know exactly where they are. And if they're in any doubt, well, drop back and speak to the team manager, and he'll surely tell you.
Yes, well, just to remind everybody, we are in the Napa Valley, and it certainly is the place to be here this afternoon. A nice cold glass of Chardonnay.
Well, it'd be welcome for the commentators. I'm not sure the riders would be too interested at this stage of the Amgen Tour of California. The peloton again being driven on here by the Discovery Channel team. This is the team of Levi Leipheimer, who sits in the slipstream of them as they try to carry him back up towards this leading group.
Well, Christophe Laurent here, the rider from Crédit Agricole, is doing the bulk of the pacemaking here. You can see in 2nd position, that is David McCann. He, in fact, Phil, is the highest placed rider in the overall classification, just 39 seconds in arrears Now, the reason these guys are working together in this strange allegiance they have to form is because they want to build up a big advantage over the main field, because these guys will average in their breakaway around about 25 or 26 miles an hour.
Yeah.
But on the run-in towards the finish, the main field will be averaging 30 to 35 miles an hour. The main field can almost wipe out a 10-mile advantage in the last hour of the race.
Well, that's what they might well have to do here, because the lead is now approaching 4.5 minutes again. McCann was wiped out, obviously, his 39-second overnight deficit, so he is the virtual leader of the race right now. Bet your life that message has got back to the riders here in the blue and black colours. They are Levi Leipheimer's teammates, and they're making sure they are keeping in reasonable shooting distance here. Still a long way to go, as Paul has said.
A lot of tactics involved here. What the Team Discovery Channel are doing are trying to make sure that that gap doesn't get too big, because they know on the run-in towards the finish in the last hour of the race, they will get help from some of the other teams, because the teams of the sprinters who want individual glory will come forward and push the pace high. Green jersey there is Alan Davis, the Australian who leads the points classification for the most consistent rider on every single stage. And of course, the yellow jersey is Levi Leipheimer, the rider who has the shortest aggregate time. He's the man who leads this race overall.
So two leaders at the moment on Team Discovery Channel. The most important jersey in any international cycle race is the yellow one, because that's the one everybody wants. The other ones are secondary to it, but of course to the individuals they're very important as well. We're on the climb here. Nice crowds where they can get out onto the course here out in the Napa. This is Highway 128, and we're coming up to the King of the Mountains. They've got no real reason to sprint this out, because they don't feature in the overall classification just now. And I think that the Frenchman here, Christophe Laurent, will go through in first place, as he did up the earlier climb.
Yes, you can see him going over the top there. No challenge at all to this man, because after all, Phil, let's not forget, he is the man doing the bulk of the work. He has set the tempo, and I think those other two riders were quite satisfied to let him really go over in first place.
Yes, they're thinking long term here, and it's still a couple of hours ahead, let's not forget. Well, as we said earlier on in the programme, we had the situation with David Zabriskie. He did crash, in fact, to some 25 miles out yesterday on a very, very difficult descent. There's his details. He comes from Salt Lake City, and we don't quite go that high up the west coast. They call him the Green Hornet. He is a very fast guy. He led the Tour de France for a few days briefly a couple of years ago. I think he was probably the outstanding favourite for this race after finishing second in it last year. But yesterday he fell slightly unconscious, and here's an update for you right now.
Dave was on a moderate stretch of road, not terribly fast section of the road, and had an incident where he went off to the side and hit his head when he went down, and was confused enough at the scene that his team and the medical team felt that it was best not to go on. We had a brief trial back on his bike, and it was clear that he couldn't ride his bicycle. Most of the time, shortly after a mild concussion, people are neurologically normal, behaving relatively normal, but there's some things that we'll observe him over the next 24, 48 hours and make sure he's okay.
That's a wise decision, of course, because it's a long year ahead, and it's only just beginning with this race, and it leads to the Tour de France in July. As we're looking at Will Frischkorn here now, the Team Slipstream are having a tremendous race so far under the management of Jonathan Waters, as he is now trying to race up the hill and get fourth place on the road, because the big bunch are not too far behind him. So we're looking at the three leaders now. They're over the top of the climb, so they're getting slowly down towards sea level. And it looks as though Will Frischkorn stayed away there, Paul. He's got fourth. Now, the reason he's done that is to take the points away from the rivals of his teammate, Thomas Peterson, who leads this competition in the King of the Mountains.
Well, that's the important thing to remember about this sport. It looks, at the end of the day, like an individual sport, but it isn't at all. It's a team sport. You need to have a solid team behind you, and that's why the teammate of the overall leader of the King of the Mountains race there, Peterson, he went out there to take that pressure off his own teammate so he could have a little bit of rest, and he didn't want to battle it out for a single point.
The peloton here still working out what to do with those same three riders out front: Omer Kem, David McCann of Ireland, Christophe Laurent of France. The peloton down there, the yellow jersey, is on the shoulders, of course, of Levi Leipheimer. And here's where we are on the Garmin map today. It is stage 2 of 116 kilometers as we head now towards Sacramento. We're about 50 miles out at the moment. And there is Levi Leipheimer holding off a 1 second advantage as the leader of the Tour of California. Those three riders ahead or around about 2.5 minutes. Well, for Levi Leipheimer, this has been a similar start to the race to that of a year ago.
It's like deja vu for me, except it's even that much sweeter because the pressure was really on, and I could really feel the enthusiasm from the crowd, and I could see people putting their arms up, and I had a feeling, well, maybe that means I'm going to win, and then the pain goes away, and it's just like I'm floating to the rest of the way. It's a great feeling. This is a world-class event, and for me to bring along some of the world's best cyclists on the roads that I've trained on for years with my friends in Santa Rosa and Sonoma County, it's truly a great experience.
The Discovery boys are in serious mood. They want to keep Levi in that leader's yellow jersey and give him his moment of glory when he gets down to the finishing line.
There's a big crash right in the middle.
Well, that is an horrendous crash. The riders went far too wide.
It was very unfortunate, the crash, and we did our best to get up as soon as I could and get going again.
The race referees have taken the unusual decision to neutralize the circuits and say everybody today has been given the same time. Levi Leipheimer keeps his 1 second lead overall. He still leads this race by that 1 second.
I hope everyone agrees that it's just a decision. I mean, I don't think anyone would want to see the race decided like that. The riders, organizers, and certainly not the fans. You know, I'm just taking it day by day, but today was another, you know, career moment for me.
Yes, and there's Levi now, and he can breathe a sigh of relief, I think, because they've got what's left of the breakaway in their sight. We've just picked up Omer Kem, and now it looks like, Bob, we're going to wipe out. Yes, we're joined by Bob Roll in the commentary box now, and this, Bob, looks like the catch.
Going across the causeway here, this is Omer Kem, about to be caught by the peloton. Led most of the day by the Discovery Channel team, including Ivan Basso. They're taking his turns at the front, having a great day out on the roads again in the Amgen Tour California.
Front end of the main field certainly hovering now, Phil. I think I reckon they're just about ready to pull those two leaders in anytime they want.
Well, just the way they sweep past Kem there. Remember, that young lad's been in the lead now for over 90 miles today, and they're showing a 140 back of the two leaders. But on these long straight roads through the Napa Valley, just watch the top left of your picture. That is Kem, and it gives you an indication of the speed of the big pack, because Kem has slipped right out of the back of the race. That is now going to be a long, lonely ride to the finish. Here are the two leaders, and there in the background is the cavalry coming up behind them.
Well, just coming across the gap there, you can see one lone rider. That's actually Danny Pate. He's over on the left-hand side there. He's come halfway across the gap. A very good move by him. Let's not forget this young man, a former world champion at the under-23 discipline of the sport, and he's just about to catch Christophe Laurent and Dave McCann, but the gap is hovering at really only about 30 seconds.
Well, it's a brave move, Bob, and indeed Danny Pate, probably the most experienced member of Team Slipstream. He is their captain. He joins them. I'm not too sure about the wiseness of it, with the pack now smelling the finish.
There's the pack right behind the breakaway. Let's see if the two riders that have been in front most of the day can get on the wheel of Danny Pate. Danny Pate starting today's stage 18 seconds behind Levi Leipheimer. Of course, his teammate Jason Donald almost causing a sensation in the Prologue, finishing second, just 1 second behind Levi Leipheimer. So Danny Pate on a little bit of an offensive move here, and Laurent and McCann straight onto his wheel.
This explains really, Phil, why a little bit earlier Team Discovery did not panic when this breakaway went clear. They knew that a group of 2 or 3 riders was going to weaken down towards the end, especially after a long breakaway like this. And they knew that using all of the teammates of the overall leader, Levi Leipheimer, very carefully and economically, they could pull back this breakaway before the end. That's why they didn't panic.
Yeah, and they know also towards the end they actually swing north before they actually dive down to the finish in Sacramento. A slight wind change will come up behind them, and they've taken advantage of that to just push them along a little bit. And this is the finish line in Sacramento, where the riders are now heading. Well, not too far away, about 15 miles out from the actual finish of the day. One man is trying to survive from the leaders. Remember, we had 3, then we had 2, then this happened. Coming up at the back was Danny Pate, a former world time trial champion, and then it was David McCann who launched an attack. Well, Pate was having none of that, and he showed them a clean pair of wheels.
Never forget that this man comes with a very good pedigree. In 2001, he was an under-23 world time trial champion. So if anybody can ride alone to the finish, it's going to be Danny Pate. And this is a very good move. And in these windy conditions, he looks rather good.
He goes away. The other two decide enough is enough. Almost 100 miles in the lead today. At one stage leading by 5.5 minutes. Now they're wiped out. There's the big field. And only Danny Page has replaced them, and perhaps with fresher legs at the front, is building a lead of around about 1 minute.
Just looking at the weather conditions here, Bob, the wind, I think, is going to play a major factor over the last 15 or 20 kilometres, 12 miles of the race. Those two riders, Laurent and McCann, back in the field. It looks to me like the main field is just about getting themselves ready to turn up the gas.
It shouldn't be too long before the big finale. Chasing this man, the peloton will have to do Danny Pate. If you're Jonathan Vaughters, the team manager of the Slipstream team, you love seeing your riders go out on the breakaways and have some heads-up riding, and that's what Pate's doing today.
Well, latest news coming from the race to our ears is he has now just 35 seconds lead. And look at that as we're in the streets of Sacramento. We are about 8 miles from the actual finish line, but there is the catch. It was a brave move by Danny Pate, and at one stage he took a very quick minute's advantage.
Well, I think the main field that we're looking at here, we're just waiting for the moment to pounce, and I have to take my hat off this afternoon for the job of work that has been done by Levi Leipheimer's teammates. The men from Team Discovery Channel, Bob, they've been all over this stage this afternoon. Tactically, they've played a very good game. Put their effort in just when they needed to.
Especially when you have a guy like Ivan Basso doing the tempo, and right in the middle of your screen, there he is, the great Italian champion, winner of last year's Giro. If you're Levi Leipheimer, you couldn't have a better workhorse than Ivan Basso.
Hey, but watch out for trouble here, Bob, because those boys in pink, they are T-Mobile, a big German #1 team. And they're trying to get Greg Henderson one better. He thought he'd won yesterday. He was beaten by the photograph up against Graham Brown in the sprint, but he was deflated when they told him about 15 minutes after the race had finished. Today, he's out to go one better, and the team is moving up.
And so did Alan Davis, the Australian rider on Team Discovery Channel. Thought he started his sprint just a little bit too late. He came up very rapidly towards the end. But Bob and I think today, the kind of finish we're looking at with a long finishing straight could be the sort of finish for Thor Hushoff, the big man from Norway.
Well, let's hope, Bob, there's no rider error here today, because they hit one of those little studs in the road yesterday, and that brought down, well, Rory Sutherland, one of the riders. He said it's probably the biggest pileup he'd ever seen as a professional bike rider.
Well, the GC men most certainly dodged a bullet yesterday. Everybody, at the end of the day, given the same time, Big George Hincapie now, that's the wheel that Levi wants to sit on throughout the finale of this bike race. Everybody awarded the same time for getting to the circuits intact, tutto compacto. And so I think that was a just decision by the race referees.
Well, we're looking now at the hard work being done here by the Navigators. Riders are getting up here as well. They're thinking of Hilton Clark, who was involved also in that crash. Now that's where we're commentating from as the riders race towards the start of the circuits now here in the state capital of Sacramento, as they start to wend their way through what is a beautiful state capital here, and there's no nicer picture than that downtown. There's the whole field sweeping in together now. All of the day's breakaways, it's come down to nothing. It's coming down to a final sprint between the pack, and may the best man win down here. They've got a number of circuits to do around the city before they roll to a final halt, and it's Discovery Channel who are still driving on here for Levi Leipheimer. The view from the helicopter now, the whole field coursing in the streets here of Sacramento. And this, Bob, is now, and you've been in this situation as a tour rider, this is when the sprinters now try to stay out of trouble, and the people we call the domestiques try to keep the pace up.
You see the quick-step riders on the front of the peloton doing the big lead-out for the current world champion, Paolo Bettini. He'd love to win a stage here. There's the riders in the dark blue. That's the quick-step riders. They will be doing the tempo, doing the work for Paolo Bettini, and the T-Mobile squad also in the hunt there. They saw that their man, Greg Anderson, was just about as fast as Graham Brown, who won the stage. That gives you a lot of morale as a teammate of one of the sprinters, and you can make exceptional efforts. They're just coming up now to the finish line. They have a couple more circuits before the riders do the big, huge bunch gallop. We love to see in international cycling is the whole field thundering towards the finish line, and the very fastest and most fearless men come out on top.
And another huge crowd here as now the Navigators get control at the front. That's Legutin, Sergei Legutin, the champion of Russia, who's driving at the front here now as they go out on the circuits of the city. Well, the crowd have had a long day waiting, but I'll tell you, they've waited for 4 hours and watched the action on the big TV screen. But now the field is here to show everybody just what they can do.
Well, what a crowd has turned out for this stage as well, Phil. Look at the crowd all around this 2-mile circuit, right in the middle of the state capital, Sacramento. The favorites we're going to look for here, the big sprinters, are riders like Hilton Clark, the Australian. I have a feeling today maybe Stuart O'Grady may well mix it up. You can see the yellow jersey of Levi Leipheimer riding up towards the front end. This now on the right-hand side, the orange jerseys, that is Team Rabobank. Those are the guys who've got the experience from Europe. That long line of riders will be trying to lead out their man Graham Brown, but now it's Team CSC, #1 team in the world. You can see their white jerseys and black shoulders there. They're trying to lead out their fast man JJ Haedo.
Well, there we are. Sergei Lagutin takes them around the corner here. The man who is the champion of Uzbekistan, in fact, which is part of the old Soviet Union. He bases himself here in the US at this time of the year, and he's leading the race right now for the navigators. Looking over his shoulder, look to see if there's any more help coming here for a bit more pacemaking. Watch out now for CSC. They're sending men up, and their leader is Juan Jose Haedo, who got 2 wins here last year for a different team.
Watch out for that dark blue jersey. You might not know that jersey, but that was the most aggressive bike rider of yesterday, Jurgen van der Walle. He's not riding for himself here. He's actually working for a man who wears a white jersey in the middle there with the rainbow stripes around it. He is the current world road racing champion, Paolo Bettini. Bettini, Bob, I thought yesterday was trying to get himself a victory. He may well try and bounce out of the pack today.
Saying after the race that his teammates were doing a fantastic lead out, but as the train came sweeping across the peloton, he was blocked in the last tunnel just a couple of 100 meters before the line. He'll try to prevent that from happening again today, and he has Jurgen van der Walle on the front of the peloton doing the tempo now. Looks like it could be Christian Van de Velde, their CSC rider, trying to lead out JJ Haedo. Let's not forget about Freddie Rodriguez either. He has Chris Horner doing the work for him.
Halfway around the finishing circuits here now, and this is when the sprinters will start to look for the back wheels of their strong lead-out men, the men who will do the initial acceleration and then launch them towards the finishing line out of their slipstream. This is now going to be a clever piece of riding by some of the teams. Van der Walle drops back from the front.
He looks to try and find a place in the line because he knows what he has to do is keep the speed up. The reason to keep the speed up at the end of the race like this is to make sure it's not confusing behind, so the weaker riders get filtered to the back of the pack, and it keeps it nice and safe at the front for the team sprinters, and there is no chaos. Although many sprinters like Graham Brown, Phil, they thrive on chaos in the last 200 meters.
Well, the BMC team, that's the team in red. They're a new USA team here, but they're led by Alexander Moos, a former champion of Switzerland who's racing here. And they also are moving towards the front on the left. CSC are dead center. They're the #1 team in the world. Fabian Cancellara is right up there. And they're looking to lead out Haedo today for the win, if they can. Here we are, round again on L Street, outside of the state capitol building. The bell rings. They are 2 miles from the finish.
2 miles, 3 kilometers. Everybody now is looking for the man who's going to lead them out. It is on the front of the main field now, Predictor Lotto. Chris Horner will be looking out for Freddie Rodriguez, but not far away. I saw Bobby Julich, Stuart O'Grady, JJ Haedo. That is Team CSC's line out. Very noticeable, I think, today, Bob, in this final 2 miles is there are no pink jerseys on the front of T-Mobile.
T-Mobile disappearing from the front for the moment. Tempo incredibly fast, set by Chris Horner and his teammate, Fast Freddie Rodriguez, would love to get a stage. He comes from just down the road in Oakland, California. Team CSC queued up on his wheel. Incredibly long lead out by Chris Horner. He's taking them the last 2 miles. He's going to try to peel off and try to get as close to the finish line as he can.
Well, it's a tropical scene down there. I can tell you the oranges are on the trees here in Sacramento, but down there the peloton is more interested in who will get back to the line first. The Quick-Step Belgian team come to the front.
Third place there, that is the US Pro champion, George Hincapie, locked onto his wheel. You can see a green jersey, that's Alan Davis. He was third on the stage yesterday. He thought he started his sprint just a little bit too late, but I would expect to see George Hincapie in the next kilometer or so moving to the front. There's your overall leader, Levi Leipheimer, safely in the main field. He doesn't want to take any risks and fight it out with the sprinters.
No, he doesn't. He has that 1 second advantage over a non-sprinter in Jason Donald, remember. But he has to be careful. There are small time bonuses for the first 3 riders to cross the line, And if it's the right 3 riders, he could lose that 1 second lead. And that'll all happen later as now the Leaky Gas team come to the front. We haven't seen them yet, but they've also got Luca Paolini, the sprinter, on the squad.
A lot of world-famous sprinters here in the Amgen Tour of California. Now, the most important thing for the sprinters, Bob, is not to touch your brakes at a moment like this, because if you touch your brakes for a second, you slip down that main field and everybody just engulfs you from behind.
Paolini moving into position on the wheel of George Hincapie. Greg Henderson on his wheel. Wild and woolly dash to the line. JJ Hayedo just coming into the screen there, but very few teammates left from CSC on the front.
Well, they're braking hard again. They take the corner very tight on the inside there. I don't know how they squoze the way around that bend now. T-Mobile, who seem to lose control on lap 2 of the circuit here, have got back onto the front of this race, and their man Henderson will not be far away. He's a big, tall guy. He'll look for other sprinters to take him to the line.
Bobby Julich now coming to the front. He's a man who's thinking about overall victory, but today, on today's stage, he's thinking about JJ Hayedo. They know he's one of the fastest men. He won 2 stages last year in this event, and they're trying to keep the pace nice and high. That banner says 1 kilometer to go, 1,000 meters, just about 1,000 yards, only a couple more corners. Everybody seems to be around that nice and safely. These sprinters feel they've got to wait for the last moment. They're trying to keep their nerves under calm and concentrated positions, but they have to make sure that they're right at the front end of this line. Liquigas is the team taking over.
Well, they've got the left turn onto L Street, then they'll get a great straight shot at the finishing line. We're inside that last half a mile now, and the sprinters are still to show themselves. They're on the orange. That's Graham Brown's team, the winner of yesterday. He's got to come an awful long way back here. Hayedo is much nearer the front. George Hincapie himself is having a go for the line here now. Is Hincapie going to pull off a big surprise? No, Hayedo's coming through on the inside of Hincapie as we come dead set. The Bettini trying to get on. It looks like Hayedo as they run towards the line. This is going to be a big win for JJ. That's a clean pair of wheels, and Alan Davis trying to get up for second. He's not going to do it. JJ Hayedo gets it on the line. History in the making, and that was a big result.
And a big thank you just saw lifting his arms up behind there. He was led out at the last possible moment by Australian Stuart O'Grady. This man came to the Amgen Tour of California last year, but we didn't know who he was, and all of a sudden he pops up with 2 stage wins. Now he's on the #1 team in the world, and that's a great win for them. They will be very happy tonight.
Well, it's subject to confirmation, but I think it will be sure that Levi Leipheimer will keep his lead, but they're all beginning to close the gap to him. He'll be safe again in yellow tonight, and Juan Jose Hayedo here, 2 wins in this race last year, which put his name in front of the cameras. Because of those performances, the top team in the world signed him up this season, and he's just delivered them a big win. The congratulations there coming from the Australian rider Stuart O'Grady, a former Olympic gold medalist. Let's see if we can see that again.
Well, I tell you what, that was phenomenal. He's actually got a gap between himself and the rest of the riders. That was an easy cruise win, just like it was 12 months ago. And the other CSC rider throwing his arms up there in victory is, of course, Stuart O'Grady. But look behind him, you've got Alan Davis there in the middle. Over to the right-hand side, you've got Thor Hushoff. That's a big gap. That's a big winning margin. And Graham Brown just trying to come through the middle there.
Yes, the door closing down on him there. Thor Hushoff, the green jersey winner 2 years ago now of the Tour de France. Beaten on the line, I think, by Luca Paolini. Very, very close, but I think he might have got up and took advantage. These are some of the finest sprinters in the world, not just in the Tour of California. And that was a great race for Hayedo to take today. He will be very, very happy. He's looking round to wave to the team to say, we did it, guys, we did it. Yes, and here's the stage result, a win for Juan Jose Hayedo. He got 2 last year. He started again. Luca Paolini in second, Thor Hushoff third. This was a great result. Alan Davis taking 4th place. All of the sprinters. Graham Brown, the winner yesterday, has to be content this time with 6th. And Henderson, who was 2nd yesterday, he takes 7th this time out.
Another day in the leader's jersey. A little bit less hectic than yesterday. Maybe the team's a little bit more tenacious about doing a reasonable lead out.
Yeah, today was another great stage here in Northern California. We started off with Trinity Grade, which I know very well, in Santa Rosa. Some of the guys were pretty surprised how hard that was. And then, you know, the last half of the course was quite windy. And the team did, you know, I gotta tell you, I've never been on a team so strong because they handled it perfectly. It was kind of like a ticking time bomb. It was made of crystal, and they didn't drop it. It could have exploded out there and really been aggressive, but they handled it and controlled the race perfect.
Yes, a happy return there for Levi Leipheimer, because he has come back to the Discovery Channel team this year, and that's how it stands tonight. 1 second ahead of Jason Donald, the 1 second he gained in the time trial on day one. Benjamin Jacques Maines, he's in third place. Rory Sutherland stays fourth. Hilton Clark, a sprinter, up there in fifth. Fabian Cancellara of Switzerland waiting to pose perhaps in the time trial. George Hincapie is in seventh place. Completing the top 10 is Ben Day of the Navigators team. He's an Australian. Some of the notables for you: Tom Danielson yet to make a move, perhaps 17th. Bobby Julich only 14 seconds off. Ivan Basso is there in 24th, and Thor Hushoft in 37th place. Let's go out to the podium. And a very famous face about to welcome here, Levi Leipheimer. There he is, Arnold Schwarzenegger. He's the state governor, of course, and he loves this bike race, believe me. 1 second is not a big margin in international cycling, but so far, Levi Leipheimer has managed to defend this. But I think it'll change because there's hills tomorrow. What do you say, Paul?
Well, there's a lot of riders, Phil, looking at winning this bike race overall, but the man who is currently at the top is Levi Leipheimer in the yellow jersey. He has a 1 second advantage over everybody else, but for him, what's more important is to watch out and see how he's going to be challenged by George Hincapie. Hincapie is only 6 seconds off the lead, and he's a very aggressive bike rider. He's also the American national champion. He wants to go out here, if he can, with a win. It may well go down to the time trial, and Bobby Julich at the moment is a long way down, but only 14 seconds. That's not much in a race against the clock.
This is, first of all, I'm very excited to be back again and to hand out some of the jerseys to the winners. And this is the second tour of California. It showcases the state of California in the best possible way. I mean, look at all those camera crews that are out here. There are hundreds of cameras, and they're all taking this ride all the way from San Francisco all the way down to Long Beach. And we have the most beautiful place in the world. There's no two ways about it. France cannot even hold a candle to us.
Yes, a blanket situation. He still looks as though he's smiling, though, despite that narrow lead. He's in the same situation 1 year ago. This is Ivan Basso, riding his first event since not being allowed to start the Tour de France last year when he was entangled in doping investigations. Michael Rasmussen, a former king of the mountains in the Tour de France too. Maybe he'll find his legs today. This is a very tough course. And Paolo Bettini, the world champion, enjoying the popularity here from the people of California.
So, JJ, yesterday's stage, a great job, boy. How was it to take out that first win for Team CSC yesterday?
No, it is great. It's not only my first win in the team, it's the first win of the year for the team. So I think United States is really important for the team. I'm really proud of to give them the first win of the year.
And so maybe today's not your stage, but do you have another stage in particular you're shooting for, maybe another stage win?
Whenever it's a field sprint, if I'm there, of course the team is going to shoot for that. Today is going to be a hard day. The last climb is really, really tough, I know, from last year. So, but the day after is San Luis Obispo. It's a long day. It's really hilly, but last year was a field sprint. So, like I say, every time there is a field sprint, we're going to be looking for.
I'm here with Jens Voigt of Team CSC. So yesterday, a stage win on the flats. What's going to happen today when the road gets steep?
Well, I mean, in the plan, we have another stage win, but, you know, the first thing basically gets blown to pieces in a race is the racing plan. So we see how it works out, but for sure we're planning on, you know, performing well today.
Is it tough to have Dave Zabriskie out of the race?
It's always tough to lose a member of the team, you know, and Dave was, yeah, I guess in good shape. He was always good, or he always would have been good for the time trial. So, of course, it changes our plan, our strategy a little bit, and we have to move on with that. I mean, we also had Christian van der Velde in a crash and Carsten Krohn. And Carsten Krohn really suffering a lot. He hangs in, but he's not really up there for, you know. So we see how it goes. We basically have 6 riders. They are actually still there to compete.
Yeah, how about Bobby? How's Bobby feeling?
Bobby's great. I mean, today is like the moment of truth. Everybody has to show his cards, and I guess tonight we know who's hot and who not.
I'm here with Ivan Basso of the Discovery Channel team. Today, Ivan, a tough climbing stage. What does it look like for your team and for you?
Yeah, I think it's a hard day for us. We try to put on. We have 2 free guys in very good shape, and we try to do the best situation for this rider.
And how about your form? I mean, you've looked good on the front.
No. My form is, of course, it's not bad. My focus, my goals is more in the front, and my goal in this race is, of course, put my teammate in a good situation for winning and improve my form.
Have you had a chance to look at the Sierra Road climb? The climb today, the final climb today on the race? Yes.
I don't think so. It's, at the moment, it's too hard for me.
This is our Garmin map route. They've gone by car to Stockton. Now they're racing to San Jose. This will be a tough ride.
Certainly will be a tough ride. 94.6 miles, 152 kilometers. It's a road race stage today. The terrain is very mountainous. Stockton to San Jose. Last year's winner, when it was a time trial, was Floyd Landis.
Well, there he is, tightening his crash helmet, knowing that this was his nemesis last year on this stage, and he knows now he's going to have to conquer it. Last year, Paul, the race started from Martinez, but today we're starting from Stockton.
Similar kind of stage, similar kind of terrain. I think the rider's probably a little bit worried by the change in climate. It's slightly colder today. It's going to be very windy over the top of the climbs. But I think the climb at the end, Phil, when we start to get down there to Sierra Road, I think Levi Leipheimer will be a lot better. His form seems to be a bit better than it was this time last year.
They've got a 6 mile neutralised section here now. You know, Paul and I have been covering, working together and commentating on world cycling for 21 years. So sometimes we get it wrong, but most times we know that a stage like today is the one the riders will have looked at perhaps a week ago to decide to attack. Because, Paul, the climb of the day, the big climb that takes us up to just under 2,000 feet, is only 20 miles from home.
And Bobby Julich will not forget that. He was one of the strongest riders last year on the slopes of Sierra Road. And, of course, the final climb of the day is a first category, making it one of the most difficult climbs we've had so far. And it's ideally situated right down towards the end of the stage for the riders who get dropped, like the sprinters, like Graham Brown, who I am sure will get dropped. JJ Hayedo will be left behind. They don't have time to catch back up.
Well, as the riders head towards the first big mountain of the day on this, the third stage of the Tour of California, we can go back down to the start line today in Stockton, and Bob Roll can tell us about the key to the stage.
Stage number 3 of the Amgen Tour of California will take the riders from Stockton to San Jose. This stage features the toughest climb of the whole bike race, and that would be right here on Sierra Road when the riders get to that bang. Levi Leipheimer needs to make his move. Last year he was on the Gerolsteiner squad. He had no teammates with him to carry the momentum he established over the climb, and there was a big regrouping before the finish in San Jose. George Hincapie was able to win that stage and take the leader's jersey from Levi. This year on Discovery, he'll have at least 3 teammates with him: Yvonne Basso, George Hincapie, and the great climber Tommy Danielson. If anybody that wants to take this race lead away from Levi Leipheimer, today is not the day to do it, but today is the day to defend and try to stay in the front group, because the Discovery riders will come out ready to rock.
Thanks, Paul. I can tell you there's a problem here for Team Discovery today, because we're about 32 miles ahead of where you're standing, and we're on the first climb of the day. Patterson Pass. 17 riders have got away after only 5 miles of racing, and they include Jens Voigt of Germany, who's only 10 seconds behind Leipheimer overall.
Yes, Phil, it's the first climb of the day, Patterson's Pass. It's a very difficult climb, and that group of 17 riders actually contains some pretty serious names. This is the acceleration towards the top. Just behind are the remnants of that 17-man group. Jürgen van der Walle is in 3rd place in the King of the Mountains classification, that race within the race we keep talking about. He's looking to get himself some points here, but in fact the man covering him is a teammate of the overall leader. That's Frischkorn of Team Slipstream.
Yeah, they've ridden very well, the Team Slipstream riders. These are the riders in white. They're managed by former Tour de France rider Jonathan Vaughters. He tells them what to do. Now, Frischkorn doesn't really need these points, but he's trying to stop Van der Walle taking them, because his teammate back in that main field, some 3 minutes behind, Thomas Pedersen, wants to make sure at least the top of the mountains points don't go to Van der Walle, because he's heading up to be the new leader if they do.
Just looking at the wind farm there at the top of the pass here, it's an indication this is normally a very windy part of the world. This is the summit. There's a huge crowd turned out to see these riders come over the top here. Phil, I'm waiting to see who's going to come through the crowd. I think, well, it's going to be either the Slipstream rider or Van der Walle first and second.
Well, as we look at this crowd, Paul, and we're seeing Frischkorn get it, so well done to William. That was a fine piece of tactical riding. He's made Van der Walle come over only in 2nd place. Van der Walle will probably go equal first in this competition now, but if he'd have won it, he would have been the clear leader. So he's done a good job, Frischkorn, for his teammate Pedersen back in that field. Now they're trying to snatch those newspapers there to put up their jumpers so it stops the wind cutting through to those ribs on the way down. Welcome back, and yes, stage 3 now. After only 5 miles today, 17 men have escaped the big field. They've now put Levi Leipheimer's 1 second overall lead in great doubt. He's having to chase, and these 17 men, Bob, are making the most of it.
This is the chess game on 2 wheels, hang glider action, and the breakaway of 17 riders splitting up a little bit as we go along, but Discovery will have to chase these men down to keep Levi Leipheimer in the leader's jersey.
They're going to be very shocked about this move. I don't think anybody expected a 17-man move to get a maximum lead of over 5 minutes, which is why I think there's a lot of chasing going on behind. Trying to leave the group of 17 riders at the front end of the bike race just now is Sean Milne of HealthNet, and he in fact has made a very good move over this very undulating part of the course. It's very tough here, Phil.
Well, he's taking advantage. They have a numerical advantage in this breakaway, HealthNet. They've got 3 riders up here, so it looks as though Sean is going to test the brake now, because there is a reaction from the main field. There is the main field. Now, always protected by the man on our left. That's the national champion of the USA, George Hincapie, who won on this day last year, by the way. But then he was on a different team to Levi Leipheimer. Now he's helping him. And it's Levi's job for the moment to sit in the slipstream, save his energy, rely on the teammates to try and chase this group down. He's doing a pretty cool job because he's not panicking. He knows there's still a big mountain to come.
Well, as you said, Bob, it really is becoming a little bit of a game of poker, because that breakaway is quite dangerous to the overall lead of Levi Leipheimer. But one team has been sitting back for the whole day, apart from the fact that they've got a man in the breakaway, Jens Voigt, who is maybe their joker in the pack, but it allows Bobby Julich to sit back and do nothing.
Bobby Julich won't have to do any work at all. It'll be the Discovery team trying to do the tempo. Here, the arrow shows you where the peloton is, and just in the distance for the riders at the top of that red dot, that's Sierra Road. That's the toughest climb in the Amgen Tour of California, and that peloton is going to explode to pieces when they get there.
Well, the thing is that up front there, we've got quite a few riders within seconds of the race lead now. Jens Voigt, for example, in that leading group, started the day only 10 seconds overall behind Levi Leipheimer. There are other danger men up there too, like Van der Walle. He was only 20 seconds behind. So at the moment, of course, they are in effect the leaders of the race, and that's why the boys behind have got to chase. This is Jakob Peel here from the German T-Mobile squad, setting the pace. Now he's been taken over there by another rider from the BSC team who's just moved into the front.
I think what's good, we're going to see once we get to that big final climb that Bob is talking about, Sierra Road, because of the difficulty of the chase we've had this afternoon. The breakaway got clear after just 5 miles. They've been chasing like crazy to try and pull that 17-man group back. The main field will explode once they get to that climb. This man here, I think, tempting a fate a little bit. I'm not sure, Bob, whether that's such a tactically good move when you've got a group of 16 riders behind you that contains the famous German rider Jens Voigt.
And especially considering the climb to come, you want to time your effort just at the right moment. Sean Milne, I think, has gone a little bit too early today.
Welcome back. We're in the town of Milpitas, and that means the start of the climb, and the peloton have simply flown across the gap. There is Levi Leipheimer in the yellow jersey, and as they've entered the town here, that gap has tumbled down to about 45 seconds. They are on the climb. This is the leader, Sean Milne. He's the first man to see the start of the climb. The climb of the Sierra Road, by the way, is 3 miles long, but it's all over. They have just wrapped everything up here. Now we are going to see a free-for-all, Bob.
An absolute free-for-all is right. Here's the breakaway, catching the lone man off the front. Big Jens Voigt in the center of your screen. Immediately to the front with Jason McCartney from the Discovery team. And the explosives now has begun. The attacks are on the front, and the peloton is chasing hard. They haven't made the junction yet to the breakaway.
Those are now the remnants of that original 17-man group. But they are the strongest members of that group, and they must be taken seriously. Jens Voigt is now setting the pace at the front. So we go back down the road, probably no more than 30 seconds here, as Basso tries to drag that man in yellow up to the leaders.
Looking at some of the riders at the front, Basso obviously sacrificing himself for the team here, and the yellow jersey of Levi Leipheimer. Third place is Bobby Julich, the man who last year was well up here in the overall classification. Then in the pink jersey of Predictor Lotter, a Belgian team, an American cyclist, Chris Horner. On the far side, Michael Rasmussen. These are all names, Bob, that we talk about at races like the Tour de France.
This is a tour quality field right here of riders in the front of the group. Levi Leipheimer perfectly positioned on the wheel of his teammate, Ivan Basso. This is what we call doing the teamwork. and Basso just shredding through the remnants of the breakaway there. Just a few moments behind the leaders of the group. As we pan forward from the helicopter, you can see our 4 leaders just up the climb, and they're just coming into view right now. Here they are, Jakob Pale, Jens Voigt, Jason McCartney. Great riding here by the Discovery team. Jason McCartney needs to stay in the front to help Levi over the top of this climb as they get back into the streets of San Jose for the sprint to the line, and we're going to see some more disintegration from the field as Ivan Basso does the hard tempo for Levi Leipheimer.
The strongest man in the breakaway has to be Jens Voigt. He's done all the work on the flat. He's pulled it away, and look how he's pulled himself back to the freshest man in the group. McCartney there, he's pulled it back, I think, Bob, there with absolute and utter courage. Looking a little bit further down the road, if we can, we'll get a chance to see what the gap is. Those are the 4 leaders on the left-hand side. That is the yellow jersey group now, and the attacks are sure to come thick and fast. Phil, that's only about 20 seconds now.
It is, but 20 seconds on a gradient like this here. We're about halfway up the climb, and Levi now, you see, the last man is the leader of the squad. He's got to do it all on his own now. That's why he's the leader. He's got to finish off what his teammates have set him up to do. And now he goes, taking Chris Horner with him. It looks as though he might be getting Rasmussen alongside the king of the mountains in the Tour de France. He can climb. 3 boys trying to go away.
Levi Leipheimer doing a great job. One thing that has to worry you if you're the team manager, where are his teammates? Only Jason McCartney, who is up the road a little bit with Jens Voigt, is still in the picture for the Discovery team, but what a great ride so far by Levi Leipheimer. Last year on this climb, he dropped everybody except Floyd Landis. Floyd Landis was dropped at the top. He fought his way back on the descent, but Levi knows he can do one thing, and that is put the hammer down on Sierra Road.
Climbing now, Phil, through the eucalyptus trees on the right-hand side of the road. He looks over his shoulder to see what sort of damage he's doing in this race. He's just caught himself there, the Crédit Agricole rider in the green and white. He was in the breakaway a little while ago. That was Hagstad, and he was going to disappear from the front end of this bike race. Leipheimer now not looking for any friends, any help at all now. All he wants to do is put time between himself and the rest of this field.
As Voigt tries to just contain Jason McCartney here now, Discovery Channel, they were on the defensive for the first 2.5 hours of the day, but they seem now to have got this race back under their control. Another superb effort by Jens Voigt, who refuses to be caught, and he races back to the back wheel of Jason McCartney. The other 2 are slipping away, and if you look behind the motorbikes, you'll see the yellow jersey of Leipheimer, who's lifting this race right out of the bag, and there he is.
Well, from a tactical point of view, Team Discovery Channel have absolutely turned themselves upside down, Bob. A little while ago, they were on the defensive. It looked as if they had a terrible day. Everything was going wrong, and now things are going their way. They've got a man in front, McCartney, who is going to be nice and fresh. That's him in the dark blue jersey, because he hardly did any work in the breakaway. When Levi Leipheimer comes up to him, he's got a great ally.
He has a great ally in his teammate, Jens Voigt, making a good effort here to get back on the wheel of Jason McCartney. Jason has got a big job to do, and that's stay with the leaders over the top of this climb. That would give the numerical superiority to the Discovery Channel team. Chris Horner hanging tough, having a great day, and Michael Rasmussen, coming back from that really debilitating broken femur that he had last fall, is also putting in a great climb. But look at Levi extending his lead over all of his rivals on the Sierra Road climb.
Yes, let's not forget, Phil, last year on this stage, Chris Horner was in 2nd place at the end of the day, but that was behind George Hincapie. Hincapie, I think, today may well be having a little bit of difficulty with this climb because he and the Discovery Channel team have been forced to do a lot of work to bring Levi Leipheimer back into the race.
But it's paying great dividends now. Here comes the pick-off. Leipheimer riding by. Another 2 riders in the break. It leaves now only 2 of the 17 men, and there they are. One of them is a teammate of the yellow jersey of Leipheimer. There's only one to worry about, and Leipheimer is forcing his way back in. When he gets up alongside the rider in red here, Jens Voigt, this is a rider simply doesn't know the meaning of the word to surrender. He will fight all the way to the top. He's ridden 9 Tours de France. He's won 2 stages of the Tour. You'll never see Jens Voigt give up, and they'll make him race all the way to the back wheel of him here, Leipheimer.
Well, Jens is a tough character, the German rider. Not only does he ride on strength very often, he also, Bob, I have to say, rides on an awful lot of courage. He's been a professional since 1997. If you want to try and speak to him in English, he speaks with an Aussie accent because he started his career off riding for Australian teams.
It's beautiful to watch Jens Voigt race. Also Levi Leipheimer at the Amgen Tour of California. This will be 6 in the front. And Michael Rasmussen is hanging tough with Chris Horner. Jakob Pale is there. Look at Jens Voigt still making the tempo. And a great ride by Jason McCartney for the Discovery team. Jens Voigt doing what he does so well. When he tastes blood, when he gets a sense, you can see him go for the jugular. So Jens Voigt right here in the front of the group. We'll just have to see what kind of damage is being done to the rest of the peloton when they get over the top of this climb. And if we have a regrouping on the descent, we'll see who that favors. But CSC a little bit outnumbered right now by the Discovery team.
Well, once over the top, we've got about 17 miles to race down to the finish, and this could be the leading group of the day, and it might well be from this group that the final winner will emerge on Sunday in the Tour of California. We now have 6 riders together. Peel has done well to hang on to the tail. He must be very tired, but he has hung on.
It's going to be a massive chase from the top of this big climb, Sierra Road, Phil. It's 16 miles from the top of the climb down to the finish line. And I'm really surprised today to see that Team CSC have actually been caught unawares. They were the team who had the easiest ride of the stage. They weren't doing any work at the front. They were sitting in the main field, sitting in the slipstream of everybody else. And now, all of a sudden, they are the team that's gone on the defensive. They've got to try and get over the top of this climb, Bob, organize themselves, and try and chase back to Levi Leipheimer.
Well, Levi Leipheimer bringing the news to the peloton. I've got a news flash for you guys. If you guys can't climb with me, you're going to get dropped. And he has really shown that he is the best climber in the field and the best athlete so far in the Amgen Tour of California for the GC. Great ride by Levi Leipheimer last year, and you can see the arrow. That's where the leaders are on the climb, getting near to the top. Last year on this climb, totally isolated Levi when he raced for the Gerolsteiner squad. He does have an ally now for the descent and the road into San Jose, so it might be possible for this group to stay away if Chris Horner and the other riders in the break, Jens Voigt, will contribute to the tempo before they get to the finish line. Levi doesn't look like he's going that hard so far, just looking around and putting damage.
We're back with the leaders, and they're still all there. We've just lost to Jakob Peel moments ago, but we're now seeing these 5 men go clear, and Leipheimer has now got all the confidence in the world. He's conquered the mountain, he's conquered the race, and now he's driving it on.
Well, the only way to defend, I think, is to attack, and that's exactly what Levi Leipheimer is doing now. He's gone out on the attack to put as much time as he can between himself and the rest of the riders in this race. You just saw Jakob Peel there, but this is a very select group of riders now starting to form behind him. I'd like to see if Bobby Julich is present in that group. You can see Paolo Bettini there on the front in the white jersey. He is the world road racing champion, and he's putting a lot of pressure on the front of this group because I feel today that he would certainly like to try and win the stage.
Paolo Bettini then riding on the climb as well with Lagutine, I think it is, just behind him. And there he's also looking as though he's riding himself into this race. He had a disastrous start, don't forget, in the time trial. He jammed his train on the climb up Telegraph Hill to Coit Tower. But when you look across this road now, you're seeing the real strong men of the race emerge at the front. For riders like Leipheimer, that's been a little bit of a struggle to wipe out 17 leaders, but now he's done it. He's actually talking on his radio there to the team car at the back of the race to ask how things are going. He's got a little microphone on the inside of his racing jersey. Chris Horner always surprises Bob, but he's such an underrated bike rider riding here in 2nd place.
Well, he's putting in a great effort on this climb. He must be in a good form for this race, the Amgen Tour of California. He was a little bit disappointed to finish outside of the top 10 last year and not quite come up with the stage win. He'd like to get one this year. Jason McCartney now coming back to the front to do some more tempo for Levi Leipheimer. This is a type of climb that kicks up very steep and then flattens off, stair-stepping up to the top. It's a perfect climb for an athlete like Paolo Bettini. He's come out of the field now and he's trying to close the gap. If this group hesitates a little bit on the descent, Levi Leipheimer still in a good position with the time trial to come, but a little bit of a tactical ambiguity now for the Discovery Channel team. What exactly should they do? Put the hammer down all the way to the finish or wait for some reinforcements?
Well, exactly. That's what happened last year. There was a big chase from the top of the climb all the way down to the finish line. It looks to me as if we're starting to get a very serious gap. There is Jakob Pale still stuck in the middle. He is at around about 15 seconds. I make the gap down to the rest of the group there, Phil, around about 35 seconds. It's still not a done deal. There's a long way and a long chase off this mountain down to the finish line in San Jose.
You get some idea here of the gradient of this climb as we watch Jakob Peel. He's not as smooth as Leipheimer and co up front now. This man was part of the original 17. He did a lot of work in that breakaway. Now he's paying the price. All he wants is to get to the top, get rid of those aching legs and then use the downhills. This is the next group on the road now, led by the world champion here, Paolo Bettini. He's a great climber too, but he's not quite in the class of riders like Levi Leipheimer on the mountain. But even so, and that's Theo Eltink is just there for Rabobank as well. As these riders now try to repair the damage. They know they can't catch these riders on this climb, but if they can limit their losses, once it tips downwards, then they might well chase back up. And who's going to win the stage is very much in doubt. But if it were to arrive at the finish with this group, then Leipheimer would likely keep his yellow jersey.
I'm sure of that, and he would certainly extend his lead over everybody else in the race. The man who'd be looking for the win from this group, I would say, would be Chris Horner. He's been so close. He's been so close to winning a stage of the Tour de France. He won a stage a couple of years ago in the Tour of Switzerland, but look at the power of Levi Leipheimer. Now shows you why he's the leader of a race, Phil, because he has to take the responsibility of doing the work himself.
Well, as they cut through the crowd here, they're estimating already, officially, mind you, 750,000 spectators have watched this race so far since we started with that 300,000 on Coit Hill down in San Francisco. We're heading to Long Beach, remember. That's where we'll finish on Sunday. But at the moment, it's the Battle of the Mountains, and it's beginning to tip down a little bit now as the riders will start to search for those gears and use the biggest one they've got.
On the descent of this climb now, once they've breached the summit, Phil, they will be pushing speeds of around about 60 miles an hour on a bicycle tyre that is not very much more than an inch in width. And still Levi Leipheimer has taken the responsibility of setting all of the pacemaking at the front of this group because his team has done such a great job for him. Look at the face, Bob, that is the face of a man who's decided now what he wants to do. We're now on the descent.
Just over the KM now for our leaders. Chris Horner tacked onto the back, and that's what the Discovery team will have to decide if they're going to tow this group to the line or they're going to wait for reinforcements. Paolo Bettini and his group, Mauricio Ardila was right on his wheel from Rabobank. They are just behind. I make it about 30, 35, 40 seconds behind. We'll see what kind of regrouping we have on this descent and the flat roads into the finish line.
Well, I reckon, Bob, they'll try to drive and get as much time between them and that chase group, because you never know with the time trial coming up in 2 days' time. That's the race against the watch, where you ride alone, where you can gain or lose huge amounts of time. Well, the search to find the next leader of the Tour of California is certainly on now, and it looks as though it might still be tonight, Levi Leipheimer. He has ridden superbly to join the leaders, and he's now about a minute ahead of the main chase group in this group of 5.
I think the big advantage he's got is having number 26 there, Jason McCartney, up alongside him, because McCartney was in that leading breakaway of 17 riders, and that, I think, is going to give Levi Leipheimer a very strong ally. This is the chasing group now of what was 17 riders, moved up to 21 riders, is increasing in numbers all the time.
Well, as the riders continue to chase here, here's a little bit of support coming alongside him. Johan Brunel, the manager, but look on the far side, Lance Armstrong, the 7-time winner of the Tour de France, there to shout encouragement to his Discovery Channel team. Well, another man who's also showing interest is last year's winner. He's at the finish. Floyd Landis talking to Bob Roll.
Last year you had a tremendous battle with Levi on the Sierra Road climb. You're looking forward to watching Levi's progress today on the stage.
Yeah, I didn't see what's going on out there. Last I saw, there was 17 guys in a breakaway with a decent lead, and it's a hard course, and I wouldn't want to be the guys chasing, but he's got a strong team, and we'll see. I think it's a long way to the finish line from that last climb, and so it depends how they play their cars in the front, but it's 17 guys is a big group.
And the time trial in Solvang, do you think that favors Levi or some of the other riders that are near the top on the GC?
Levi's a very good time trialist, and last year he, for some reason, had a bad day on the day that mattered, and I think that he's the strongest guy here. I mean, if he can go that fast for 4 minutes, he can do it for 20. Again, the other guys, I don't know their fitness level, but I clearly see that Levi is very strong, and if he has a good day, he'll win the race.
Well, I think he's having a good day, that's for sure, Floyd, because he got across to these leaders, remember, in company with Chris Horner. As now it looks as though Jens Voigt, he's the big danger, by the way. Without sounding too complicated, if Jens Voigt wins the day today, then Levi Leipheimer must finish second or third over the line because of small time bonuses. Otherwise, he will lose his race lead.
Jens Voigt knows that to absolute perfection, and look at the way the situation is now, because we're now looking at no longer 5 riders, we're looking at 3 riders, Chris Horner, Jens Voigt and Levi Leipheimer, with the Rabobank rider Hessink being dropped.
Well, that's very sad because young Robert Gessing is only 20 years of age. He caught us off guard early. He rides like Michael Rasmussen, tall, thin rider. But that was a great ride for him to reach in this quality of field to reach the leaders. Now we are left with three very well-known international bike races. Jens Voigt from Germany, Leipheimer, the US leader, and Chris Horner, who is also on terrific form.
Well, doing the math, I think Bob is nice for Levi Leipheimer. He doesn't have to win the stage here, but he is going to finish in the top three if the race finishes like this. And that means he will retain the overall lead, but only by a number of seconds. I think what his goal will be would be to try and finish in front of Jens Voigt at the finish.
Levi Leipheimer now, he has got to watch Jens Voigt like a hawk. He cannot let Voigt get anywhere. There is a time bonus of 10 seconds. That will come off of the time of Jens Voigt and Levi Leipheimer, depending on who wins the stage. Chris Horner there, he's the wild card in this breakaway. He had a decent prologue himself, so it is 3 miles to the finish, just 5Ks to go. And Jens Voigt attacking to split up the front group. McCartney was dropped along with the Dutchman on the Rabobank squad, Gessing. And so it's a three-man bike race. Now let's see if McCartney and Gessing can get back in the frame and chase down the leaders. But one has to imagine, after all the teamwork that McCartney's done, he has got to be really tired at this point.
Yes, and what it means also, by the end of the day, whatever the result over the line, this race tomorrow morning will go out onto the highway, still separated by seconds, at least amongst these three riders.
And we're looking at some very famous names. Levi Leipheimer's a name we know. He's finished in the top 10 of the Tour de France on a number of occasions. Chris Horner in the pink jersey at the front now was aggressive last year in this race, but maybe didn't quite get the success that he wanted to. Jens Voigt is always aggressive. He's always out on the attack. You can just see the orange jersey in the distance there of the Rabobank rider, Robert Gessing. He's having a very difficult time, but Bobby's only 20 years of age. He really has been caught out.
Well, there they are as they twist and turn down towards downtown San Jose and the finish in Santa Clara. And that is now the chase group behind, which is swirling all of the time as riders rejoin off the mountain behind them. They are now 31 riders in this group, and they're being driven on by the Belgian team Quickstep. They're trying to catch them, but they're still holding. They can't shut down that minute.
Well, everybody now is riding at basically the same speed. That's why the time gap is not coming down. It's locked in at around about the 1 minute mark. I'm amazed, and I'm always amazed when I look at this man on the front in the black and red jersey of Team CSC. Jens Voigt is such a strong character, on the attack all day and still got power. Levi Leipheimer, much smaller rider, much more aerodynamic, and he still, Bob, looks quite punchy.
He does look great so far in the finale of this stage. He's been the strongest man on the climb, leaving the peloton, catching the breakaway. Chris Horner, a great ride to do the same on the wheel of Levi Leipheimer. With the help of Jason McCartney, the teammate of Leipheimer, they've been able to get into the streets close to the finish line with a solid advantage, and these three men are now trying to fight out the GC for the Amgen Tour of California when we get to the finish in a few days in Long Beach, California.
Well, this is a huge performance by this rider here, Jens Voigt. He's won 55 races as a professional. His career began a long time ago, back in 1997. And they often say that a top professional cyclist only has a career of 8 years. Well, Jens is proving that wrong. But this rider now, whatever happens, has a real chance of a top three standing tonight. He can't get the lead now while there are only 3 of them left unless he gains real time by jumping away from these other 2.
Well, I think I just saw that the riders have gone inside the final kilometre there. I could still see Gessing at around about 15 or 20 seconds, but the main field was actually starting to mass. They're not too far behind. They're doing a great job. These 3 riders should survive, Phil, to take out the stage victor. But which one of the 3 is it going to be? I think I'll put my money on Horner.
All right, well, he's the rider in the pink. There's one of the dropped riders, that's Gessing, trying to get back up. If they slow down and shadow box, he will get back up and might even steal the race. But the whole field are there. They've cancelled all of that time gap of 1 minute. We didn't get the message from the race that they were closing. Gessing is nearly back on terms here. What a dramatic finish. The hills have done nothing to open up this race today, but it should still see the yellow jersey on the shoulders of Leipheimer, but only just. He's got to get over that line. He needs any gap between those and the chaser behind. Here comes the sprint for the line now, and it's Voigt who opens up. That could well go to Horner, but I think Voigt's going to win it. He's in the lead for 90 miles. He takes the victory. Second is Leipheimer. Well, that was terrific.
Unbelievable, Phil. That man is one of my heroes in the sport because he can go out on the attack early on. He looks for the victory. But, you know, he put so much energy into that breakaway and still came up with the win. Leipheimer defended perfectly there. He will get himself a 6-second time bonus, but Jens Voigt has moved just that little bit closer. My quick calculation is that Jens Voigt will be at 3 seconds behind Leipheimer this afternoon.
Jens, a great, great victory there. You were off the front all day. Tell us about that.
Well, just happened to be, there were a lot of attacks in the beginning. I just followed one, and I just picked the lucky one. And then once we had 20 seconds, 30 seconds, we just decided to keep going, and it worked out great for me. But it was a very expensive stage win because I really invested a lot today.
Lance, let's talk about how the team did today. What do you think the team did today out there?
I think it was mixed day. I mean, it was good in the sense that, I mean, as Johan wanted, we got Jason up the road early, and then Levi was able to go across. The boys had to do a lot of work, like they've had to do the first couple days. And what are you gonna say about Voigt? I mean, Voigt is Voigt. That's his signature move, and he's the best at it, and he's super strong. So it's hard to diffuse that sometimes, but I mean, I think all in all we did good, and Levi clearly feels good. He pretty much can. I mean, had Horner go with him across on that climb there, but you know, he's riding good and he's confident. Looking forward to the time trial and try to stay out of trouble.
Let's talk about that time trial. You rode the course, and you also rode with Levi. Do you think he has it to defend his jersey?
Well, I think the headline is that he wants to win the race, so he'll do whatever it takes to do that, and that means. I mean, as you know, we had the advantage or the good fortune of being there for training camp. So he rode it a lot, and he knows the course well. It actually suits him because it's up and down. It's not just your normal flat out and back time trial that may not suit him. But I've never seen a guy so motivated, and he always seems motivated. I mean, I've trained with him for years, but he seems incredibly motivated. Even today in the car, hearing him on the radio talking to the guys, he knows it's his race to lose. So that has pressure, but at the same time, it's also motivating.
What does it mean to have a guy like Ivan Basso there on the team? I mean, a proven winner. Does it help boost the morale of the team?
Well, you got a lot of guys like them. I mean, you have a guy like Basso, a guy like George that are champions in their own right. So that you see them out there working for you and helping you and supporting you, then you know you better not mess it up. I mean, that's the way I would feel. But I mean, we have a good package, and maybe not all guys are firing like they'd like to be. I mean, I think Tom had a tough day today, but by and large, we have a good team.
And there he is, all smiles, Jens Voigt. He's never happier than when he's winning. He's a man who never gives up. I make it 56 victories in a long career for him. Let's have a look at the stage result. And at the top of the pile, Jens Voigt wins in the same time as Levi Leipheimer, 1 second ahead of Chris Horner, 4 ahead of the tenacious Robert Gesink from Holland. World champion there, Bettini in 5th place. Further down, O'Grady comes home in 6th. The top 10 completed by Sergei Lagutin of Uzbekistan. Let's go to Bob Roll with Levi Leipheimer.
You got some encouragement on the run-in by a ex-teammate from a long time ago, now in the team car, Lance Armstrong.
Definitely. Before the last climb, I dropped back to the car once to talk to Johan, and seeing Lance there, it gives me a lot of motivation, gives the team a lot of motivation. And I tell you what, today was a bike race. It was all-out war right from the gun, and my guys really deserve all the credit because they suffered, and they suffered hard.
Thanks a lot, Levi. Congratulations. Another day in yellow.
Yes, thank you.
So Leipheimer gets to keep his yellow jersey. He had 1 second this morning. Well, he's got 3 seconds now to a different rider. Jens Voigt is up into 2nd. Rory Sutherland from 4th comes up to 3rd. Horner down or in the frame on 4th. Looking further down, the top 10 completed here by Stuart O'Grady, another teammate, in fact, of the winner today. Let's have a look at the notables. Bobby Julich still very much in with a chance, sits 13th, 24 seconds off. Van der Velde at 27 seconds, while the 3 riders there, Discovery teammates, they slipped a bit today because they were helping keep Leipheimer in yellow, and that's what he's doing here on the podium. Levi now leads this race. He'll feel a little bit happier with his ride today, but Paulie now has new rivals.
He has some new rivals. One name to conjure up is Chris Horner, the American rider, moving up to 4th place, just 16 seconds down on the overall leader, Levi Leipheimer. Still looking solid, though, in his yellow jersey as he faces up at the end of the week to a very important individual time trial. But maybe a little bit of a tactical mistake because this man, Jens Voigt, is not bad against the clock. He is now 2nd overall at just 3 seconds behind.
Well, the opening 4 days of the Amgen Tour of California have been run off beneath blue skies and beautiful spring-like weather, but today it's a reminder that winter is still with us because it's cold here in San Luis Obispo and the riders on their longest stage of 133 miles. It could bring about new dangers for the long-distance tour men. Well, I can tell you what, yesterday we said one of 115 riders could be the leader this morning. At the end of a great day of racing, Paul, it is status quo. Levi Leipheimer still in the lead, but what a challenge by Jens Voigt.
Great challenge, but you know, it explains why we look at this sport as a sport of individuals supported by a great team. Yesterday we saw Team Discovery Channel look after Levi Leipheimer in the first part of the race, and then when it came crunch time, he came to the front and had to assume responsibility all by himself. Tomorrow is a very important strategic day. It's the individual time trial. So today, I think what we will see is Levi Leipheimer trying to rest. If you can rest on a 130-mile bike race, he will try and stay out of the wind, try and stay out of danger, and keep himself as fresh as possible for tomorrow's big day.
Well, the motto today is keep the Pacific on your right as you race all the way down Highway 1, but I bet by the end of this day, the riders will be pleased to have arrived right here. Well, here they are. The world champion Paolo Bettini is about to find the reign of California, and the king of the mountains in the Tour de France last year too, Michael Rasmussen, also looking quite content with the way things are going as part of their training. This is the start of yesterday, though. He won the stage, Jens Voigt. He now leads in the sprinters competition, but he wants the yellow jersey of Levi Leipheimer.
Well, Levi Leipheimer knows it's going to be a very long day in the saddle for him here this afternoon. It will be a day of defense, I would think, and hoping to try and make sure that he doesn't tire himself out too much.
I'm here with Hank Vogels of the Toyota United team. Hank, this weather kind of probably brings back good memories over there in Belgium.
I don't know about good memories, but it definitely brings back some memories, that's for sure. There's a lot of days like this. So it looks as though it might clear up today, so we may be lucky.
What do you think it's going to be like out there? I mean, as far as like, is everybody riding well? I mean, is this a good, cohesive peloton? Nothing to worry about in the rain weather like this?
No, not at all. I think the first day was just sort of first day jitters, and everyone was kind of fresh. I think a lot of tired guys out there now, so there won't be too many risks, I don't think. Hopefully we have the wind behind us and not in front of us, otherwise we're up a 7-day long, very cold day.
Tom, you've got that gold leaders jersey. What's the game plan for the team today?
Yeah, we'll continue to protect it. You know, the last couple of days have been very hard on the team, riding on the front all day, and yesterday was a very difficult day with a big breakaway, and the team had really no help the whole race. So the guys are pretty tired, so today being such a long stage with wind and rain and bad road conditions, it'll definitely be a challenge for sure.
How are you doing physically?
I'm okay. Yesterday I got some food poisoning, which made my day yesterday, you know, even harder than it should have been. But I'm a strong rider, and you just take it day by day. And if something like that happens, you just have to deal with it. And now my role is a little bit different, so I'll be a very good asset to Levi, and make sure that he takes the gold jersey to Long Beach.
Roy, you're way up on the GC. What was going on yesterday?
Lots. There was heaps going on yesterday. Pretty big group up the road, so it's pretty hard for 17 guys away. It's pretty hard to control. So I think Discovery spent a lot of bickies yesterday out on the course. I just did my own thing yesterday on the climb, and that's kind of what I have to do with somebody of my size. And I'm definitely not far from a pure climber, so just kind of conserved some energy and tried to ride my tempo up the climb, and it ended up all right.
How about the time trial tomorrow?
I think we need to get through today first. It's pretty up and down along the coast, and the finishing circuit looks pretty hard, which suits me fairly well. So we'll try and do something today before tomorrow, so that hopefully there's a little bit more of a buffer than what there already is.
Here's our map brought to us again by Garmin here. We've moved to Seaside for the start, and it's simply keep the sea on the right shoulder right down to San Luis Obispo. This is the signing in this morning.
Well, this is something all of the riders has to do, Phil, every day, just to make sure they're legal and just to make sure they get out onto the open road. Levi Leipheimer very happy to sign in today, still though with a very slender advantage.
These are the facts of the day. A massive stage, 132.6 miles. It's a road race. We're all rolling out together over undulating roads. JJ Haida won last year. Well, he might win again this year. Who knows? Chilly old day at 50 degrees Fahrenheit. It's currently raining. Hopefully it'll blow away, but you never know. Visibility not so good. So we're all set now at the start line here, and there they are. We're down to 131 riders now, Paul, of the 144.
Well, I suppose the only good news I can give the riders is I was talking to the weather forecast man before the start of the race. He said the weather would be bad, but it will be disappearing towards the south, so we could get blue skies before the end of the day. There we are. You can just spot the arrow there. That's the start of the stage, but that looks like the riders' heartbeat today. Well, that's not. That's the profile of the stage. There are 3 big mountain points out on the course this afternoon. First one coming at Big Sur, then a couple out on Highway 1. It will be a testing day, and of course a very long one too.
And the yellow jersey, that's the hottest jersey in the world of cycling. It's on the shoulders, has been since the very first day, Levi Leipheimer, but he's never had a big gap. He knows every day will be a big test, as they will surely attack him. Here we are now out on the highway, and what a stunning view this is. It's got to be one of the most beautiful scenes in the world, and the best way to see this highway is on a bike when it's closed to all other road users.
Well, that's a good point you make there, Phil, because normally this is a very dangerous highway. Today, though, it has been closed completely for the Amgen Tour of California and for the riders' safety.
Well, here we go. There's already attacks off the front. There's a little group getting away. As you can see, the peloton are going to have to pay attention. It may be a straight road down to the finish today, but it's certainly a hilly one, and the rain is already back with us here, and it could be in and out all day on this stage of the Amgen Tour of California. The beautiful rugged coastline of the Pacific as we now course down Highway 1 towards San Luis Obispo. Let's have a word off Bob Roll. He knows all about the stage.
Stage number 4 of the Amgen Tour of California will take the racers 132 miles along the Pacific Coast Highway from Seaside all the way down to San Luis Obispo. This stage about endurance and enduring the miserable weather conditions facing the racers today. Lots of rain, lots of wind out on the race course. The Discovery team will have to do a lot of work to keep Levi Leipheimer in that yellow leader's jersey. Jens Voigt just nipping at his heels, trying to get close there. He's just a few seconds behind. Last year, this stage featured a huge bunch gallop to the line, taken out by J.J. Hayedo. He's on a bigger team now, Team CSC. He won a couple of days ago in Sacramento. Watch for him to confirm that great form, try to go for another stage win, but he has a lot of men he has to overcome. All the sprinters coming to the fore on today's stage of the Amgen Tour California.
Yes, you're right there, Bob, because at the moment the race is getting some bad weather as we race down the coastline here. As the riders now begin to split up, and there's a bit of a move starting off the front here. We're about 21 miles in. This looks like Alejandro Acton coming up to join 2 leaders.
Well, just looking back there, you can just see the main field looks as if they're huddling together, actually, to keep away from these weather conditions this afternoon. We're only just above freezing, and if you actually climb up the mountains away from us here, Phil, apparently it's actually snowing. This is Acton here joining Kirk O'Brien, who managed to get into this leading group, and the rider there in the lime and the pink jersey, in fact, is Aaron Olsen of T-Mobile.
Well, this is the start. We expected attacks all the way today. He's still in the peloton, though, safely keeping as warm as he can, Levi Leipheimer. He'll only concern himself with the riders nearest to him in time overall. And those men, he will try to chase down. The others, he can't be expected to chase everyone, can he?
Well, it's all, Phil, really a question of calculating, and he'll be calculating a lot of his race on this man today, Chris Horner. He's only 16 seconds down in the overall classification. He was very aggressive last year in the Amgen Tour of California, but it is really all about time. It's all about time on the individual stages. You can have a flash ride on one stage, lose time the next day, but what you have to be to win this race is consistent on every single stage.
Back up with the leaders here now. We're climbing Big Sur, which is a 4th category climb today, taking us to 950 feet. Now, as you can see, the road's completely closed here, but the people of Big Sur, they do say don't try to ride this highway for recreational reasons because of the heavy traffic during normal days on the Tour of California. They have, of course, totally closed roads and plenty of room to work it out. So not a good road to go fun cycling on, sadly, because the views are stunning. And this is the race for the top, and this is Christophe Laurent, the Frenchman, being taken on here by Lucas Youssef. This time he gets the better of Youssef, so he gets big points there.
That's going to drag him right up to, I think, almost equal points with his teammate, the teammate of Usa, that is, because at the start of the day, Usa's teammate Peterson was leading the King of the Mountains classification. Again, a race within the race, and it's all about points for the guys who go over certain mountain points in the first few places of each point.
Well, these are the leaders today. They've been out in front now since the 21-mile point. They're just coming within half a mile of the summit of the second challenge today, taking us back up to 732 feet. There's all the names for you. They're all still very much there. Christophe Laurent, by virtue of his big win over the Big Sur, has given him the lead now in the King of the Mountains competition.
Very good chance for the Frenchman today to build up an unassailable lead in the King of the Mountains classification, which is the race within the race. It's a race where at certain points during the course, points are awarded to the first riders to go over those summits, and so far the most consistent rider in that competition now has been the Frenchman in the green and white jersey, just at the backfill of this group of 7 riders.
So good tempo riding here now. They've gone out again a little bit. They're about 3.5 minutes to lead. It looked as though it was getting hauled in, but the weather's come nice now. The sun's come out and the boys have got used to it. Beautiful scenery today, absolutely stunning off the shoulders of the riders here, but they're concentrating Discovery Channel. 320 back the gap. They've no time to admire the scenery because this breakaway has to be monitored here. Levi Leipheimer deciding there'll be no more rain today, so like all team leaders, it's the poor helpers on the squad who get to do the donkey work.
They have a very hard day on a day like this. They have to look after Levi Leipheimer because tomorrow he has to ride completely alone in the individual time trial. So today he's trying to use as little energy as possible, which is why we see the team riding on the front end of the main field. Team Discovery Channel today, Phil, have done almost every inch of the way, setting the pace on the front end of the main field. They're controlling affairs. They're not trying to chase down the leading group of 7 riders right now, but they're trying to make sure that the gap doesn't get too big.
Well, here we are with the leaders up at the King of the Mountains here. This is Hilton Clark, the Australian. He's actually a sprinter, but he's riding a good race today. He's gone out in this move, and he's pretty happy with that. There are 4 different categories which are numbered. Category 4, this is, makes it the easiest of the slopes. Then we have a category 3, 2 and 1. This is the sprint for the summit, and the big ones are outside category. But right now, a category 4, and this time it looks as though Usa, who is trying to defend for his teammate back in the bunch, who was the leader in the King of the Mountains, Thomas Peterson, has stolen the points there away from Christophe Laurent. And the roller coaster road down the Pacific Highway today, this is the next climb, taking us up to 703 feet and 72 miles covered. It's become something of a battle between Usa here on the front and Christophe Laurent of France. Laurent at the moment is the leader in this King of the Mountains. This one is a 3rd category, so it is the second steepest gradient of the day. And it looks as though Usa again is trying to outsprint the Frenchman. A little bit steeper this time, and it looks as though the Frenchman's going to get the better of him.
Well, the Frenchman's a very experienced bike rider, been around for a number of years. He knew exactly how to time his sprint. I think he got caught out a little earlier on because he wasn't quite sure where the finish line was, but here he will have got himself a maximum of 6 points. It's been a big battle, this. It's a very prestigious contest, the King of the Mountains classification, and in races like the Tour de France, it has actually written some great stories because of the battles for the King of the Mountains title.
Well, the King of the Mountains title here, sponsored by Travel and Tourism in California, and you won't get a nicer view than the riders have seen today down Highway number 1. Back to the main peloton now. They're still under the escort of the Discovery Channel team. All of their men to the fore, all in front of the race leader, Levi Leipheimer, who sits there being protected as much as possible from the elements, especially the wind today, because his big day should be tomorrow when we have what we always call the race of truth, the individual time trial. There's no one to look after you then.
Not at all. These riders at the moment currently riding on a road that was built in 1937 after 18 years of construction. But coming back to the point you were making, Phil, it is all about teamwork. These 2 riders we're looking at here, Christophe Laurent and Lucas Usa, are not really dangerous at all in the overall picture of the race because they're a long way behind. This day today for Levi Leipheimer, you can see him, he's the smallest of the riders there on the Discovery Channel squad there. He's sitting in the slipstream of his teammates, trying to save as much energy because for him, tomorrow is D-Day.
And the man just behind him is George Hincapie, the national champion of the USA, also on Team Discovery. He's set position just behind him so that should Levi have a problem, George will know and they'll tell the other riders. This is the pack then. Not over worried by the escape at the moment. Those 7 riders still out in front by about 3.5 minutes, and they're not causing too many ripples because the main contenders for final victory really are still trapped in this field here. There is the Pacific Ocean. Alongside them are the riders coursing towards San Luis Obispo. I'll tell you what, Paul, this group of 7 riders is proving very resistant against the field. Just a reminder where we are on our Garmin map. We started at Seaside, we quickly joined the ocean. We're shortly breaking away from its shores, heading into San Luis Obispo. And the gap is coming down, but not very quickly, Paul.
Not very quickly at all, but I think it will come down because we've seen a change at the front end of the main field. Different teams now starting to come to the front. You can see Levi Leipheimer in his yellow jersey, surrounded by his teammates, looking nice and comfortable. They've played a very good tactical game here this afternoon because they've kept that gap at a decent size. And what they're finding now is the teams of the sprinters are moving to the front. We've seen Rabobank and Liquigas, the teammates of Luca Paolini, the teammates of Graham Brown, helping now Team Discovery Channel.
Well, let's see what the chase. Now, Bob rolled alongside us here. She joined us now back in the commentary box from the start this morning. Bob, this has been a tough day for the riders. Do you think it'll come down to the sprint?
It looks like a big field sprint is waiting, and that's what many of the fans here in San Luis Obispo at the finish line have come out for. You got to cry for these very bad men trying to sneak away from the peloton. Don't do it, baby, when the teams are on the front chasing for the sprinters.
Well, that's exactly what is happening now. Hilton Clark at one stage, he's the rider on the front here, was the leader of the tour. He got back all of his lost at 3 minutes and 14 seconds. But now the field are only just over a minute behind.
Well, just to explain what's been going on, you see these guys, I think, Phil, have been left out to dangle a little bit on this very long stage, the longest stage of the race in this year's Amgen Tour of California. They build themselves up a maximum advantage of 4 minutes and 45 seconds. Now, there are a lot of different people organizing the chase behind them, which is why suddenly the gap is starting to come down rapidly.
Well, this race, only in its 2nd year, remember, is now the most popular and well-spectated bike race in the United States. Massive crowds are turning out. You won't see too many from this shot, of course, because we're right out on the highway. The little red dots indicate where we've been over the high spots. Now we're heading to the flashing arrow on the right. And as you can see, Bob, the hills aren't over for the day.
There's still a couple of more rollers before the finish line. The last one coming within the last 5 miles, and that's a little tough climb, but I think the sprinters will be able to get over that one.
Well, this is going to be a dramatic finish today. We'll take a quick look here to Hearst Castle. The riders passed it about half an hour ago. That took 28 years to build. Well, the breakaway today has taken over 4 hours to assemble, and it could all be going wrong in the closing miles of the race, Paul.
That's the amazing thing about the sport of professional cycling, how often these riders in the main field are able to judge the catch. We're looking here at the 7 leaders. At one stage, they had an advantage of 4 minutes and 45 seconds, and now it's hovering around the 1 minute mark, but we're getting closer to town here. We're around about 7 miles from the finish line, and when we pull back like this, Bob, it's always an indication, isn't it, that the main field is going to be the next thing we see in the picture, and there they are.
There's the field breathing down the necks of the riders in the breakaway. 45 seconds back to the peloton, and that will contain Levi Leipheimer of the Discovery team, trying to defend that leader's jersey. No time bonuses today. He shouldn't have too much trouble at all, unless, of course, Jens Voigt gets a little bit of a breakaway before the finish. I kind of doubt that. Today is all about the big sprinters.
Well, it's Rabobank who've now come up to the front for good reason, Paul, because they have a great sprint finisher there. We saw him in action on day 2 of this race when he won the stage. Graham Brown has told them to catch those leaders.
That's what Graham Brown wants. He's one of those strange riders who can't get his big body over the mountains, but as soon as the race is flat, as soon as he can see a race finish line, he unleashes everything. He's the kind of rider, as we look at the little attacks going on at the front in this group of 7 here, Phil, Graham Brown is the kind of rider who can sprint at speeds approaching 44 miles an hour.
Well, look at the desperation here. This is the breakaway as they try to get everybody through here now. Everybody, that break is splitting up, Bob. These are very desperate moments right now, but the sprinters can smell the kill.
Kirk O.B. there launching that last attack, covered by Christophe Laurent. And the sprinters teams, you can see them just on the wheel of the men in the breakaway. This is why the breakaways get caught oftentimes just before the finish. Discord, no cooperation, there's attacks, and then the tempo way down, then they speed up, and that's not the way to cohesively get to the line. In the meantime, the peloton is thundering down the road right behind them all together.
It's a good point you make there, Bob. For a long time, these riders have been very good friends. Now there's no friendship at all. When they look over their shoulders, they can see that big blob, Phil, moving towards them. That big blob we call the peloton, the pack, the group of riders who is now chasing down. It's as if we're looking at the California condor here trying to pounce on the prey. The prey is those 7 riders in front.
103 miles these boys have headed the race today. At one stage we had a new leader in the Tour, but again the teamwork by Team Discovery has shut it down. Now there's their counter-attack from Alejandro Acton. This is a last moment of desperation by the rider who was amongst the early movers in that breakaway. He's hoping that the field will pick up the rest and forget about him. It doesn't work like that, Bob, does it?
No, it most certainly does not work like that very often unless a rider has an incredible amount of power. Even if you did have the power, after more than 100 miles in the breakaway, you got some very tired of legs of the men in the break, and the men in the field been saving their legs, getting ready for the sprint finish, and it won't be long before it's all back together.
Certainly won't be long before it's all back together, because we will see a different number of teams come to the front. And that's why Team Discovery Channel today, Phil, have again played a very tactical game. They've kept the breakaway at a reasonable distance because they knew once they got down to the end, they would have a lot of friends in other teams who have other reasons to try and find glory on individual stages. That's why Rabobank have come to the front. That's why Liggett have come to the front. The orange jerseys and the lime green jerseys, they want to win the individual stage, even though they know they can't win the overall race.
Yes, and just to remind you, the Tour of California is all about time gained on the route. But in cycling, if you're in the big pack, you all get the same time. So this is now a good move for Levi Leipheimer, because tomorrow is the individual time trial where you're free to go and look for time gains.
It's all about yourself. It's a very lonely pursuit tomorrow that these riders will face. But look at the pack there. You can see the different colors of jerseys actually starting to come together. The lime green jerseys, they're all one team. That's the Italian Liquigas team. The orange jerseys there to the left-hand side, that's the Dutch Rabobank team. They're getting themselves together for their man, Graham Brown. Once we get closer to the finish, Bob, we will start to see the lead out. You can see the overall leader, though, right at the very front here, Levi Leipheimer. The reason he's doing that is for safety. He doesn't want to crash.
He does not want to crash. He's following the wheels of George Hincapie. You could not have a better man leading you into the streets of the finishing town. He needs to get within 3 kilometers of the finish. That's where the time will be taken. But there's San Luis Obispo, and that's where the stage will be won.
Well, it's been a long time in the saddle. There's always been breakaways, but you can see riders slipping to the back now. The field has come together. We're about 5 miles from the finish in downtown San Luis Obispo, and it's now literally anybody's race. But there is the rider who won yesterday, Jens Voigt, the leader of the sprints competition in the green, now looking to lead out perhaps a teammate.
Well, a teammate by the name of JJ Haedo. Let's not forget, Jens Voigt is 2nd overall in the classification. I just noticed a few moments ago, one of the riders from Team CSC went almost backwards as if he'd put it into reverse gear. I think he'd had a mechanical, but you can see now Team CSC is trying to get themselves organized on the front end of the main field. But Jens Voigt, the big, powerful German rider, is just too strong, Phil, for everyone.
Too strong for his own teammates. He did a little turn of speed at the front, dropped the whole field. One shudders to think what's going to happen tomorrow in the time trial when he turns on those turbo-boosted afterburners. Incredible rider right here in the green jersey in the front, trying to lead out JJ Haedo. Haedo won this stage last year. He's on a new team this year. He would love to repeat that success.
Well, there, the pack now are riding to the streets here, heading towards the finish at around about 35, 38 miles an hour. It's been a very quick ride, too, down the Pacific Coast Highway today, because they've averaged nearly 27 miles an hour, despite the weather. So these boys are flying, because, you know, 133 miles, even for top flight professionals, is a long way at the start of the year.
There's Levi Leipheimer. His job now on the run-in towards the finish is not to get involved in an accident, because if he falls, he will lose time. That's why he has to stay as close as he can to the front end of the main field. There's big George Hincapie just moving alongside. Hincapie, the US Pro Champion. Look at the way he moves up Levi Leipheimer. He's moving up to the front, not to try and win the stage here this afternoon, but to make sure he doesn't get involved in any accidents. But look at the power of big Jens Voigt. There's a big line there of Team CSC riders. You can see it on the far side. The way to win a sprint is to have all of your teammates run in the last 3 or 4 miles. And every mile or so, every half a mile, somebody swings off. That keeps the pace nice and high. We're running into town here, Phil, probably exceeding the speed limit.
I would reckon you're right, Paul. And also the white jersey in the centre of our picture there is the world champion, Paolo Bettini. Now, he can pack quite a sprint in if he wants to. Doesn't always win them. But this sort of driving now by the winner of yesterday's stage, Jens Voigt, is incredible. And it's to try and drag his mate through to win the stage. He's dropped off.
The job is done. He's going to get out of the way now. Doesn't want to get involved in any danger. And no noticed in the middle there, Paolo Bettini, the world road racing champion, was there too. Inside now of 1 kilometre to go, Phil. There are 2 very dodgy bends inside the last kilometre, one to the right, and then with around about 250 metres to go, there's a nasty one to the left. The lime green jerseys now, they are looking after Luca Paolini. He's a very good sprinter too. Little bit of chaos now. Everybody's looking for their teammates. Look on the right-hand side at the bottom. You can see the orange jerseys. That is the big train of Graham Brown.
That'll be Matty Heyman dragging Graham Brown back up to the front within 1 kilometre to go. Great move there by the Rabobank team. Greg Henderson on the wheel of Brown, and JJ Haedo just coming into the frame now in the last corner.
This is the tight bend that they're all worried about, but they've gone round it safely because it's dried up just enough to see the finishing line. Graham Brown is in the perfect position to win his second stage here, and he's taking on Greg Henderson, who he beat last time. Henderson in the pink this time may have the better. As he comes up to the line, it's between him and Paolo Bettini. He thinks he's got it. Well, the camera is going to give us the answers, but that was desperately close between Greg Henderson and Paolo Bettini, the champion of the world.
Bravo, bravo. In inglese? Sì, the sprint molto difficult also?
Yes, very difficult, but it's normal. It's normal. In the final stage, it's normal. Dangerous, it's normal.
But it's your first win in, this year. It's also your first win ever in California. Is it a beautiful win for you?
Yes, it's very beautiful. I'm very, very happy. The first time in USA, in California. Yes, it's very good for all the team. Very good. Thanks.
Okay, grazie.
Phil, it was very close indeed, but just look at Paolo Bettini there in the white jersey. He's lying in 4th position. He's right on the wheel of Gerard Cholek, the rider who was the under-23 world champion last year. But the way to win a race is to claw your way back, never give up at all. And it was that lunge for the line. Well, I don't know, actually. I really can't tell who was first across the line. If we look at it from a different angle, it really is down to the last lunge. Bettini throws his arms up in the air. I really don't know. We'll need to see the photo.
Well, Graham Brown was completely washed away. He seemed to be the man that might win, but he was nowhere near the front. The big run by Cholek looked as though it was enough for his first professional win. And then the lunge by the man in white. He believes he's won, and the photograph never lies. And he has indeed won the stage. The world champion wanted to win on the Tour of California. He's done it now. Let's have a look at the stage result then. Victory, a narrow finish indeed for the world champion, Paolo Bettini. He beats the youngster Gerald Cholek. Then comes the man who won here 1 year ago, Juan Jose Hadewi, and Thur Hussard, who takes 4th place with Graham Brown there, slipping back to 5th. I can't believe it. Further down, Grady, another 6th place finish for him. And at the bottom, completing the top 10, Fari Freddy Rodriguez there in 10th. Well, they've all finished together. See the noughts on the right. They've all finished in the same time. That means there's no change in the overall. Bettini gets the victory and all of the glory of the day. But the man who stays in yellow is Levi Leipheimer. He now takes it to the time trial. He's led this race since he won the first stage on the climb to Coit Tower in San Francisco. Let's have a look then at the overall standings on the eve of this time trial. A massive crowd again here. Levi Leipheimer leads the race by those 3 seconds he had this morning over Jens Voigt, yesterday's stage winner. Rory Sutherland from Australia lies 3rd. Chris Horner is still there in 4th place and looking only for 16 seconds in the time trial. Adair of Colombia is in there too. Further down, Ben Day, he can ride a good time trial, as can the ex-world champion Michael Rogers. So too can Stuart O'Grady. And some notables for you. Another good time trialist is Bobby Julich. He's only 24 seconds behind. George Hincapie, Ivan Basso and Thomas Danielson there completing our notables. Let's go back to Bob Roll now with Levi Leipheimer.
Business as usual for the Discovery team today, but a pretty long stage and some crummy weather to start with.
Well, you know, we only had one shower in 2 years at the Tour of California isn't so bad, but today was stark contrast to yesterday's stage, which was very aggressive and hyperactive, and today was smooth sailing for the Discovery Channel team.
Appointment with Destiny tomorrow in the time trial. Maybe a little bit disappointed after last year's time trial. Different story this year?
Definitely. I've been thinking about it for a year, and I feel pretty confident. I've seen the course. I've worked a lot on my time trialing, and I feel that it's a lot better than last year.
3 seconds to Jens Voigt. He's a pretty mean time trialist himself at times, but early in the season, it's anybody's ball game, perhaps.
It is early in the season, and I feel like I'm very strong, and I feel like I'm the best rider in the race, and I'm going to give it everything tomorrow.
All right, well, good luck tomorrow, and congratulations on another day in yellow.
Thank you very much.
And you couldn't ask for a nicer day for the time trial stage, the most important stage of this year's Amgen Tour of California. Blue skies, we're going to warm up to about 55 degrees, slight winds are blowing. 127 riders survive in this event, but the interest is at the tail of the field. The riders now race alone, we call it the race of truth, and really it comes down, Paul, to a battle between the last man to go, Levi Leipheimer, and the man just in front of him, Jens Voigt.
Well, you know, we've talked all about this being a team sport for the last few days, but it really is today all about the individual. Levi Leipheimer has to ride this course alone, so too does Jens Voigt. It is a big showdown. It's what the Tour of California is all about. You've got the world champion of this discipline here as well. Don't forget Fabian Cancellara, but for me, the battle is Leipheimer-Voigt today.
Well, I think today, after the hundreds of miles we've ridden over the last 5 days, you'll realise now just how fragile a 3-second lead really is.
It's certainly going to be a battle of the big favourites. Fabian Cancellara is champion of the world at the moment at this discipline. He'll be looking for glory. This man, Michael Rogers, has been 3 times champion of the world, and he's actually just looking for 19 seconds to try and take the overall lead. Looking for 16 seconds, Chris Horner of the United States. He's not a great time trialist, but a good ride today could put him onto the podium. And of course, for me, the big battle, Jens Voigt. He's looking for 3 seconds. The aggressive man at the start of every season will be challenging the last man to start. Levi Leipheimer starts on the top. He won the opening day's prologue in San Francisco. Now, Phil, it's important for him to win.
Let's have a look at the stage map today, brought to us by Garmin. We're moving on from San Luis Obispo. We're down to Solvang now, where we stay for the whole day. This is going to be a terrific ride here. This is Ballard Canyon Road. They'll be approaching this towards the end of the race. Nasty little uphill climb before they plunge down to the finishing line. And there is the view, and these are the facts. Solvang, 14 miles time trial. You race alone, it's flat and it's undulating. Last year's winner, George Hincapie, he's in the mix again today. They're warming up at the start.
But this is Fabian Cancellara. He has been a winner of the Prologue of the Tour de France ahead of Lance Armstrong a couple of years ago, and he's currently the world time trial champion. He's warming up.
Well, the race is underway, and this is Tom Zerbel here making his start, and the time he recorded was 30 minutes and 56 seconds. That was a huge surprise. We had a similar surprise at the start of the race in San Francisco, and that was with one rider from America, but this is Tom Zerbel, who's really thrown down the gauntlet for the riders now to challenge. 30:56, the best time. Let's go to the start house, Fabian Cancellara.
Well, you can see this jersey he's wearing. It represents the title of world champion in the individual time trial. He's a brilliant individual time trialist, and I think, Phil, this is going to be the first man to really raise the level of the bar that people are going to have to beat, because he is a specialist at this discipline.
And there in the start house, as we continue now with the time trial, is Jason Donald, the young American who really surprised us at the start of this race when he finished a second, just a second off that yellow jersey on day one in San Francisco. If he can do that again today, he could get himself right back in the action. He slipped a little bit now into the mid-60s. Now joining us in the commentary box, Bob Roll. A little bit earlier for you today, Bob, as we look now at the start of Donald.
After some rainy conditions on the start of yesterday's stage, bright sunshine greeting the riders in the Golden State. Fabian Cancellara absolutely rocking down the road, about to catch his Minute Man, who started a minute before he did. Let's not forget, this is an individual effort by yourself against the clock.
Well, Cancellara's working very hard here. As I say, he's 5 minutes behind in the overall standings. He's not going to pull that back in a time trial of less than 15 miles. But he's a proud man because he's the world champion at this discipline. And you can hear from the crowd there, they recognise the rainbow jersey of a world champion.
Well, that jersey that he's wearing is recognised all over the world. It's a jersey that is sported by the man who is the world champion in that discipline. This is the profile of the route that the riders start. Of course, in an individual time trial, 14.5 miles today, you have to judge your effort to perfection. This is rather difficult because climbing up to half distance, and then after the top of that climb, it's pretty much downhill to the finish. The average speed I'm expecting today, around about 28.5 miles an hour.
All right, well, as we're looking at the boys here now, how do we know where all of the riders are in the Tour of California? Well, here, CSC reveal the secret. JJ Oedo gets it on the line. That was a big result. Voigt's going to win it. He takes the victory.
Yes, Voigt, CSC. We've been sponsoring cycling for a number of years and sponsoring a team. What it means for CSC is incumbent upon us to be able to bring technologies to the fore to make cycling more interesting. The Tour gave us a great opportunity to be able to take the existing technologies and bring them together in a dynamic platform. What I mean by that is that we create a wireless GPS solution for tracking an entire field of objects simultaneously. In this case, all of the bikes within the race. This particular device is small. It's about 80 grams in weight. Basically, it's using the GPS technology that would track riders, and it can then show them in near real time on a mapping program. And that mapping program can be Google, it can be Yahoo Maps. The view will automatically zoom, and you'll see for the tagged riders, literally a round icon that'll have 2 to 3 different colors in it that represent each one of the jersey combinations. You'll also see a ticker along the bottom of the screen. That ticker will constantly be updated to show how far the lead group is on the entire course. And then it'll also show the riders that are tagged by team, by name, and by speed. That will give the viewers a lot more information on the race as it proceeds.
Yes, and you can follow all of that. Go to the website, amgentourofcalifornia.com, and keep right on top of technology. Now, just look at this, Paul. Cancellara is catching the rider in front of him, and he's absolutely flying here.
He certainly is. He's a class act, this man. I think maybe some of his major goals will be a little bit further down the season, but what's more important is at the moment he is, Bob, recording the fastest times at the individual points out on the course. You can see the power of this man, although he doesn't really look exactly comfortable.
Doesn't look comfortable, but he's going very fast. Went wailing past Andrew Bajadali right there.
Well, I'll tell you what, he's setting all the fast marks at the checkpoints now, so I think we'll see a new leader when we get down to the finish. We are at the start here, which, by the way, is only about 200 yards from the actual start, finish rather, as we're watching Ivan Basso now. A man who's won 38 races in his career. He's 29 years of age. He's on his way back after losing most of the season last year by being involved in a doping scandal, which, as of yet, is far from proven.
Well, Ivan Basso is out on course. I have a funny feeling Philly may well try and test his legs here this afternoon, because for him it is rather important.
Into the start house, the 88th rider to go is George Hincapie. He's the road champion of the USA, and he started last in this event last year because he was the race leader. Now he's in 40th place, and Bob at 3 minutes 15 behind his teammate Levi. I don't think he'd put his heart into this today, but you never know.
He'd love to get a result on today's stage. Hasn't quite come up with the goods so far in the Amgen Tour California after winning 2 stages last year. He could do it, perhaps, but he'd need about 100 miles of road, only 14.5 miles in the solo race against the clock today.
Let's go back to the start house. There's the situation, by the way. Cancellara, we've seen finish best time, considerably good time, ahead of Zerbel and Tom Danielson, another teammate there of George Hincapie. This is now Paolo Bettini, who's never won a time trial, Paul, but as you know, he's the world road race champion.
Nickname is Il Grillo, the cricket, but he's won on almost every other terrain possible. Current world road racing champion, he's the Olympic champion. He will try and preserve a little bit of time and a little bit of honour on this individual time trial round here, but I have to say it is great to see Paolo Bettini riding here in the Amgen Tour of California this year.
Ivan Basso there on the little climb out on the back side of the course before he starts heading into the finish line in Solvang, joined by the big hair super fan there on your left. Ivan Basso getting it done. He's made a lot of tempo throughout this race for Levi Leipheimer, the race leader, his teammate on Discovery Channel cycling team.
And look at this, second best time at the moment at the halfway mark in 16:31, so he's beginning to fire. And you saw the crowds there, by the way. We have topped the 1 million mark so far in this week's Amgen Tour of California. We're heading for a record crowd. Let's go down to the finish because this is significant. This is Jason Donald in the white, picking off one or two riders who started in front of him. He was the big surprise on day one. He only just lost the Prologue time trial. It'll be a bit more difficult to do something on the longer distance.
Well, he's a big surprise, but as a professional, he's a young rider. He's still learning the ropes, but I tell you what, this man has done a sub 4 minute 1500 meter, a sub 9 minute 3000 meter steeple chase run. And I tell you what, here today, things, Phil, are not looking that good because I think, Bob, he's still learning a little bit. The effort over 14.5 miles, 33 minutes and 20 seconds. That was pretty tough. Well, this man had second best time at half distance. This is Ivan Basso, the winner of last year's Giro d'Italia. The secret about riding a good time trial is to start with the engine hot. And I think, Bob, Ivan Basso is going to go very close indeed.
Ivan Basso pushing Fabian Cancellara, the world time trial champion. Great ride by Basso. Not quite enough, though. He's coming to the line. He's over the time of Cancellara, but a good effort by Basso, second fastest.
Just 25 seconds off the best time. I think he'll be pretty pleased with that because he's on the comeback trail and it's a long year ahead. So he's in, but what about his teammate George Hincapie, who's got that familiar style? George rode a great time trial last year. Even though he lost the race lead, he turned in a great ride.
Let's not forget, this man was second in the Prologue of the Tour de France last year, so he knows how to ride individually. Here he is in the finishing straight. He's looking at 200 meters to go. And Phil, this is going to be a very close one. The time to beat is 30 minutes and 17 seconds.
Wow, that's a great ride. Still a little way to go, but he's going to come in second. Yes, he gets second, just over 2 seconds off the world champion. George, that was a very good ride, and I think he knows it. As he freels out now, let's go back down to the start house. Seems all Discovery Channel, but let's go and have a look now because this is Jason McCartney here. He's had a couple of silver medals in the USA Time Trial Championship, and he makes his start.
But Bob, as he goes away from the starting house there, it's really in an individual time trial, the most important thing is the preparation to get into the starting gate, to be hot and ready to go.
Now this is the former three-time world time trial champion from Canberra, Australia. This is Michael Rogers, 8th overall, just 19 seconds off the lead. He could be a difficult man to deal with today, Paul.
Yeah, the time trial is a very special discipline in the sport of professional cycling. We have many races where everybody rides together, but today every rider must cover the distance. Today's distance, 14.5 kilometers. He has to ride it completely on his own, Bob. There's no team support at all, is there?
It is a very special discipline. Like you said, it's one man by himself against the clock. It's a solo effort. And Mick Rogers, one of the very best in the world, 3 times world champion in this, the time trial.
Well, he's gone out, and just to his left shoulder is the arrival of Paolo Bettini, the world road race champion, the winner yesterday in San Luis Obispo. He hasn't done a great ride, but he's got round the course, and that for him is all he really wants to do. With the weekend ahead, he's going to look for another win, I think, and he's in 37th and 33.19 his time. That was just about average, I think, for Paolo Bettini, and we expected it. But this man, we expect big things from.
Well, you get a chance here just to see the kind of style these riders adopt in this individual test. The time to beat 30.17. You look at that strange helmet he's wearing. It conforms to safety standards, but Bob, the reason for that is to make the head and the body almost a single unit. That helps the rider go through the air a lot easier.
With the aero bars, this is the perfect position to make an effort by yourself against the wind and the clock. Michael Rogers, a specialist at this discipline. And look, you see how narrow his arms are. Not great for control of the machine, but perfect for slicing through the air.
Well, this is the situation down at the start-finish area as Chris Horner comes into the start house now after his great ride down through the mountains and down the Pacific Coastal Highway. He's climbed up into the top places in this race. He's not a great time trialist, but Sean Kelly, a former great rider, once said to us, when you're aiming for the yellow jersey, you can produce great time trials.
And I think that's really what Chris Horner will realise. Fourth from last rider to start here this afternoon. He's well up in the overall classification. He has been a serious favourite. Just 3 riders left to go: Sutherland, Voigt and Leipheimer.
It's a beautiful day in Solvang, California. There's a huge crowd watching the time trial. It could be the decisive stage of this year's Amgen Tour of California. This is the situation with only 2 riders left to go. Fabian Cancellara, the world champion, leads. George Hincapie is second. Ivan Basso sits third. And there are only 2 men, really, I think, who can upset this. And this is one of them, because this is Jens Voigt now on the start house. 2 minutes behind him, Leipheimer will start. And then the battle of the 3 seconds difference will happen.
Jens Voigt has ridden fabulously over the last 2 days. He really has showed us that he's a massive powerhouse, but this is a specialised discipline. He's going to have to do something rather incredible this afternoon. But he starts the day here with just a 3-second deficit on Levi Leipheimer, and he knows that.
Going into this final stage, Jens Voigt only needs 3 seconds faster than Levi Leipheimer, depending on what the other riders in the top 10 have done, to take that leader's jersey off of Levi Leipheimer. Team CSC's headquarters are not that far away. It's a very international squad run by one of the finest directors, Bjarne Riis, and Jens Voigt would love to deliver the goods. He's already got 1 stage win. He'd like to move up 1 more spot on general classification.
So he's out on the road, picking up a tailwind at the moment to make a good start, while back in the start house now is Levi Leipheimer. And there he is. Remember that so far the story has been all good for Levi Leipheimer, as we'll now find out.
Levi Leipheimer on discovery.
From the onset of this year's tour, Levi Leipheimer has been simply unstoppable. The last-second win at the Prologue gave him the initial lead. While a crash at the Santa Rosa finish looked to slow him down, the judges ruled that Leipheimer still the leader. Since then, it's been a game of strategy, with the star-studded Discovery team supporting him every step of the way.
37 minutes, 14 seconds. He has lost a whole chunk of time. He's fading away.
It was at last year's time trial where Leipheimer struggled, slipping from 2nd to 9th and losing 1 minute and 16 seconds to Floyd Landis, who would ultimately win the overall title. Now it's his lead to lose. With stage 3 winner Jens Voigt 3 seconds behind, it'll be a daunting task for Leipheimer to keep the yellow jersey.
I feel pretty confident. I've seen the course, I'm very strong, and I feel like I'm the best rider in the race, and I'm going to give it everything.
Well, he's certainly going to have to give it everything this afternoon. The wind is starting to rise in the latter part of the afternoon, and the last few times that he's come out to defend his position in a time trial, he's choked a little bit. But today, this week, he actually seems to be a man who is inspired by confidence.
And is he determined or what? Just look at that face. He knows 3 seconds means nothing at this level of cycling. He is a known good time trialist, but Jens Voigt has won many races in the time trial as well. They are very, very shortly going to both be out on the highway, and they are going to be running head to head. This is the man who's known no peer so far this week in the Amgen Tour of California, but today will reveal the truth. Listen to the crowd here. Leipheimer knows now, let me out of this box, he's saying, because it's time to get on with the show here. There can't be a more determined face than that as he builds now. He'll go off the ramp and then he'll make a right turn, and he picks up a very strong tailwind.
An important day for him, Phil, now. He's got to keep himself high. He's got to get out there. He has the advantage starting last man of being able to judge his performance on the performance of the man starting right in front of him, because 2 minutes up the road is Jens Voigt, and he will be getting time checks. He can judge his effort.
Well, he's gone away, and listen, we are getting from out on the course here big news. Let's get down to the finish, Bob, because this is Jason McCartney, and his time is eating up the time of Cancellara. I don't believe this.
Absolute magic magical Amgen Tour of California for Jason McCartney so far, and he is putting in a fantastic effort in the individual time trial, rivaling the world champion Fabian Cancellara on time so far. Great ride by McCartney.
Well, look at this as he hits the line now. Jason McCartney has gone on top of the leaderboard with the best time. I make it 30 minutes, 5 seconds. The world champion has rocked there because McCartney has dug in and given us a huge surprise, which means now the Discovery Channel have the top of the leaderboard ahead of Cancellara. Well, we are stunned here by that ride. He delivered a very special blow as we go back out on course here to look at the former world champion.
Well, I'm still a little bit surprised on that performance because I don't know in the past if he's ever ridden quite so well against some of the top professionals. That was a quick glimpse there of Mick Rogers on course. This is Chris Horner. He's coming to the halfway point. It's important now to see whether or not he's going to get that little bit closer to a podium position. 7.5 miles covered, and it looks to me, Bob, as if he's actually not really got the fluid movements.
Chris Horner is great against other riders, but in the time trial, not so fantastic. Here's the descent on the course, and you got to watch these corners.
Yeah, I think he's not firing like you would hope. Not as hopeful as that red-tailed hawk that's flying around down there. It looks to me, though, as though he's gone. This is Rory Sutherland from the helicopter, too, and he's also not finding his big time trialing legs. That's the thing about the time trial. We always call it the race of truth because it is. The body never tells lies, and if it doesn't happen on the right day at the right time, you do a bad ride.
Well, different guys react in different ways, too. It's very difficult to actually get all of the energy out when you're completely and utterly on your own, but this man knows how to do it, and as he comes to the time check, that's the best time, 16:05. That's phenomenal.
We saw his face at the start, Bob. He has gone out with all adrenaline full on because remember that Jens Voigt is ahead of him and he's up on Voigt.
The last thing Levi Leipheimer wants to do is let the victory slip away. His team has put in so much work throughout the week in the Amgen Tour, and Levi needs to do the ride of his life.
And let's not forget, Bob, this man has actually been training on this course over the last couple of weeks leading up to this race, Phil, because this is where they had a team training camp, and I'm sure he knows these corners.
Well, the timesheets are telling us that, in fact, he was the best time when he passed through the check, but now he's dropped back to second because Levi has reached the same check. We're talking seconds here. Voigt has risen to this occasion now. 4 seconds is all he has lost. He's got lots of time to make this up because Voigt is a winner of time trials as well. Well, we know now that the battle of the time trial is between two men who are first and second in this race, and this is the leader, last man to start. It is Levi Leipheimer. Look at this, best time at the 7.2 check, 16 minutes 5 seconds, but Paul, Jens Voigt is breathing down his neck.
It is oh so very close. You know, in the past, this man we're looking at here, Levi Leipheimer, has crumbled because of the pressure in individual time trials, but this afternoon, I'm looking at his position here, Bob, and I think it's become a lot more aerodynamic.
Very lean, very low on the machine, and absolutely flying down the road. Levi Leipheimer getting it done in the time trial.
Let's get back down to the start because the arrival of the former 3-time world champion, Michael Rogers from Australia, is coming forth. We can see the timing board, and I'll tell you, it's not going to be a great time by the world champion, ex-world champion.
Well, let's not forget, 3 times champion of the world, Michael Rogers has been the way he's pedaling here. Look very powerful. Let's not forget, though, a lot of these riders in the Amgen Tour of California may well have goals a lot further down the season. Mick Rogers, of course, is looking at the Tour de France in July. He doesn't want to be on form, but that clock, Phil, is not going to be a very sight for him.
No, 30.05 is the best time, and 30.55, that's a 50-second defeat there. It's not about the position, which is 9th, it's about the time you lose now in a stage race, and Rogers will lose his high overall position, I think, as he finishes, though, back out on course now. This is the man we've told you all week, he refuses to lie down. Jens Voigt has won a stage, it's put him right up as a challenger, and we're still talking seconds between Voigt and just behind him by 2 minutes on the road, this rider here, Levi Leipheimer. They're head-to-head.
Well, look at Leipheimer. His body hardly moving at all. He's rock solid right in the middle of the handlebars. He tries to get his arms as close as possible without actually closing his chest because he still needs to get lots of oxygen in there to keep the pressure, keep the tempo up as high as possible. We're looking at almost 30 miles an hour average speed for these riders. That solid disc wheel you can see at the back, by the way, that reduces the turbulence of the bicycle, but the most aerodynamic part of the thing we're looking at in front of us is actually the body.
Of course, it's the body. That's where the drag is aerodynamically. That's why Levi's trying to get as narrow as he can. He has his hands just in front of him, knowing the course critical when the bike, machine, and the time trial is used, because it's not very easy to control these machines.
Well, he continues to clip those corners, a little bit of a speed wobble as we go down now to see the arrival of Chris Horner. Well, Chris was a big player at the start. He might slip a little bit here because, again, his time is not going to be among the leaders here. I think we kind of expected this. He's not a great rider against the watch. He's more at home on the mountains in the road race. But Chris will get a lot of cheers off the people as he comes up.
Thing about a rider like Chris Horner, he likes to feed off the energy of the other riders around him. It's very difficult to do this solitary effort on your own. He's going to lose himself a huge chunk of time. 22nd position.
Wow.
He's lost himself 1.5 minutes and probably a top 10 finish.
That is for sure. He looks at the clock there. He knows what he's done. And now this just behind comes Rory Sutherland coming in now. Again, another man who started amongst the leaders and is also slipping away a little bit. I'm a bit surprised about that, because this man, a silver medalist in the recent time trial championships of Australia, we expected a pretty good ride out of him, but he's also losing over a minute and a half.
Well, this is a completely different field he's up against here, because we are looking at some of the best men in the world. He's crumbled a bit.
There's the situation. Jason McCartney, the big surprise. What a ride he's done. Fabian Cancellara, the world champion, down second. George Hincapie sits third. That's the situation, but we know now that I think both Voigt and Leipheimer are going to get over the top of them.
Well, there's not very much more than 10 seconds between Voigt and this man, Levi Leipheimer, who still looks very comfortable on his machine. But I'll tell you one thing, when you look at Jens Voigt here, he really is not fluid, he's not classy, but he's fighting with guts. He's all over his machine. The man is a fighter.
And there really couldn't be a tighter end to the time trial today. This is Jens Voigt. He's not far away from the finish. He is recording best time at all of the checks, except for the man behind him, Levi Leipheimer.
His bike is all over the place. His body's all over the place. He's lunging for the line. That's going to be an incredible time, Phil. That's the first man to go inside of 30 minutes, 29 minutes and 58 seconds. That is throwing down the gauntlet.
It most certainly is. Jens Voigt has delivered another great time trial. Only one man can spoil his perfect day now. This is Levi Leipheimer. He's about 3/4 of a mile from the finish here. He's got to do 29.59 or better, of course, and he'll keep his yellow jersey.
He still looks pretty good on the machine, locked solid there. Sorry about the little bit of picture breakup, but these pictures are live pictures as we come down into the streets of the finishing town here. Look at him, Phil. He's looking very solid. He's looking for the banner. That's the banner indicating now there's just 1,000 meters left to go. That's the time to beat 29.58.51.
He's sweeping up the whole field now. Last man to start. Is it going to be deja vu from just on a week ago back in San Francisco when this race began? Levi Leipheimer won that by a single second, and he's not going to be far off that today as he races down. Voigt, you can't see him, but he's in the street there, staring at the clock on the finishing line. It's going to be very tight, but I don't think there's much doubt now. Leipheimer is going to win. It's going to be a question by how many seconds, and that's all we're talking about. Still at this stage, we are talking about seconds. The final touch of the brakes, leans into the corner, just 200 meters up to the line now. Remember the time to beat, only one man has broken 30 minutes, Jens Voigt. Leipheimer is going to break it by quite a few more seconds than this as he comes up to the line now. This is going to be number one. Levi Leipheimer has done it again with one of the best time trials of his life, an 18-second beating of Voigt.
He's just been told, I think by his race radio in his helmet, Phil, that he's won the stage, and he will now know that he leads this race overall by 21 seconds. He's going to be a very happy man this afternoon, because that was a phenomenal performance.
Getting by 19 seconds. Phenomenal.
Oh my God, dude.
That was one of my best time trials ever.
I was going to say, you look as though you were trying so intently the whole time.
Did you just open that?
Yeah, I just opened it.
This is my home turf. It was one of my best time trials ever.
it was really windy, and you know, normally it's not my thing, but I think all week I've just been just telling myself, you know, forget about the negative and just win, and it's working.
Perfect.
I gotta go.
Thanks, guys. Well, you got your contacts.
A massive crowd here in Solvang has enjoyed a great day, climaxing with a great winner. Let's remind ourselves how it all began. Midway through the field, it was the World Time Trial champion, Fabian Cancellara, who set the time for everybody else to beat.
Well, he's the man, the champion of the world in this discipline. He set the bar at 30 minutes and 17 seconds. Then, a little bit closer towards the end, a little bit of a surprise. A rider from Team Discovery Channel going out, Jason McCartney, and he stopped the clock in 30 minutes and 5 seconds. That was the new time to beat for everybody. We had to wait right until the last two riders came out of the starting gate, and it was Jens Voigt, the big German, battled to the line, stopped the clock inside of half an hour, 29 minutes and 58 seconds. Only one man left on course and one man on a mission who wanted to do better than that. Levi Leipheimer getting down into the handlebars, making himself as aerodynamic as possible. When he came to the line, 29 minutes and 40 seconds. That was the win of the stage, and that was extending his lead in the overall classification.
Yes, Paul, and how fitting. The top two men in the overall classification have taken the top two places in the time trial, again split by seconds, 18 seconds. In fact, Leipheimer wins over Voigt. A great ride by Leipheimer's teammate, Jason McCartney, who's slotting in third. Voigt's teammate, Cancellara, fourth, and another teammate of Leipheimer, George Hincapie, there in fifth. The top two Pro Tour teams, in fact, taking the top 9 places. But take a look at the guy in 10th, Benjamin Jacques Maines. He has done a superb ride for Team Priority Health Cycling, losing 1 minute and 14, but what a great ride. Let's go down to the podium. Solvang is really alive with this today. A huge crowd cheering Jens Voigt onto the podium. He'll take his place on the opposite side to Jason McCartney there, who's already received his flowers, and then just the winner to come on board. Oh, what a wonderful time trial between these guys. And there is the trophy awaiting the man who has won the time trial today. And just look at that crowd. We've topped 1 million spectators now since this race began last Sunday in San Francisco. And they've been cheering one man, it seems, Levi Leipheimer, who is now right there on the podium. He's opened the gap a little bit.
Jens Voigt, a great effort in the time trial. In the end of the day, a little bit short.
Well, yeah, what can I say? I started hard. Usually I start quite fast, so you know, obviously gives you a little extra morale if you're leading. But yeah, I just couldn't hold that speed in the wind. Yeah, it looks like Levi's really in top shape and is a good rider. So you know, it's not a shame to get beaten by him. But of course, I would have preferred to win.
More chances to attack tomorrow?
Well, I mean, really, I guess Levi going to keep a close eye on me. The other day, I took him by surprise. I don't really think that will happen again, but we'll see how it goes.
Okay, good luck, Jens.
Thanks.
Yes, Jens there, one of the nicest guys on the professional circuit. He hasn't quite got the measure of Levi Leipheimer, but they've still got the weekend to come. This is the only man to wear the yellow jersey throughout this week of racing. He's come close to losing it on occasions, but he's kept it. And he's getting stronger and happier as the week unfolds. And he's going to feel pretty happy now because he's won the Race of Truth. He won the Prologue in San Francisco. He now has the weekend to come, and it should be a good one for him. Levi Leipheimer is beginning to enjoy the Amgen Tour of California. Let's have a look then how they stand tonight as they go into the final weekend. Leipheimer has opened up that 3-second gap and he's had to work for it. He's now got a scant 21 seconds over Jens Voigt. And Jason McCartney has now moved up into third place. He's a teammate of Leipheimer's. Bobby Julick's in the frame now as well with fourth. Looking a bit further down, Michael Rogers slipped a little bit there. And Ben Day is still there, another Australian. Ryder Dahl is in 10th place. As we now look at the others, Rory Sutherland, he dropped away from the leaderboard really in 13th, and George Hincapie made a little bit of a return to 34th. Let's now go back down and listen from Levi.
Levi Leipheimer, you couldn't have picked a better time to produce your best ever effort in the time trial.
Yeah, today was definitely one of my best time trials ever. It's what I've been dreaming about for a year now. I want to win the Tour of California, and today was a huge step towards that.
We still have another hard day, but this must go a long ways in wiping out the disappointment from last year in the same time trial.
Yeah, I mean, you know, not only to defend my lead, but to win the time trial, I think for me was a great achievement for myself, and I have the strongest team in the race. And Discovery Channel will defend it to the end. I think we will.
Do you have any thoughts in your mind while you were warming up about all of the work that your teammates have done throughout the first 5 stages of the Tour of California?
Definitely. I mean, I thought about that a lot last night and this morning, and you know, I couldn't face the thought of letting them down. That was really what put the most pressure on me. I didn't want to have to tell them I was sorry that I couldn't pull it off, and that's what I told myself throughout the time trial.
All right, congratulations, Levi.
Thank you.
Beautiful blue skies above Santa Barbara, the Pacific Ocean, all of the ingredients today making it a great build-up for this last 2 days of racing in the Amgen Tour of California. This is a head-to-head now for sure between 2 great bike riders. Jens Voigt sits just 21 seconds behind the race-long leader here, Levi Leipheimer. They're on the 2 biggest teams in the world, Paul. The rivalry is going to go down to the line now.
Well, I think we need to explain the rivalry, because it's not just simply the rivalry between 2 riders. It's actually the rivalry between 2 teams, Team CSC and Team Discovery Channel. Last year, Ivan Basso used to ride for Team CSC, and over the winter season he actually switched camps, and I think that rivalry will be witnessed today on the road. It's going to be a huge battle, and the terrain today actually lends itself to a good battle.
Well, 21 seconds at this stage of the race really isn't very much at this level of cycling. Jens Voigt will try to attack for sure because the course is conducive for attacks today. The hills come right throughout the first part of the course, then they race down here to the city of Santa Clarita.
I'm here with Team CSC rider Christian Vande Velde. Christian, it looks like you're heading for your 2nd top 10 finish in the Amgen Tour of California. Take us through that time trial yesterday.
No, it was a windy time trial. I didn't have great confidence in myself going into it, but got in a good rhythm early, and that's sometimes all you need.
So what does it mean? 2 top 10 finishes in the Tour of California. I mean, obviously Jens is up there as well, but you're riding strongly too.
I'm not content with, you know, a top 10 by say. I want to win, and I want the team to win. So I'm not looking for. I mean, I didn't come here to get a top 10. I don't think that really means something. I think winning is our goal, and we've had 2 stage wins so far, and hopefully we'll get 2 more.
Bobby, a great time trial yesterday. How are you doing overall?
Overall, I feel good. This is a good race. We've gotten really lucky with the weather again. And yeah, it's stage 6. I wish we had 6 more to go, because it looks like we're not going to be racing much over in Europe this year with all the problems going on over there. So maybe we should just do the Tour of California backwards.
Did you guys train hard at that team training camp? And it looks like it's paying off.
Yeah, we train really hard. This has been like a 4-week block for us. So obviously it shows that we're all strong, but maybe we're lacking that that little punch. You know, in the time trial yesterday, I thought we all did great time trials, but we got beat straight up. And you know, respect to Levi, respect to Discovery, and you know, they definitely deserve to be in the position that they're in right now.
Thanks, Bobby. Good luck. So we're here with Priority Health rider Ben Jacquemain. You know, one of the real revelations of this tour. I mean, the people in his area knew he had it in him. Ben, did you know you had it in yourself?
Oh, well, thanks for saying that. I just rode as hard as I could. I can't really say that I'm on the high level here. I'm having really good success, and I feel like I still have room to improve. You know, I've had good luck against the clock so far, and I hope to have some good road stages today and tomorrow.
Tour, how is the tour going for you?
Oh, it's going not too bad. It's the first race of the year, so I just need to get used to race speed. But now I feel better for each day, so I'm waiting for my my win.
Not a bad time trial yesterday too from a sprinter.
Yeah, I did a good time trial, and I just want to try to see how good my form was, and it wasn't too bad actually. So I was quite happy with my performance yesterday.
You just won your first bike race. Was that a lot of fun?
Yeah.
You were pretty fast. Have you been training a lot on your bike?
Yeah.
And where are you from?
California.
And do you like living in California?
Yeah.
Do you hope to one day ride the Tour of California with the big boys?
Yeah.
All right, congratulations. Give us a big smile here. Look at that camera there.
All right, nice.
Congratulations. Give me a high five. All right. So, George, the team looks like they're riding really, really strongly. What is the team game plan from here on to the finish?
It's pretty simple. Just they can keep the lead. You know, we got to control the race and make sure nothing dangerous gets away.
You think CSC will try to pull something in the final stage?
They have to. They got to try, but we'll be ready.
I feel very confident. The team feels very confident. It's a hard day, but I think we can manage it. Well, yeah, we always have our training camp in Solvang, and we always ride down here, Santa Barbara, Ojai. It's a beautiful area, so we know the roads today very well.
Yes, gentle winds. Just look at that sky, Paul. It is like a spring day. Fabian Cancellara here. He's one of the strong men on Team CSC. They've come head-to-head with Discovery. There's the man who's doing such a good job for Discovery Channel, Ivan Basso, and the National Road Race champion, George Hincapie. They are going to look after Levi Leipheimer today, if they can, keep him out of the wind, protect him, nurse him like the mother bee, and hopefully get him down to the finishing line in that leader's yellow jersey. Quick reminder then as to where we're going on this penultimate day of the Tour of California. The map brought to us by Garmin. There we are. We've moved off from Solvang overnight by public transport and cars, and then we're restarting from Santa Barbara, heading inland to the mountains. And there's some facts and figures for you. It's a long stage, this, on the eve of the big finish in Long Beach, 105.5 miles. And the rolling bit comes right out at the start. Last year's winner, not riding this year, was Olaf Pollock. And the weather, Paul, is simply great.
Ideal racing conditions, 63 degrees Fahrenheit, very sunny, hardly any wind at all at 3 miles an hour.
Let's get to the action as the flag flutters gently in the breeze. Well, even to us foreigners, I think Santa Barbara is known to just about everyone in the world. We're just outside the big city of Los Angeles. Tomorrow we'll be south of that big city for the big finish. This is the rollout. It's just on 3 miles, as always, neutralised. The yellow jersey getting a chance to show it off to the crowd.
Just looking at the two Discovery riders on the far side, Leipheimer and Basso. Fabian Cancellara of Team CSC closest towards us, Phil. I just get the feeling today there's going to be a massive battle between these two super teams of the world circuit, because after all, there's a big rivalry too between the two team managers. We've got Bjarne Riis on one side, who's the manager of Team CSC, and of course we've got Johan Brunel, who's the team manager of George Hincapie here. And actually there is absolutely no loss between those two men, so I think we're going to see that on the road today.
That's right. Bjarne Riis won the Tour de France in 1996, still is the only Danish cyclist ever to win that race. And Johan Brunel, well, he guided Lance Armstrong to those 7 victories. Chat amongst the Rabobank rider on the right, won one stage, Graham Brown. He's still looking for another one. As we go down into the field, number 56 is the leader in the California Tourism King of the Mountains competition. He'll be in action today, I'm sure.
He'll have to fight. There are 21 points available out on the open road here this afternoon, so he'll have to be very attentive. But I still think the battle, as we look at the race route here, that is the profile the riders face today. The little arrow shows where we are at the moment. But if you look at all those peaks and troughs, you get an idea of just how difficult today's 105-mile stage is going to be. That's why Levi Leipheimer is keeping himself pretty much topped up, with maybe not the tastiest bar in the world, but certainly one full of energy.
Well, we're looking at the riders here, and what a lovely day it is now. It is spring-like as the race begins their ride down towards the city of Santa Clarita. Let's join Bob Roll to tell us all about the day.
Stage number 6 of the Amgen Tour California will take the racers 105 testing miles through the hills of the Santa Ynez Mountains, starting in Santa Barbara, finishing in Santa Clarita. Watch for the attacks to come from Team CSC. Discovery needs to be vigilant at the front of the peloton, continue to grind away like they've done, and pulverize the field. Levi Leipheimer just needs to follow the wheels of his teammates. When they go into panic mode, watch for big George Hincapie to come to the front and neutralize any attacks that might come throughout today's stage.
Thank you, Bob. And that's a nice description of what we can expect today as we join the front of the action here. As the field now come through, we're seeing, in fact, we're hearing there might be an accident at the back of the race here, and this is Levi Leipheimer, who's coming up to the race here, calling for time out. And I think he knows that he's had a couple of riders go down in the pack at the back.
Well, this is very often the unwritten rule in the sport of professional cycling. If there is a crash at the back, and there you can just see it, and that, I think, is George Hincapie, the US Pro Champion. He's holding his wrist there quite hard, and he's holding his knee as well. Let's not forget, George has had some nasty crashes in his career, and it looks as if one of the other riders has gone down from Discovery.
Tony Cruz.
Yeah.
And in fact, Tony Cruz racing home tonight, because once he gets down to Long Beach, that's where he lives, so that's unlucky. They look okay, although I would be a little bit concerned there, Paul, about the wrist, the way George was holding his wrist just there.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, the very fortunate thing about George Hincapie's crash today is actually the race doctor here in the Amgen Tour of California, Phil, is actually a hand specialist.
Okay, well, we'll get more on that as we go along, I guess. Both riders are back on the saddle and seem to be basically okay. And we've got two riders who got away. They got away quite early on today, and they are Mauricio Adair, whose best claim to fame, I guess, is a victory in the Tour of Britain a couple of years ago. And he's gone with the American rider here, which is Sean Milne. There he is, 106. Sean had some good wins in the United States last year, and 5 of them in all. And he's now joined the leaders. It's the first time he's been on the Health Net team this season.
Well, we're on this trophy called the King of the Mountains. We've talked a little bit about this race within the race a number of times throughout the Amgen Tour of California. Well, every time the riders go over specific points, mountain points in the race, they can earn themselves points. And today there's a maximum number of 21 points available. So that actually, Phil, is not going to worry anybody at all in the main field, because the leader of that competition is still the Frenchman Christophe Laurent with 26 points. So I think he'll be quite happy with this situation.
Yes, it's perfect for him, because he's got two guys up the road who are not going to affect the destiny of that race winner's King of the Mountains title when we finish tomorrow down on Long Beach. The mountains end today, of course, and they end with a flurry because we've got quite a few of them. We've got the 4th category we're climbing now. This is followed by a 2nd category climb. That's pretty steep and takes us over 1,100 feet. And we've also got a 3rd category and a 4th category. So 4 climbs today before we get to the flatter roads on the run into the finish in the city of Santa Clarita. These two riders have done well to get away because there was quite a flurry of activity early on. I'm hearing, by the way, that George Hincapie is back at the doctor's car having his wrist looked at, so he must have been listening to you, Paul.
He maybe was listening to me. I did also notice at the front end of the main field that Tony Cruz had got back into the line of Discovery riders. While we look at the two leaders here, you can see by the pedaling style of Ardila there in the orange jersey, he was pretty good as a climber on the front end of the main field. It's not a surprise at all to see the teamwork being done. These riders are setting a tempo now for Levi Leipheimer, and the man on the front, very famous Ivan Basso.
And Mauricio Adair setting the pace. You can tell a climber, this little man, he's so light in weight, and they just fly up these hills. We often call them, when they're this small and so supple on the climbs, the angel of the mountains. There's the King of the Mountains sign, 200 meters. Adair looks over to Milne. He's really putting Milne into a spot of bother here as he goes away to take the points and the prize. Once over the top, of course, he's going to wait for the American because he needs him. It's an awful long way to go. This is the 16-mile point of the race, so he's still a long way to go.
Santa Barbara just down in the background there, a magnificent backdrop for a bike race. You can see that Ardila looks over his shoulder now, and he is a very seasoned professional, and he realizes that if they've got any chance of survival at all today, Phil, they have to form an allegiance. They have to share the pacemaking. There's another climb coming up in around about 3 miles time.
There he is, easing up, very wise man from Colombia, waiting now to be joined by the American rider. That's the first climb behind them. We're up at 943 feet. This is action back in the main field at the moment, and just making a move there, it looks like Adam Hansen, the Australian, on T-Mobile.
Good move by Hansen. He's a rider who's got a big pedigree in mountain biking, a 2-time winner of a race in Australia called the Crocodile Trophy, which is run in the Northern Territories. It's a massively long 1,500-kilometer mountain bike race.
It is an incredibly hard one, arguably the hardest mountain bike race in the world, and he's won it twice. So there he is, the man in pink. He set himself quite a target. He's got 5 kilometers to go to the King of the Mountains, so that means these boys are about 3.5 miles ahead. That means that these boys are an awful long way behind.
They certainly are. There's a little bit of a group forming off the front end of the main field here, and I was just thinking this morning that T-Mobile, the riders in the pink jerseys on the front there, they need to get a little bit of success out of this Amgen Tour of California. They really are looking for it. Hansen is the man who's decided to try and go out off the front, and his pressure here, Phil, is actually forcing a small group clear. Just sitting on the back, the rider in that sort of orange jersey with the blue sleeves, well, that is the man who leads the King of the Mountains classification. That's Christophe Laurent, the Frenchman.
And that's why he's going away. This competition is sponsored by Californian Tourism, and boy, have we seen some of the nicest parts of this big state in the United States. The Tour of California on its way. Jürgen van der Volle is the other rider here. He'll be number 66, as he was also a big feature and an early leader in that competition, and he's showing a bit too strong here as they come up over the top. So van der Volle gets 3rd. The leader in the competition goes across in 4th. Adam Hansen goes through in 5th. and rapidly zipping up his jersey there. I think it was the rider from the Slipstream team. It looked as though it could have been Tom Peterson.
Probably was. That's the front end of the main field now. Again, the very dark black and blue jerseys of Team Discovery Channel doing all of the pacemaking, but there was quite a dangerous little move going clear there. I think they might find themselves in a little bit of difficulty.
And moments ago, this rider has left the American rider behind now. Sean Mill has been dropped. He's a little bit weak on the first climb. We've only gone about 2 miles down the road, and over the top of the climb goes Mauricio Ardila. We've gone through 1,100 feet here at the 19-mile point. He's on his own now. Now, we're into a section of the course here. It's an absolutely beautiful piece of countryside, but these riders now in the mountains for about 40 miles, and that may mean he can't afford to wait for Sean Mill.
Well, he may well be getting assistance coming across pretty rapidly, because that man there is the leader of the King of the Mountains classification. The rider in the blue jersey is Jurgen van der Walle, and these riders have actually slipped off the front end of the main field. And what we may see happen, Phil, in fact, is a group of 6 or 8 riders forming at the front. So going back to the main field, here is George Hincapie. He's resplendent in his US Pro Champions jersey there.
But he's got the green light, that's the important thing, Paul. He's been back to the doctor to have his wrist looked at, and the doctor's given him the green light to get on with the racing. So nothing broken. He must have taken a bit of a knock on it, and now he's rejoined the field.
The funny thing is about the sport of professional cycling, sometimes it's the crashes, Phil, that happen when you're going at a slower speed are the more dangerous ones. When you're at high speed, you tend to slide and you don't quite get the injuries apart from a little bit of road rash. But I think that was a very difficult crash for George Hincapie, but he realizes the importance of staying in this race, because he's got to help Levi Leipheimer get down to the finish in Long Beach tomorrow.
Well, he looks okay there, but his wrist is probably hurting him. It's one, as Paul said, it's probably a silly fall and not expected. Well, he's up and riding. That's all that matters right now. The current champion of the United States. He's won that title before as well. And he is a very strong man to look after Levi Leipheimer. That's why he's in the race now, of course. Now let's go back up to the leaders, because Jurgen van der Walle has gone away again. He was third up the first hill. He's now challenging to be third up the second climb. Remember, ahead is still Sean Mill, though he hasn't rejoined Adair yet, at least. A little bit of action behind, because the leader in the California Tourism King of the Mountains competition, Christophe Laurent, is also trying to come away and just stop van der Walle getting too far ahead on these climbs and getting too many points. Look at this now, saluting the crowd. Now that's a Continental rider for you.
I think he was actually blowing a quick kiss there to the angel just at the side of the road. He's getting himself some more points. He started the day 11 points down on the leader in this King of the Mountains race we keep talking about, and now he's reduced that deficit to 9 points. It's going to be a hard battle, but he will try and battle it out all the way along the road today to the city of Santa Clarita.
Well, this is Mauricio Ardila, little rider who is an absolutely magical climber, free at last to just show us how well he can climb. That's where we are, the flashing blue arrow. We're over the second red spot of the day. The red spots are the time points for the King of the Mountains, for the points distribution. The green spots there are the sprints along the way, which carry very small time bonuses, which comes off your overall time. So the first rider there gets 3 seconds off his time. Of course, as Jens Voigt started to snapple up those time bonus sprints, he will close the gap on Levi Leipheimer. That's unlikely now, as this breakaway trying to reform. Van der Walle has slipped back to the back. The rider in the pink is Adam Hansen, the Australian. The rider in the slipstream is Danny Pate, the former under-23 World Time Trial champion. We've also got up here Christophe Laurent, and I think we've got Darren Lill. I haven't quite seen him for Navigators yet.
Well, in fact, there's another rider slipped across the gap there, probably slipping across on the King of the Mountains, and 2 more riders you can just see in the distance too. So a lot of action here, and this could start to get very difficult for Team Discovery Channel to actually control this race. And let's not forget George Hincapie, although back in the main field, Phil, is a little bit injured with that wrist.
Yes, and that he wants to recover. He needs to get through the hills and get onto flatter roads, and he's still got about 35 miles to go before we start to get onto the flatter roads. As we look here to Mauricio Ardila, he's an absolute perfect choice to get away from the field as far as the race leader is concerned, because he's too far behind. He's lost too much time in the week of racing to challenge Levi Leipheimer. So Leipheimer can relieve some pressure here, and there is Leipheimer at the head of the bunch as they start to whip it up a little bit. Oh, sorry, this is the chase group here. I'm just wondering who the yellow jersey is tucked in there, as we can see the riders here coming through, and a lot of hard work being done here. That is Leipheimer there.
Leipheimer has seen the danger of this move, and he's jumped straight across there. and he's seen how precarious this part of the course is going to be. You know, sometimes the best way to defend your overall position is actually to go out on the attack, but the main field are not really very far behind, only about 10 or 15 seconds.
This is an absolute amazing move here. I wonder if Levi knows that his whole family has turned up at the finish line today in Santa Clarita. And now Sean Milne has already gone back towards the peloton. This is the lone leader here now. And looking in the distance there, he's not going to be the leader for very much longer. Mauricio Adair, he got away with Sean Milne after only 4 miles, but we're now running at around about 22 miles in, and he's going back into the bunch. But I think the field has split, Paul, into 2 distinct groups behind.
Well, that doesn't look like the full field of riders just behind there, and that's all really, Phil, because of the pressure of going over these 2 successive climbs. Our dealer has decided, well, they're not going to let him go this afternoon, and he knows he's going to get picked up by the main field, and he zigs across the road here to try and get into the slipstream of these 2 riders who are looking to move forward. It looks to me very much like Jurgen van der Walle looking over his shoulder. That's Stuart O'Grady. Team CSC, you see, Phil, are today trying to put riders into the breakaway, and the idea of that is to put a little bit of pressure onto the shoulders of Levi Leipheimer and Discovery Channel.
Yes, because O'Grady himself is not that far away overall, just over a minute in the overall situation, minute 20. He sits in 5th place in this race, so he has to be considered a danger if he can get into a move. This is another ploy from Team CSC, and Discovery Channel are going to have to counter it. Looks as though we've got a little bit of movement behind now. We've got an Italian rider on leaky gas in that lime green colour coming across to join the leaders, I think it is. And there's a definite split here. The field has split into 2, and the riders behind are falling away. We're getting time checks already of 30 seconds. So it looks as though that little flurry to catch up with the 2 breakaways has pulled out the strong men very early on today.
Well, I might have said that was, in fact, Jurgen van der Walle. It's Bram Tankink who's come across there for a quick step, but it's still a dangerous move. You can see the reaction at the front end of the main field, making sure that no big gaps actually form.
What beautiful backdrop this really is today, and the world champions having a little bit of action now. This is Paolo Bettini deciding to try and drag this race up together as the riders now are on the climb here, and just look, you get some idea just how fast professional riders can climb mountains.
Man going by him there is Fabian Wegman, who knows this area pretty well, Phil. He was the winner of the San Francisco Grand Prix a couple of years ago, but it's great to see Paolo Bettini, the world champion, riding the way he is. That's why you can see these riders really are suffering at the back.
They very much are, but the field has split now. They're talking of a minute between the groups, so we may not be seeing the main field back today. Oh, there's a big American flag. That'll take some carrying up the hill. This is Fabian Wegman, former king of the mountains of the Giro d'Italia, the Tour of Italy 3-week cycle race in time gone by. Looks under his elbow there. He's made a good sprint. He's nearly at the top of the climb here.
Well, I tell you, the difficult thing, I think, Phil, about these 2 early climbs is that the riders very often, after they've been over a couple of climbs, like a bit of respite and a descent down into the valley. Well, that's not going to be the case here this afternoon, because basically, having gone over a couple of climbs, they're on a plateau which undulates for about 20 miles, and that's going to make it very difficult for the legs, but it's ideal terrain for a breakaway to form off the front. And look at the way the front end of that main field there is starting to splinter. Now, this is a bit of a surprise, because at the back end of the peloton, 1 or 2 riders from CSC, and this looks very much as if it's Cancellara is in difficulty.
Well, I took a double take on his number there, Paul, but it is Fabian Cancellara, the world time trial champion. He's been slipped off. He may have looked for his team, but this race today, and there'll be a lot of tired riders at this stage now, because the season is only just beginning. The body has to get used to a routine that's going to go on till October, and maybe he is tired after that ride yesterday in the time trial.
Well, just to put it into perspective, you see these riders, these professionals we're looking at, will be racing still in the month of October. What they've done so far in their preparation has been long, steady miles, probably working at maybe 60 to 80% of their maximum. All of a sudden, they come to the Amgen Tour of California, and the revolutions per minute shoots right up to 90–95% of their maximum. That's why 1 or 2 riders are suffering a fraction.
Well, this is the group behind now, so we've gone back with our cameras here to the second bunch on the road, and I think they're about a minute and a half back.
And I think the man in second place in the line there is Chris Horner. Now, that is rather surprising. Horner started the day in 11th place overall. The little arrow you can see there is where we are out on the course, and it gives you an idea of just how difficult the terrain is. We're going through some very difficult testing terrain here this afternoon, and I'm a bit shocked to see Chris Horner there.
I think he must have been asleep when the racing started, because in all honesty you've got to ride near the front because of these splits, because now the split has happened, he can't carry across that gap by himself, and I think he's with a lot of tired riders. He may have made a big tactical error today. We obviously won't know till we get to the finish, but Chris Horner could be sliding out of the challenging positions now, while up front Stuart O'Grady's driving up here, already 6th in the race. He could well be climbing up to a higher overall position. Well, we're looking at the beautiful scenery in the towns around. We head from Santa Barbara to Santa Clarita at the moment, and it's an interesting scene developing as a sort of sideshow here, because look at the guy on the right. That is Christophe Laurent of France. He has been the leader in the King of the Mountains for quite a long time this week, but he's just being told by his manager here, if he doesn't do something on the last climb of the day, which is up the road at the Bulkum Canyon, he could lose that title to the Belgian rider Jurgen van der Volle, and that will be interesting, Paul.
Very interesting indeed, because I put those two riders now, Phil, just separated by a mere 3 points. This is a little bit of a break scuttling off the front. That's Stuart O'Grady on the back in the red, white and black jersey of Team CSC. Now he is actually fairly well placed in the overall standings. He starts the day in 5th place, 1 minute and 20 seconds down on Levi Leipheimer, so they're going to have to be very careful of the position of Stuart O'Grady in this move.
Well, this has been such a fast race today. It's caught a lot of riders off guard. Chris Horner, we know, is back in the 2nd group now, and they are losing ground here. Now, they've still got about, let me just see, just on 15 miles to race through the rolling hillsides before it gets slightly easier terrain. Now, take a look at this. All of the boys in blue and black are Team Discovery Channel, and they're getting around Levi Leipheimer, keeping him out the wind and giving him the confidence he needs to get through to the finish.
What they're trying to do as a team, Phil, is actually set a very difficult tempo on the front, a bit like a pacer in a track and field event, making the pace so difficult that nobody else can actually attack their leader, Levi Leipheimer. That's the job of work they've got to do today and again tomorrow when we get down to Long Beach, to prevent any moves getting off the front. But unfortunately for them, there is a move getting off the front, and I think a very dangerous move. Stuart O'Grady again looking for the move, number 6. In front of him, Michael Rogers, and Michael Rogers is well up in 7th place overall. Bram Tankink is the rider in the blue jersey there. Gasparotto in the lime green at the back, a former Italian national champion, and getting in there in the orange jersey of Team Rabobank, another Australian, and that is Matty Heyman. We could be looking at the Australian...
3 Australians. Matty Heyman, by the way, is the current Commonwealth Games road race champion. He won that last year in Melbourne in Australia. It's a sort of the equivalent to the Pan American Games over here. Well, we're looking back at the main field. Well, it's not it is the main field, but it's only half of it. The other one is somewhere in the countryside. There is Leipheimer. He won't be over concerned by this move just yet, but he will be concerned if it gets more than about a minute, because Stuart O'Grady has started the day 1 minute 20 seconds behind Leipheimer.
I'm also just looking at this group, Phil. Let's not forget, around about 30% of the main field has been dropped behind in that group, which is currently at around about 2 minutes in arrears. But this is not a good sign.
This is not looking good.
No, it's not. When you see these riders spreading across the road like this, that's an indication that they've lost momentum, and I think very shortly they're probably going to get caught by the front end of that field. But I didn't see George Hincapie riding near the front of that group, so Hincapie may well be in the 2nd group on the road now.
I have a feeling that might be the case, Paul. That race split into 2 under the pressure, but this is what the pressure is at the front of the main peloton. Peloton being the big pack of riders, and this is the drive by Team Discovery Channel. They really want to bring back that breakaway. They don't want Stuart O'Grady to slip away. It's a great tactic by Team CSC, because after all, Team Discovery all distracted watching Jens Voigt in 2nd place, so they put a man who sits 5th place overall into the front group, and it could work. If he gets out of sight, miscalculation, he could suddenly win the Tour, and I think they're onto this one.
Well, they know the best thing they can do is to isolate Levi Leipheimer away from his teammates, because after all, as you say, Phil, Team CSC are in an ideal position. They're 2nd overall, 4th overall, 5th overall, 6th overall. They can throw any one of those numbers into the move to try and put Levi Leipheimer into difficulty.
This is a tactic in the old days of the Soviet Union. We used to call them the Red Guard when they raced around the world. That was the sort of tactic they employed. You watch the man they had in the lead, they'd send a man lower down and win the race. There's the composition of that breakaway. O'Grady, Heyman and Rogers, all Australians, but they're on rival teams. Bram Tankink is from Holland and Gasparotto is an Italian. Now the Aussies, I think, will work together, even though they're on rival teams, to try and break the grip. But just looking around here, Stuart O'Grady, he's seeing somebody coming up there, and it's not the peloton. I'm wondering if they're about to be joined by 2 chasers here. That's why they're slowing down. There's help on the way.
I tell you what, Phil, it's just exactly what you were talking about. It's the old leapfrog. In soccer, the old 1-2. They've seen this small group of riders coming across, and now they're looking to try and form an 8-man group at the front. Looking over the shoulders, let's not forget, a breakaway is a rider or a group of riders that's left the main group, the main pack, or the peloton as they call it in French, behind, and that's what has happened right here.
Look at this. They know they're coming. Now Levi Leipheimer's taking on a bit of a few calories here for the rest of the day. This will be a 4-hour day for these boys, but they're riding it so quickly. I think they'll be inside 4 hours for the 105 miles if they keep this sort of pressure on. No reason for Leipheimer to worry too much just yet. He's assessing the situation to see how it develops. Just looking down the line here to see if Hincapie is around, but he was the man that went back to the doctor, don't forget, when he crashed early on with his teammate Tony Cruz to have his wrist looked at. He got the green light to continue, but we haven't seen him up here, which leads us to think he's probably in the second split, and we're not going to see George again all day now.
That's already a little bit of a problem for the defensive tactics of Team Discovery Channel. Now, this is exactly why they waited, Phil. You can see the next rider to come across this gap here is another rider from Quick-Step. Now, that is going to make it rather precarious. It's Giovanni Visconti. Now, they've got 2 riders in the front. This now, to me, is starting to look rather dangerous. The other rider who's got across the gap there as well is Danny Pate. This, I think, is going to put Team Discovery Channel really on the guard.
Well, earlier today the race rolled out. It was all smiles for the riders on Discovery Channel. George Hincapie settled in, but then moments later Hincapie on the ground here, and he's fighting to survive at the moment because the race is split. This was the situation when they heard of the fall of George Hincapie. Teammate Levi Leipheimer shouted time out. George got back to the field, but then the attacks came from Mauricio Adair, and the field has been split, and George is in the back half of the split. These are all earlier out on the climbs. Then they picked up Mauricio Adair, and the front half of the race came together, and there's an attack underway now, and it's a serious one. 9 riders are clear. We're looking at Michael Rogers here. The man that they really want back is Stuart O'Grady as well as Rogers, because O'Grady could steal this race on the penultimate day.
I think that's going to be a real worry for Team Discovery Channel, because reading through the names there's some very strong riders in this leading group. But as you say, Phil, Stuart O'Grady is the most dangerous, alongside with that man there in the pink jersey of T-Mobile, because that man is Michael Rogers. And I'm just getting a time check through on race radio that the time gap from the 9 leaders here back to the main field is 2 minutes and 25 seconds. That virtually makes Stuart O'Grady the leader on the road. Now, what's happened here is the group that George Hincapie was in has managed to regain the main field. This is actually going to tilt the advantage back to Team Discovery Channel, because a few moments ago,
that was amazing,
they were down to 3 riders only. Now they've got a chance of trying to pull this race back, but it's going to be a mad dash, a mad scramble to try and catch that group of 9.
Well, the reinforcements have arrived, and George has got straight to the front, and he's driving now because word has got out. Number 6 here, and this is the feed from Bjorn Ries, the man who won the Tour de France in 1996. He's playing an ace card here with O'Grady, who sat 5th overall at 1 minute and 20 seconds this morning. He's in a breakaway now, putting him virtual leader of this race, and that is a typical move by Bjorn Ries. He's a great tactician, and he's playing a strong man in an Olympic track champion. So George is welcome back here now, and he's going to have to drive. And look at this now. He's driving a little bit too hard for the race just now.
Well, they need to calm themselves just a fraction, get themselves ordered. That's Tommy Danielson just on the back wheel. They need to get themselves organised, Phil, as they go through the feeding station. I think what Hincapie's doing here is just making sure he goes through the feeding station at the front end of the main field. It's always very dangerous when you've got about 120 riders trying to take on board feed bags at approximately 30 miles an hour. These are the leaders, though, and just looking down the names, we're talking Stuart O'Grady is the man on the far side there in the black and white jersey of Team CSC. Very dangerous indeed. 2 Australians, Matty Heyman in the orange jersey for Team Rabobank, Michael Rogers for T-Mobile. Those guys are pretty good mates, and they will work hard together to try and put pressure on Levi Leipheimer and, of course, on Team Discovery.
Well, you know, this has been such a quick race today. They've gone through 50 miles in 2 hours, just over a minute over 2 hours of racing today, and there's just over 50 miles to ride. And so the Discovery boys, they've got everybody they possess now to the front of this race. Levi Leipheimer, as we speak, is out of that leader's yellow jersey, and it's owned by the man in that breakaway, Stuart O'Grady, because he's wiped out, Paul, his 1 minute 20 seconds deficit.
Yeah, but Phil, that is only if we were to stop the race right now.
Yes.
But for these guys, Team Discovery, they've still got around about 50 miles to ride, and they've still got the possibility of turning it round again and bringing it back into the advantage of Levi Leipheimer. That's why Hincapie's on the front.
We're looking at the leaders here and a possible big sensation in the Amgen Tour of California, because a breakaway of 9 have established a lead of almost 3 minutes, which means that the rider in the red and white on the inside, Stuart O'Grady, is now the leader of this tour on the road. We're about 45, 50 miles from the finish.
The thing is, this is a very solid breakaway as well. It's not just Stuart O'Grady. The guys in the breakaway with him are all very seriously strong professional bike riders. Bram Tankink is in here for Quick-Step. He's got a teammate, Visconti. I think the 2 Australians as well, Matty Heyman and, of course, Michael Rogers. They're 2 strong riders on the flat. And, of course, throwing in there Gasparotto. He's the rider in the lime green jersey who you might see. He, 2 years ago, was the Italian national champion. So this is a breakaway of serious men.
They're driving with one intention now, to win the race for CSC, and Stuart O'Grady is up there. Michael Rogers, if it stays like this, would finish the race second, and Levi would drop down to third. And that's why these riders now know they're on the defensive. Luckily, George Hincapie, who fell earlier, got back in a chase group, and he's able to drive the pack here. George's own position is not important now. They've got to drag the rider in yellow back into this race, and the chips are down.
Chips are seriously down, and that's why you have to have a strong, solid team around if you want to win one of these multi-day stage races, because as an individual you can't chase down all of these moves like this, but with a strong team you can use your team to chase away. And what they're chasing now is this 9-man group, which contains, I think, 2 very serious contenders. Stuart O'Grady started the day at 1 minute and 20 seconds down in the overall standings, and Michael Rogers started the day 1 minute and 34. There you can see the little flashing blue arrow. That's exactly where we are. We're actually starting the final categorized climb of the day, Phil, and you can see just how difficult this climb is.
This is the last categorized climb of the tour. And because of the breakaway, the close battle that had developed earlier between the mountains leaders, which was Christophe Laurent of France and Jurgen van der Volle of Belgium, that's negated now, because neither of those 2 riders are in the front group, which means that Christophe Laurent doesn't need to contest that last climb to become the king of the mountains. This is Volcom Canyon now. It's a nasty, steep climb, and the breakaway is finding it tough going. This takes us up to just over 1,000 feet, and you can see this, it's only a short climb, Paul, but boy, it's a steep one.
I tell you what, that's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. For one guy, he's actually seen this breakaway be an advantage for him, and he's got himself a win in the King of the Mountains competition, which is that race within the race. But for Levi Leipheimer, that seriously put him under an awful lot of pressure, because now he's got to get all of his team together. He's got to rally the troops, organize the chase on the front end of this group, and then he's got to chase this group down if he wants to save his Amgen Tour of California, as you said, Phil, on the penultimate day.
Well, I think everybody's caught off guard by this. Everybody was watching Jens Voigt, who had said at the start he felt Levi would watch him and he couldn't do much else now. He felt Levi would win the race. And then they send the man who sits in 5th place in this race into a breakaway. He starts the day 1 minute and 20 seconds behind. He's now in a group almost 3 minutes ahead. And just look how this hill is hurting.
This is a very steep climb, which has actually caught all of these riders unawares. They've looked at the race profile and thought, oh, well, this is a 4th category climb. So they've probably got themselves a fraction over geared. This is Gasparotto on the front, 2 years ago, Italian national champion. And look at the backdrop there. I think all of these riders didn't expect this climb to be quite as steep as it is. When they go over the summit, they are facing 50 miles to go down to the finish line. What they need to do if they are looking at winning this race overall now is get themselves organized once they've gone over the summit of the climb. It undulates for 10 miles, but then after that, it's a long, steady climb up to the finish line here in the city of Santa Clarita.
Well, the Italian flag, there's the Irish flag flying there at the moment. There's no Irish riders in this breakaway as they continue to climb, but you're right, the gradient here has caught these riders with the wrong gears today. They've just gone onto an easier stretch of road with Gasparotto, and coming up behind him is Jouffre on the Belgian Predictor Lotto team. wants to get over the top. It'll be interesting to see how the peloton handle this climb, because they too are going to get caught out now.
It's going to really hurt Team Discovery Channel when they come here, because before they get to the bottom of this climb, they're riding on the front of the main field, setting the tempo for Levi Leipheimer, but all of a sudden their legs are going to go, ooh, I don't want that anymore, and they're going to be literally shattered all over this climb. They need to then regroup the troops, get to the front end of the main field again, and start to organise their race. And there's our old hairy friend again, the big hairy supporter.
He's been flying around for the last week as the crowds have turned out yet again on this, the final listed climb of the Amgen Tour of California this year. And Jouffre is the man who's gone over the top first. He gets the maximum points and a small prize as well, but he won't try to win this race alone. He needs those other 8 men around him.
Still 2 hours of riding to go to the finish. Now you can see it's still Discovery Channel pretty much on the front end of the main field. Levi Leipheimer knows this climb. He's been over it before. As we can see the Pope on the left-hand side, he's making an appearance here at the Amgen Tour of California today, and he's probably going to bless all of these riders, and they'll be blessed if they get over the top.
The way this time gap is opening, a little bit of divine help might be what will save Levi Leipheimer right now, because they didn't plan this counter move that came from CSC. It hit them very, very hard, and they're taking an awful long time to recover. And there's a big question mark now whether they will recover, or will there be a change of leadership when we get down to the finish. Jouffre's gone away. Gasparotto's the first to rejoin him. Then comes Michael Rogers. This is the breakaway. Rapinski from the Navigators team is up there as well. And then comes Bram Tankink. There's Stuart O'Grady, the man with the most to gain. He is the virtual leader of the tour right now, number 6.
But this had to be something that Team Discovery should have been aware of, because when you look at Team CSC, Phil, they started the day with 2nd place overall, 4th, 5th, 6th. This was the recipe. This was what they were going to look for. Put a different rider, and you cannot just watch every rider from Team CSC. Team Discovery now are actually slowing the pace down a fraction because they want to keep themselves together. They know once they go over the top of this climb, they've got to start organising the tempo again. They've got another 2 hours of very hard work to try and save this race.
Absolutely amazing, and the perfect strategy coming from Team CSC. They all watch Jens Voigt, and off goes Stuart O'Grady. They could have all watched Bobby Julich, but they chose to watch Voigt, and O'Grady went. And this is the steep part of the climb. Now they are climbing with good tempo here. Tom Danielson trying to drag his team up. Basso is there, George Hincapie is there. Now that man from Norway needs to move off the course here as the peloton comes right up towards the top of the climb. Danielson said something there to George Hincapie. It might be we're nearly at the top, because the chase down the other side is going to be pretty fierce.
They're very lucky that Hincapie has actually recovered a fraction, Phil, because let's not forget in the early part of the stage today, Hincapie was on the ground. He injured his wrist. He was in a group behind, but true to the man's character, he fought his way back into this race. He fought his way back to the front because he knows how important today's stage is. That's why we can see him doing all of that work on the front end of the main field, and they've still got a long way to go, Phil, if they want to save this race. Here's the top of the climb. They're over, and most of the riders from Team Discovery Channel are there.
Well, we reckon the gap on our watches as they go through camera is about 2 minutes and 17 seconds. So they have come back a little bit on the climb. It was out to 2 minutes 50. The race is on. What a great day of racing for us. But it's a real nervous day now for Levi Leipheimer and Team Discovery Channel. Back up with the leaders here. This is Jouffre now, and all of the boys have come back around him. We've got 9 riders versus the rest as the hills slowly start to slide away from the race now for the rest of the weekend. And we're looking at the leaders on today's stage. It's 105 miles from Santa Barbara to the city of Santa Clarita, and they still hold this lead of just on 3 minutes. That represents more than a mile ahead of the main field. Levi Leipheimer, for the first time in a week, is really on the defensive. We welcome back into the commentary box now, hot-footing it from the start line this morning, Bob Roll. Bob, while you've been driving here, you wouldn't have expected to arrive with a situation like this.
Very dangerous situation for the Discovery Channel team. Mick Rogers and Stuart O'Grady looming large, just 1 minute behind Levi Leipheimer in the overall battle for that leader's jersey. Also Matty Heyman, Bram Tankink, Enrico Gasparotto, so a very high-powered and dangerous break. If it was O'Grady with some riders that were of lesser talent than a man like Mick Rogers, it would be a lot less dangerous. But because the World Time Trial Champion is in this breakaway, they can really make some time on the field.
They certainly can. I think it's a very dangerous move, and Team Discovery Channel are really going to have to pull out all the stops. Last year's winner of the 2006 Giro d'Italia on the frontier. Look at the way he's grimacing there. This is not an easy chase. It's going to be a very difficult chase for these guys to actually turn this around. And if you look at the way they're riding in the road, that's an indication that the wind is coming from the riders' left-hand shoulders. And what they're doing here is actually putting all of the other riders in the race in a serious amount of difficulty, because there's not much shelter from the wind.
There isn't. It's coming right onto the shoulders here and pushing them over to one side of the road, and there's no shelter. And Levi Leipheimer must, well, goodness knows what he's thinking right now, because here is CSC that came out today with a clear plan. Everybody watched Jens Voigt, who was just those 21 seconds behind. So they left Jens Voigt in the pack, and they sent Stuart O'Grady up the road. He started the day 1 minute and 20 seconds behind. He's now 3 minutes ahead. It is an incredibly good tactic. That's him second right, or he's on the right of our picture with CSC on his jersey. He's a very clever bike rider, Paul, because he's won so much in his life as a cyclist on road and on the track.
Well, this man, let's not forget the guy, you can just see him there with the white jersey, CSC written across the middle. In fact, he is also a current Olympic champion on the track, and that was in the sport called the Madison. That's where two riders ride together. Got its name from Madison Square Gardens, and he always looks for the move. You can see the little blue arrow flashing there. That's where we are on the course. This is the final steep climb of the day these riders are going over. They'll drop down into the valley, and then it's a steady climb up to the finish and the city of Santa Clarita. But, Bob, for me, what you have to bear in mind is they don't actually have to catch these guys, do they? Because it's all about time. What they have to do, though, is bring it back to less than a minute before they get to the finish line. So they're playing with a 2-minute margin here.
It's a very tight race, and you have a rider like Stuart O'Grady. Perfect tactical maneuver by Bjarne Riis, the coach of that man. Big Jens Voigt starting the day second overall, 21 seconds behind our race leader, Levi Leipheimer. But Stuart O'Grady, at the moment, the most dangerous man for the Discovery team, and he is 3 minutes ahead of this group right here.
Jens is going to, well, goodness knows what he's thinking sat there, but he must be thinking this is a great move by the team. He won't mind sacrificing second place to Michael Rogers, because if this breakaway succeeds, it'll be O'Grady in the yellow jersey for the last day tomorrow. Michael Rogers up into second place. There's the gap, 3 minutes ahead, and the beauty of the region here. We're running away now from Volcom Canyon as we get down to the highways that lead into the city of Santa Clarita. We're talking, Paul, of little more than 40 miles, and they've got a 3-minute gap to bridge.
Going to be very hard. They don't have to pull back, as I said before, Phil, the whole 3 minutes, because it's the addition of time on every single stage. What they do have to do, though, to be safe, is bring it back down to at least the 1 minute margin. And that's why Team Discovery Channel are really under pressure this afternoon. But they mustn't panic. They've got to keep all their forces together. Every rider has to give as much as he can for the team leader.
And the fight is still on today's stage as the riders now enter a section of bad road here, so watch out for those flat tyres. The 9 riders are still clear. The gap was 3 minutes. The last time check we're getting, Paul, is 2 minutes and 10 seconds.
They've pretty much got it locked in at the moment. They now are looking to bring back a further 1 minute to save the yellow jersey of Levi Leipheimer. A little bit of rough road there, Bob, but fortunately all the riders in that leading group of 9 have got themselves through safely. Might not be the same in the main field.
No, it might not be the same. It might be quite a difficult section for the peloton to traverse altogether. Of course, the breakaway, only 9 riders, over 100 miles coming to that gravel section. And that is an arroyo, very tough to keep pavement on those when the water comes down during the torrential rains that we have in Southern California, washes out the roads, and that'll be a tough obstacle for the peloton in just a couple of minutes.
Well, I'm hearing it as you were speaking, Bob. They pulled back another 5 seconds. Oh, the breakaway, not the peloton. It's now 2 minutes 15 seconds. So they've started to reverse what seemed to be like a backward trend for the leaders. So it's not over and done with yet. There we are. 2:15 is the gap between the George Hincapie-led chase here. And George has been simply fantastic today, Paul.
Yeah, he's an unbelievable contender. Let's not forget he was out of the back at one stage, fell off, injured his wrist, and he's now back at the front of the main field now working for his teammate. And that kind of explains a little bit the mechanics as to how this race is going to end up, because at the front we've got 9 riders. But of those 9 riders, Bob, 1 or 2 of them towards the end are going to start to slowing back, not doing quite a hard turn at the front because they're trying to start to think about winning the stage. Whereas in Team Discovery Channel, every one of those Team Discovery Channel riders will give 110% for Levi Leipheimer.
It is truly amazing the type of momentum that the peloton can generate and just gobble up the lead of any type of breakaway as we get the peloton led by George Hincapie coming into that very tough gravel section. Let's see if this produces any flat tires in the group. So far, no problem for Discovery Team.
Well, they're battling over the gravel, and you can hear the wheels thunder through here. More than 100 cyclists have got through. It looks as though things are good. Sometimes it takes a while for things to work through. 32 to go.
Talk about real professionals. I'm not sure if you noticed, but just on the front, that is big Brian Van Borg. He looked over his shoulder to make sure that none of his teammates had any mechanical problems, and then all of a sudden looked straight up the road again, back to the business.
Well, we're looking down at the helicopter, from the helicopter here, the 9 leaders. We pan back, do we see the other riders? They're the team cars directly behind the breakaway, and nothing seen yet, so we're panning left. That's the bad road coming up shortly. It's a big gap still to close this as they snake their way through the valley now, heading towards the finish. And we're running out of time, just on 30 miles from the finish, and a gap of 2 minutes and 15 seconds. I don't believe, Paul, that Discovery Channel dreamt for one moment they would have their backs against the wall today like this.
They've had their backs against the wall on a number of occasions this week in the Amgen Tour of California. Fortunately for them, in the individual time trial, Levi Leipheimer came up with the goods and did the work. That's why I think they'll still have a little bit left in the bank for when it comes down to the last hour of racing.
Well, this is going to be an amazing finish to the race today. It has been a great race all week, and even us as the so-called experts never expected such a move to work like this. What an unbelievable day this is turning out to be, and it's not good news yet for Levi Leipheimer despite the work being done by his team. The gap on those 9 leaders is 1 minute and 30 seconds, and that has just come through.
It's still hovering. These guys, I still think, have got the advantage because we're looking here and we look at Team Discovery Channel as one of the top drilled squads in the world. Let's not forget, this is the team that assisted Lance Armstrong to win the Tour de France on 7 occasions. They are riding at 110% today. I think they're judging this to perfection, but lined up right behind them is Team CSC, Bob. They are waiting still for the opportunity. If it ever comes back together, you can be absolutely certain CSC will go for the counter-attack.
CSC will have to counterattack if this man is caught. That is Stuart O'Grady, the most dangerous man of the day. Started GC just a minute 20 behind Levi Leipheimer going into today's stage and found himself in this very powerful 9-man breakaway. And they extended their lead over 3 minutes, but now that's come way back down under a minute and a half.
If you just go back to the main field a little while back, you saw all of the riders from Team Discovery sharing the pacemaking at the front. What's happening now here, Phil, is we're starting to get a lot of passengers in this leading group of 9 riders. Nobody wants to work in this group quite as hard as Stuart O'Grady, and that's why their average speed is going to start to drop. They will probably average 26, 27 miles an hour running into the finish line. Meanwhile, back in the main field, Team Discovery will be driving at 30 to 32 miles an hour, eating into that time gap all of the time.
Well, that's the 30, but the gap is going up at the moment. It's gone out to a minute and a half, and the gap, as we're on Highway 126 here, we've entered Los Angeles County. We're heading towards the finish in the city of Santa Clarita. And this has been a full day of counter the move made by Stuart O'Grady. I cannot believe that Discovery and Leipheimer felt today would be like this, Bob. They thought they'd sewn this race up yesterday.
Well, they have brought all the horses to the front of the wagon. George Hincapie taking his turn, Tommy Danielson, and of course Ivan Basso. If you're Levi Leipheimer, that's a very edifying feeling to have the man, probably the best stage racer in the world, right there on second wheel. That's Ivan Basso with the black socks. He's been at the front throughout the day. He's doing an incredible tempo, and they're trying to bring the gap down within a minute to the Stuart O'Grady group.
If you're a man trying to win a race like this of 6 days long, you've got to really, Phil, have a very calm character, and that's what Levi Leipheimer has to do now. He can see the gap going up. Now he's looking at it starting to come down again. He might want to go and ride at the front with his teammates, but he has to sit back. He has to leave all of his mates, all of his teammates to do the pacemaking. And what a man, as Bob says, to have on board with you. Number 22 there, Ivan Basso, the winner of the Giro d'Italia. This man, look at his face. He's really enjoying this. He really is getting deep into this, and I think what he's doing is laying the foundations to have Levi Leipheimer actually work for him when we go to the Tour de France in the month of July.
Well, that's the theory, but again, looking at his face, I'm not sure about the enjoying bit there, Paul. He looks like it's a bit of a grimace as he tries to keep this race in touch with that breakaway of 9. This has been a superb chase, but so far they've got back. It was out to 3 minutes and 5 seconds. It's come back to 1 minute and 30 seconds, but that's all they need for a change of leadership, and then it will be a huge showdown tomorrow on Long Beach itself. That could happen, and don't forget our coverage will continue tomorrow at 5 Eastern, that's 2 Pacific time, and it is going to go right down to the finishing line on Long Beach this year. The Amgen Tour of California just will not lay down and rest, as Levi Leipheimer now knows. So stay with us on Versus for the final day tomorrow. That long, thin line of riders, Bob and Paul have both been in that peloton. You know what those guys are feeling like.
I was just going to say exactly the same thing. Bob and I have raced in situations like this, and when you see the main field strung out in a long line, nobody is laughing, nobody is talking. Everybody is sitting right on the front end of their saddle because the hammer is absolutely down. The race is on.
The race is most certainly on. These are the boys who've taken the race to Levi Leipheimer today, and sitting in 5th place just off our camera is the man with the most to gain. Stuart O'Grady is still the virtual leader of the Amgen Tour of California. It's been that way now for the best part of 2.5 hours. Here's the breakaway. Now, irony above ironies, Paul. The time check we've just received, 1 minute 20 seconds, exactly the gap that Stuart O'Grady was behind at the start of the day.
It has been hovering like that for the last 20 miles or so, but now I think a little bit of dissension starting to appear in the ranks here, because 1 or 2 riders starting to become passengers in that leading group of 9 riders. They are now starting to think about the possibility of winning the stage, and that's why they will hold back a fraction, and that, I think, will give advantage over to Team Discovery Channel. Just looking back down the road there, we get a chance in a moment to see the very long string of riders, because they really have been hammering over these last few miles to try and pull this race back together. They have to stop the clock at 1 minute and 6 seconds in my calculation if Levi Leipheimer wants to retain the overall leader's jersey, because there is, let's not forget, Phil, a 10-second time bonus for the first rider to cross the finish. Now, for the first time today, there are a different number of jerseys starting to move up to the front. Team Discovery Channel have finally found themselves a few allies.
HealthNet is the team coming to the front. They haven't got a win yet in the Amgen Tour of California. They would love to do that. They've got some fast sprinters. Hilton Clark there, and this is the breakaway. Just over a minute now to these leaders as they come through the start-finish line before they head out. 300 meters to go before the line, but let's not forget there's some circuits before the actual finish of the race.
And bringing them through now is Jouffre on the Predictor Lotto team from Belgium. The man with everything to gain. The crowd cheer them through. They've been watching this, don't forget, already as the race comes into town. They know who is in the lead. And O'Grady knows now he's got to keep this breakaway alive, because some of those riders, as Paul has said, will now be thinking of winning the day, and they won't be worried about gaining time. O'Grady has one ambition here, that's to win the race, and he needs 1 minute plus to do that.
That's the disadvantage now that Stuart O'Grady has got. The guys who a few moments ago were his allies and his friends in trying to make this breakaway succeed are now becoming his enemies. A completely different tactic starting to play through. The big advantage he has is it's actually quite difficult to organize a chase on a circuit like this. These riders will face 3.5 laps, or 3 laps, I should say, of 3.5 miles around the city of Santa Clara. But as Bob noticed, a number of different teams are starting to come to the front, because a lot of guys here are trying, Bob, to get themselves the victory of the stage, which in itself is a glory.
It's been CSC and Discovery dominating most of the proceedings so far in the Amgen Tour of California. Of course, time is running out. Only 2 stage finishes left for any other team to get a stage win.
Well, we'll see now the gap, if we can see the gantry just above the riders there, because that is Leipheimer going through. There is the gantry. As they come through now, it looks as though they're counting it down. And I'm looking at 1 minute, 3 laps to go, 1 minute 10 seconds. So they pulled back another 10 seconds on the running off the highway.
It's going to be a very fast run around the city of Santa Clarita here, because these guys now are starting to whip it up. And let's not forget, this leading group of 9 riders must surely be starting to tire, Bob, because they've been at the front of this race for an awful long time. Mick Rogers, the 3-time champion of the world in the individual time trial, setting the tempo on the front. but this group is now starting to get passengers. They're losing their impetus a fraction, and behind, everybody's now starting to think about the victory, and Navigators have got a very good sprinter in their midst because they now are coming to the front to help Team Discovery Channel. There they are. That long line of the main field just gives you an indication of how hard this chase is.
Well, it's been a terrific atmosphere here on the Boulevard finish here as the riders have come in towards the end of the day, but now it is a very serious atmosphere. The chase is on behind, not just by Discovery Channel, but other riders trying to break in, because it's the old story now. The sprinters want to have their say in the race, so they have every reason now, Bob, to chase down that breakaway.
Yes, indeed they do. They've got the Navigators in the front with the Health Net squad. George Hincapie still pulling. There's Levi. It is going to be a battle royale right down to the finish line. Desperate moments here for the Discovery team. Tommy Danielson, and there's Brian Van Borg pulling through, trying to get Levi Leipheimer a little bit closer to the group with Stuart O'Grady. It's going right down to the wire. The sprinters teams need to do some real tempo to close that gap down to have a chance at the stage.
It's all about the time. This race has been all about time ever since we started in San Francisco with the little 2-mile individual time trial. Now when the clock stops, if these guys don't get caught, Levi Leipheimer is going to be a rather worried man to know whether or not they finish inside that 1 minute mark. If he finishes inside 1 minute, I think he'll feel a little bit more comfortable tonight.
Stuart O'Grady there looks across at the rest of the riders. I think he's probably feeling just a little bit disheartened now, because that time gap of 1:10 will have been relayed to him by his little radio in his ear there from the team management of the car. All those cars behind are the team cars of the riders in that leading group, and the orders shortly, I think, is going to come to them to pull out of the way and not act as a carrot to the main pack. It's still a good gap, this.
Looks like to me around about the 1 minute mark, you can still see a lot of riders have still got those engines turning at the front at high speed. A lot of it is Team Discovery Channel. Levi Leipheimer in the yellow jersey riding around 9th or 10th position, just letting his guys do all of the tempo making on the front. And what a job of work has been done by this man. This is the US Pro Champion of last year, George Hincapie. He really is a powerhouse. We're not talking about a 4-cylinder engine here, Bob. We're talking about a big LV8.
Turbo diesel. They're firing. George Hincapie's done about 150 kilometers of tempo today, and he still has the legs to whip it up to 50, 55 kilometers an hour in this chase.
Levi Leipheimer thought he was safe, but he's fighting for his very survival in the Tour of California, and the rider on the front here, spearheading the charge, is still there. Stuart O'Grady of Australia. The lead, the last check, is just about 1 minute now. This has been a 60 miles pursuit.
It has been an absolute battle. That man on the front, Stuart O'Grady, is a fighter. He is really one of those riders we have to give the nickname a road warrior. He's crossing the line now. We are looking at 7 miles to go to the finish. These riders, I think, now realize that they're not going to change the overall classification. Now they've got to try and survive and stay off the front end of the main field, because they want to get something out of this long breakaway, Bob.
That's a problem for the riders in the break. If they start thinking about the stage win for Stuart O'Grady, they're not thinking about gaining time on the peloton. Mick Rogers has been doing a tremendous amount of work, so Stuart O'Grady still has a couple of allies left in this breakaway, but most of the men will start looking for the stage win, and they will try to save as much energy as possible, sit on the wheels, not do the work. In the meantime, here's the peloton charging. They have one mission in mind. All these men on the front, they want to catch that breakaway.
Well, clearly closing in on the gap. I didn't see the time check on the gantry, but I reckon it's inside a minute now, because the Team Discovery Channel have got themselves some other riders on the front now. Team HealthNet are getting going as well now, and the reason being they want to bring the sprinters through. They've got 2 circuits, just 7 miles to the finish now. There's still the race to race for the day, of course, from that group up front, and they won't ride as a group of 9 to the finish. Wait for the attacks to start.
Well, that's important as well, because we talk about the individual race, the race for the man who's the most consistent over the whole of the Amgen Tour of California, but actually just taking out one of the special stages like you would in car rallying is important too, because if one of the riders in the race can take the stage, he's actually saved the race for his team, because he's got themselves a little bit of extra publicity. Again, O'Grady, Phil, will not give up.
O'Grady driving, Mick Rogers on his wheel, Gasparotto on the wheel, and Bram tanking, who's just swung off after his turn, struggling a little bit to get back with the 3 men he's been in the breakaway with throughout the stage.
Well, I know one thing, guys. If we see racing like this for the rest of the year, we are going to see some great bike races around the world, because this has been a tremendous Tour of California. It's had the same leader from start, and we're not yet at the finish. Levi Leipheimer, there he is. But he's really been under total pressure today. He's relied heavily on his team to do the job, because without his team today, he would have lost that lead.
He would have lost it completely, but let's not forget the team that he has is a very special team indeed. Team Discovery are made up of some big, strong bike riders. Ivan Basso's done a great job today. Tony Cruz, Tommy Danielson started this race, as Bob said, as one of the favourites. He's had to work his heart out this afternoon. George Hincapie, Jason McCartney, and of course Brian Van Borg, who finished in the top 10 in the World Championships last year. Jens Voigt today, Bob, has had to just sit back and watch.
Pretty handy sprinter himself. It wouldn't surprise me if he came out of the pack, assuming the breakaway gets caught, and try to chip away the 21 seconds only he's behind Levi Leipheimer, and that would bring him 10 seconds closer, because that time, if you win the stage, comes off of your overall. And that man, Jens Voigt, that was in the pack, here's the breakaway. Matt Heyman still pulling, Jufre still working. We'll see if it is Jens Voigt coming out of the peloton to try to steal some seconds back from Levi Leipheimer.
Well, there's a little bit of discontent in that leading group, I think, now, because they know that the race is coming up. Let's look at the relationship from the leaders. That's inside a minute for sure now. They are down to around about 45, 50 seconds, and it's the HealthNet team now who are driving on the front, and it looks like Rory Sutherland sitting in the driving seat.
Well, I noticed one of the riders from that leading group of 9 actually sat up and waited. I've got a funny feeling that was actually Victor Rapinski, the rider from Team Navigators, and he was probably thinking about trying to go to the front end of the main field and work for his team, because they've got a good sprinter, Team Navigators, Hilton Clark, the Australian. But Bob, when you look at a main field strung out in a long line like that, you know what it's like. The legs are popping.
It feels like somebody is stabbing your legs with knives and daggers, and it's unbelievable amounts of pain, especially at the end of a very tough week of racing this early in the season. We're still in the month of February. A lot of pain out on the roads today.
Phil, it was Rapinski who's disappeared from this group. 8 riders now lead the race.
He's disappeared, but he's trying to catch up, actually. He's just off the back there, you see, so I have a feeling he must have had a problem there. Anyway, we've now got 8 riders, and there they are. The one that's missing, Victor Rapinski. He's just slipped off the back for whatever the reason, as they continue to chase here and hope they can still survive. They are about 4.5 to 5 miles now from the actual finish of the day.
That's Mick Rogers now in the pink jersey of T-Mobile on the front, followed by Gasparotto in the lime green, but this is a big organisation. HealthNet, presented by Maxis on the front here, are doing a magnificent job of whipping up the pacemaking, and I think, Bob, you've got to admit that a big team like Discovery, they must be quite happy with the help now.
Oh, absolutely. This is heaven sent for Levi Leipheimer, and you can see him tacked on that train of the HealthNet riders. They want to win the stage, and that would be a huge result for the domestic-based HealthNet squad. A couple of fast men, Carl Menzie and Sean Milne. Kirk O'Bee as well is pretty handy in the sprint, and we'll see what exactly happens here in the closing kilometers of this stage of the Amgen Tour of California.
They've got a pretty good British rider on the team this year too, Bob. Russ Downing. He's a first sprinter, former champion of Great Britain. We haven't seen much of him yet. Maybe today is the time to emerge here as we now race around the new city here of Santa Clarita. And the gap as we pan again. There's a chance this breakaway is still going to survive, you know, even though it won't be a new leader by the end of the day.
The breakaway have still got a very good chance of surviving, because they're clawing back that advantage. I just made a quick unofficial check at 40 seconds to the front end of the main field. Green and white jerseys moving forward now as well, because they have got a brilliant sprinter. That's the French Crédit Agricole team. The big god of thunder, they call him, Thor Hushovd.
Thor Hushovd loves California. He loves training here. He spent a couple of weeks in Santa Barbara. He knows these roads pretty well, and he would love to win a stage. Paolo Bettini came up big with the goods in San Luis Obispo. Thor Hushovd doesn't want to be left out of the results, would love to win the stage, but Crédit Agricole is going to have to come to the front, contribute to the chase. Ivan Basso now on the front. Still some desperate moments for the Discovery team. They would love to see Stuart O'Grady come back into the fold.
The rider in green down there, bottom right, is in fact Hushovd, and he was trying to get onto the wheel of his teammate, who wears the King of the Mountains leader's jersey. In fact, he's won that competition today. No more mountains. Long Beach, in case you don't know, is rather flat down there for tomorrow's final stage. We're looking at the 9 men at the front. There might be still 8. We're not sure where Rapinski is. The banner in the distance, you can just see it popping in now. Next time around will be just half a mile from the finishing line. We are now running down to the bell lap, and this group have been away since mile point, let me just check, mile point 35 they've been away since, and we are now approaching mile point 102.
When you see a breakaway like this, you want to really get behind them. You want them to survive. I'm not sure whether they're going to survive now, because I just made another time check. It's just a 30-second advantage. Sometimes, Bob, the sport of professional cycling seems very unfair.
So cruel sometimes when these riders have worked so hard to at least contest the stage win, but the Discovery team not wanting Stuart O'Grady to get an advantage on Levi Leipheimer, and they will chase them with everything they have. And at the last moment, we got to see Ivan Basso on the front. That's a tough man to stay away from in any bike race.
Here we go. The bell is ringing. 3 miles to the finishing line now. As they start to go through the line, Bob Roll leaves our side to go and have words with the winner. We think that Levi Leipheimer has done enough now to keep his lead. If the gap opens again, of course, he'll be in desperate trouble once more. The peloton, the big bunch, are racing up towards the line. They're there now.
20 seconds is the gap. It's pretty much all over. All these guys now can hope as they turn off the pressure on the front end of the peloton and they survive. But I don't think, you know, it is a mean sport sometimes.
Isn't it? How do they do it, Paul, and time the catch like this?
Well, they seem to have timed it once again to perfection. You see, that's why Team Discovery Channel is one of the top teams in the world. They are well drilled. They planned it out. They knew exactly what they were doing. They have dosed their effort over this 70-mile chase to pull it all back together right in the very sight of the finishing line.
If you're watching cycle racing for the first time, you'll go a long way to see a stage like this for the rest of the year, I think. This has been one of those superb days of bike racing. There'll be a lot of stories to tell tonight amongst the riders. They have had their backs against the wall for over 60 miles because one man, Stuart O'Grady, refused to say no, and he went out on the attack. For a while, he caught everybody off guard. This is an attack here coming now, and this, I think, is Tanking who's making the move.
Yeah, that's Bram Tanking, the Dutch rider on Team Quickstep. He thought this was a very good moment. It's always a good idea to wait until the last possible moment. Joufre takes over now in the pink jersey of the Lotto squad there, stretching them out, but it's Gasparotto in the lime green jersey of Team Liquigas, former Italian national champion, bringing it back together. Still 8 men. There's Big Tor Hushoff on the far side of Levi Leipheimer. He is a great sprinter. He was the best sprinter in the Tour de France a couple of years ago. Now Levi Leipheimer is licking his lips a little bit. He's had to sit back and be very patient here this afternoon and let his teammates do all of the work.
Well, as Levi came through the start-finish, he's done it twice already. I wonder if he caught sight of his wife, of his brother, of his sister-in-law, of the kids, and of mum and dad, because they're all here today. They've all arrived down from the far north and the chilly snows of Montana, and they're here to see him take on another yellow jersey, and they must have had a very nervous day today.
Very nervous day indeed. They've all moved down from Montana, where in fact Levi Leipheimer is from. We know Levi Leipheimer lives in Santa Rosa. He's lived there for the last 12 years. The gap now, Phil, is not very much more than 5 or 6 seconds, and O'Grady still wants to have a go. That's O'Grady on the front.
Look at the peloton, the pack, they're right there now. Then 10 seconds, if that. Now O'Grady looks over his shoulder. His heart must have hit his boots, because after leading this race by 3 minutes, he was the leader of the Tour. It's now down to this, and the whole pack are on them.
They're amazing, the pack. They are just like predators waiting to pounce on their prey. Their prey has been this 9-man breakaway, which shrank to 8 on the finishing circuits. And now the predator has caught its prey. The whole of the main field is back together pretty much in one pack.
2 miles to the finish. The race is back together for the first time since mile point 37. And now it is the sprinters who will have the day, and because everybody who finishes together gets the same time, that is why Levi Leipheimer now will keep his race lead.
He might, but he's got to be very careful of the man riding just in front of him, because Jens Voigt won't give up. Jens Voigt is only 21 seconds behind Levi Leipheimer in the overall picture of the race. He's got to be very careful that the German doesn't jump away on the run in towards the finish and grab himself a few seconds. He must not lower his guard right now. He has to remain attentive, and it's very dangerous to do, Phil, at the front end of the main field, because the sprinters, they take no prisoners.
And T-Mobile have got control now. They're smarting a little bit this week. They want a stage win. They had second at the early start. They've had another second with two different riders here. Cholak and Henderson are their sprinters. They both had narrow seconds. The camera didn't tell lies and put them into second place. Now can they get the win? It's free for all for the sprinters now. Watch how those riders, despite the fact they are in a big pack, how much room they actually make for themselves in that group.
Look at the zigzags. Look at the riders moving all over the road, trying to find the slipstream of the rider they want to use for the final sprint to the line, because it's very much like NASCAR racing. You've got to use the slipstream of the rider in front, and you can catapult off that wheel and get yourself up to 50, 60 kilometers an hour.
And that in English money is about 38 miles an hour as they come down towards the line. The CSC rider who was on the front has swung off now. So it's all down to who wins the day now, because the leadership will stay with the man who kept the yellow jersey all week, Levi Leipheimer. All of these guys will get the same time. Should, in theory, be no change in the overall classification on the eve of the final day. But that's the first time in 4 hours we've been able to say that. The Gerolsteiner team from Germany are moving up with their men. They've got some fast sprinters like Robert Forster, who's also a very fast finisher.
Well, I think Robert Forster would like to get the win, because strangely enough, tomorrow we go down to Long Beach and the mayor of Long Beach is called Rob Foster, so he's probably rooting right now for that man in the light blue jersey of Team Gerolsteiner. But Phil, this is a moment when these riders show us why they are special men, the sprinters. They're inside 1 kilometer to go now. You know, the fastest man in the world a couple of years ago, Mario Cipollini, was recorded in a sprint at going at 42 miles an hour.
They might need to do that to win again today. Now HealthNet forcing their way back into the picture. This is, for the moment, a lead out for Robert Forster. He is the third rider in the blue here as he tries to get through. He specialises in winning stages late in a 5-day race. Maybe it's going to be his day. The boys in pink of T-Mobile have got onto his back wheel, and I thought I saw Graham Brown there, who's also a good sprinter. Now, where is JJ Haido? Because he is also the man who needs to break into this picture, and I don't see him just at the moment.
I can see Freddie Rodriguez, though. He rides for Team Lotto, and he's a guy from California too. He would certainly like to get himself the win. Freddie Rodriguez is lying in 5th place. Right behind Freddie Rodriguez, the green shorts there are on the shoulders of Thor Hushoff. Now look at the men fighting for position. They're trying to battle to stay right up there. They really are lifting up the pace as they come into the last few meters.
We come to the end of a brilliant day of racing, and it looks as though Robert Forster might pull this one off as he's launched to the line by his teammates. This is his big moment now. Cholak is on his back wheel as they race up. Henderson, in fact, is on his back wheel, and Henderson has also tried once before. It's a little bit too far for Forster, and a lot of switching around, and at the end of the race it has gone down to, I think it's Fabian Cancellara. It's gone down to the rider from CSC who's come out of absolutely nowhere. One would suspect, though, that is JJ Haido. I forgot he's changed teams in all of the excitement. That's Haido. He's got his stage win, number 3. CSC, at the end of the day, had a great moment.
It was a big battle. It was all about today, really. Team Discovery Channel versus Team CSC, and they came up with the victory. Looking a little bit further back here, this is George Hincapie. He's still coming into the finishing straight, and there he's having a little chat with Fabian Cancellara. But the victory on the day, the big battle, well, they won one of the wars, but today they've won themselves the battle of the city of Santa Clarita.
It was a wonderful day out. Yes, they lost the real battle because they went to win this race overall tomorrow when it finishes, and for a while it looked good for them, but in the end, Levi Leipheimer gets all of the congratulations. I reckon that's Levi looking for his team to say, guys, thanks for everything, because you saved my race, and that is exactly what has happened today. Leipheimer knows now that tomorrow he can have, well, not a day off. He's down on Long Beach. He'll be in front of many thousands of spectators, but it should go well. There's the rider, looking rather dejected, Stuart O'Grady. What a great race he put up today.
Yeah, but what pressure he put here onto the shoulders of Levi Leipheimer and the whole of Team Discovery, because being in the breakaway made it very difficult for them this afternoon. It was not an easy day out.
Let's have a look again at how that sprint was finally run out. It's really a battling sprint. Something happened. Somebody pulled the foot off the pedal. Wait for
Freddie
it.
Rodriguez, I think you can see in the pink, he's looking for a way through, very, very nervous. But then all of a sudden, from nowhere, look at the rider over on the left-hand side. That's JJ Haedo. He really has got an incredible kick for the line. He's a rapid rider, and it looks like Forster was the man who pulled his footer as Freddie Rodriguez goes across the line sideways almost.
That's right. Freddie lost control of that sprint, and Forster had to take his foot off. He almost got knocked off.
Well, have a look there. You can see a very easy win there going to the big man, JJ Haedo. I think Team CSC are going to be very happy with that rider when we go out towards the end of the season. And Phil, look at that. I never even saw him in the sprint. Third place, the world champion, Paolo Bettini.
Again in the frame. He won the stage in San Luis Obispo a couple of days ago. So let's have a look then. If we can find the standings here, there's a fabulous crowd down there today. The situation, there they are. Juan Jose Haedo gets his second win of the Tour. He got 2 last year as well. Different team though. Greg Henderson, a second place for Greg. Paolo Bettini gets third to match his first of 2 days ago. Hushoft in the frame again in fourth. Freddie Rodriguez, despite his little wobble, got across the line in 5th place. Looking a bit further down, the time the same for everybody there.
The team did a huge job today. They put the whole Discovery in a really hard spot. So I think it was good to take the win for on the hard job than the team did today.
Can you win number 3 tomorrow?
Who knows? Let's see. Let's enjoy today.
You know, 3 guys I think went right from the start because there was a crash. The Discovery guys just overlapped wheels with each other and took each other down, it looked like. Then after that, the group kind of set up, and those 2 or 3 guys rolled away. And then after that, we went over a couple climbs, and CSC decided to punch it, and it split the group pretty good. And from there, they must have attacked Levi and gotten away in a smaller group that, of course, caught the group in front. Discovery did an incredible chase. I mean, it was impressive all day long on the front like that. So hats off to those guys. Levi definitely, his team deserved to bring him the win. Hincapie was down, I think something wrong with his hand, and he got back up there and was pulling all day. It was impressive. And at the finish, it was just crazy sprint again. Luckily, it was much faster than the other days. So once you got to the front, you just stayed there. I just got Freddie to the front as close as I could coming into the last corner, and after that, he had to surf on his own.
I'm here with Brian Vandenborg of the Discovery Channel team. Brian, we hear it was an incredible chase by you guys out there. What had you guys going? It looked like a dangerous move.
It was dangerous. There was 9 guys, and they were all powerful guys, like time trial experts. And I mean, it was hard. Like 5 guys chasing 4 guys. I was sick this morning. Thought I wasn't going to start. Tony crashed. George crashed. Just
tough day at the office, eh?
I'll say so.
And what was it like? I mean, did you get any help from any of the other teams?
HealthNet put a couple of guys up there with 20 kilometers to go, but it's pretty much Discovery against every other team here. But
you saved the jersey. How does that make you feel?
Makes me feel good. I mean, feel good mentally, but not physically.
All right, get well.
Thank you.
I'm here with a man who needs no introduction, Vyacheslav Ekimov of the Discovery team, now a team director. Eki, was a tough ride out there for the boys today, eh?
Yeah, I think today we have a message from the hell. We got 2 guys fall down at the beginning of the stage. We got 2 guys suffering. The guy got flu in the morning, so he was not 100%. So we were having like maybe 2/3 of the team. And today was a hammer, put him down on us, but I think we made it.
Those guys really drilled it. How about George? I mean, riding all that way with a potentially broken wrist. I mean, was that a gutsy effort or what?
Well, I mean, George, he did an awesome job, and so now he's in the hospital for check his wrist, and we hope all stays normal. Maybe just damage, but not broken things. So tomorrow's the last day, but tomorrow is almost predictable day.
Yeah. So I mean, it looked like CSC just came out swinging. I mean, they did not think that the Tour of California was over. I mean, you guys are put on the spot from the get-go, eh?
Yeah, I think it wasn't any secret that 2 teams show up in this race, CSC and us, with huge ambitions. But we need to win this race so bad. There was no choice for us. And CSC guys, they know that this competition is going to be a long, like all over the year, and they don't want to lose the first game.
And let's just talk real quickly about Levi's form. I mean, it looked like Levi rode the time trial of his life yesterday to take that Amgen Tour California Leaders jersey, keep it on his back.
Yeah, Levi was awesome, and for sure it was his day yesterday. He had a lot of fun on the course, and he ride on I would say on the playground, because we used to be in that zone, in that area, in the training camp, and we all knew what's going on, and we all knew a single bump on the road. So.
Thank you very much. Again, Vyacheslav Ekimov, 14-time Tour de France rider, incredible. 15-time Tour de France rider, incredible. Thank you very much, Yaki.
Okay, thanks to everybody.
Let's go to the podium now. There he is, Levi Leipheimer. At times today, he must have thought he'd lost this race, but he can breathe a sigh of relief again because he's still got his overall lead intact. He's held it from day one, and that's the end of the full week of racing now. Today, tomorrow, of course, we go on to day 8, and it's another day down on Long Beach. What a happy man he is now, but I bet it wasn't the case earlier. Let's have a look then at the overall standings, which changed on the road but came back together to remain as they were this morning. Jens Voigt still needs 21 seconds. Jason McCartney, Leipheimer's teammate, sits third. Julich is in fourth. Stuart O'Grady, in the end, stays in 5th place. Further down is Christian van der Velde completing a great tour. Michael Rogers could so easily have been second. Instead, he stays in 7th. As we look down at some other names, Rory Sutherland there in 13th. Let's join Bob Roll with a relieved Leipheimer.
Absolutely brutal day out on the roads. Could you win the Tour of California with any other team?
No way. I mean, I don't even have any words to describe what the team went through today. I mean, it was the whole world against us, and there's a lot of strong riders out there, and they did not hold anything back today, and the team, I've never witnessed anything like it. It was, I mean, we were down, we were out, we had some bad luck in the beginning. 2 guys went down, George and Tony, and the rest of the field didn't stop, they kept going, and the attacks were relentless, and we were, at some point, you know, down to 2 of us, and they held it together, and then at the end, they dug super, super deep.
Long Beach, California, the end of a long road of 8 days of cycling for the riders in the Amgen Tour of California. Well, it's been a great week of racing. We've only had one leader since day 1 in San Francisco, Levi Leipheimer. But Paul, it has been a week of real pressure for him.
It's not been easy for him, and it's not been easy for the whole team, Team Discovery Channel. A couple of times I thought they might have cracked and lost the overall race lead, definitely on the way down to San Luis Obispo. And even yesterday, the day before the finish around here in Long Beach, I thought they were going to crack on the road to the city of Santa Clarita. But now I think they'll be breathing a sigh of relief and hoping they can get through this final day.
Well, another massive crowd set to watch the final act played out right here in Long Beach. Bob, this is a circuit race. It's just under 80 miles. What's going to happen?
Well, this is the cornerstone of American bike racing, appropriate for the Amgen Tour of California to finish with the criterium. It's fast, it's furious, there's quite a few corners. It can get a little bit spooky, a little bit dangerous. Look for a bunch sprint finish, but the whole field has been attacking the Discovery team throughout this bike race, so I expect there'll be some more attacks to come. So Discovery, Levi Leipheimer, they have to pay very close attention to the tempo and who goes into breakaways throughout today's stage.
The thing about international stage cycling is that every stage counts, and today is no exception.
I'm here with Danny Pate of the team Slipstream Sports. Dan, you were in that breakaway yesterday. Tell me what was going on out there. It looked like you guys were really drilling it.
Yeah, everyone in the group was working really hard, and everyone wanted to try and go for the stage between the guys in the group, and the chase was just, you know, it was too strong, and we just weren't able to make it.
So, Tony, a tough day out there yesterday for the Discovery guys. Take us through the events right there at the beginning, and then, man, it went full gas.
Yeah, we knew that was going to be sort of a pivotal, well, a very pivotal stage for the team, and, you know, I think I was a little fatigued, or very fatigued, actually. And I was just a little too close to Basso and made the mistake, and unfortunately I took down one of my best friends, you know, George, and he had to have surgery, so I felt really bad, but you know, the thing about our team is we stick together like brothers no matter what happens, and, you know, that's why we pulled it off yesterday.
Yeah, it looked like a hell of a chase. I mean, saving Levi's, was Levi happy about the efforts from the team, obviously, but...
Yeah, I mean, he came to each one of us and expressed
you know, how happy he is to be a part of this team, and he's never felt such a close bond between riders, so it's nice to have that.
I'm here with three-time world time trial champion Michael Rogers. Now, Michael, you were in that breakaway yesterday. Tell us about how it was going in that breakaway.
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty hard. We were quite unlucky, I think. We had a heap of strong guys there. Unfortunately, for the breakaway, you know, riding in the last 20 miles on that wide open highway, you know, compared to the bunch, we just had quite a disadvantage. The bunch just moves so much quicker on big roads like that, and but we tried, and we'll try again today.
So was the group working pretty well together? Everybody kind of taking good pulls?
Yeah, everyone, you know, rode to their full potential. I think, you know, we were out there for a long time, and the pace was pretty hot the whole day. So everyone did really well, and you know, it was just a shame to get so close to the finish and not pull it off.
I'm here with 2006 Paris-Roubaix winner Fabian Cancellara. Fabian, how is the Tour of California going for your team?
I think we need only the GC classement, then I think we have everything. But no, it was a perfect week. We did the perfect race, and now last stage, we will see maybe we can win another stage with JJ.
And let's talk about yesterday. You guys really threw down a big move out there to try to break up the race.
We want to win. We're not here for holiday and stay in the back, and it's been a bit the legs. We had the chance to win, and we did everything, but yeah, this is a race and this is cycling.
Stewart, you guys threw down some major smack yesterday. What was the? I mean, obviously that's the winning move, but what was going on out there in that breakaway?
A lot of hard pedaling. Yeah, I was just unleashed everything I had yesterday, and you know the team really ripped it up. We're out there to put the pressure on Discovery, and I think we didn't leave you know, any stone unturned. We gave everything we had.
All right, tough break, but almost broke that race open.
Yeah, I mean, I think we had a lot of boys in the hurt bag yesterday, and you know, it was a really good race. It was a great race, but hats off to Discovery. You know, they're a strong team, and Levi's definitely proved he's the best rider to win the race.
Tom Danielson here. Tell us about that effort you did yesterday to bring the group back when the race really split up there.
Yeah, it was. Basically, I pulled from the first kilometer to basically the last. So I think I got off the front with 3K to go, which for me is an awesome job. I gave it everything. I had the legs that I wanted to in the beginning of the race yesterday, and it worked out well because the team really needed me, and the whole team was fantastic. I'd have to say it was like watching a movie like that you didn't know the ending. You know, normally when we're in this situation, you know we're going to bring the break back. We're under control. It's not a big deal, but I'll tell you, yesterday there were some times that looked a little bit shaky, and the team rallied and came through amazing. It was a great day of cycling. For sure, from my career, it was one of the best days, for sure.
And did Levi obviously appreciate the efforts?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And I told him I'm there for him, and I know he'll be there for me later on, so it was a good race.
Let's have a look at the map brought to us by Garmin. Here we are now. We're out of Santa Barbara, right down at Long Beach. We're south of Los Angeles. We're on a circuit race. Let's go to the Herbalife sign-in. There we are, Paul.
All the riders signing in, they have to do this every day, and it's a chance for the spectators as well to see some of the great names that are here at the Amgen Tour of California, including, of course, the world champion Paolo Bettini.
Stage facts for you. Long Beach, California. It's a 77.5-mile race. That's 10 circuits, so that would be 7.7 miles around. Very flat. Last year's winner not here, Olaf Pollock. And the weather, well, we're worried about it. There's a little bit of misty rain in the air, but basically it's not too bad. Fairly high humidity, and as you can see, visibility is 8 miles. Well, one man pretty pleased the way things are going is the president of AEG Sports, Sean Hunter.
This is one of the biggest events in America. It's becoming one of the most relevant sporting events in the world. We had over 1.6 million fans on the course. Phenomenal. Best racers in the world. I think we got something very special here. We think this is one of the great sports in the world, untapped in America. There's more people that ride here than play tennis, golf, and ski combined. So we look at it as an ambassador for the sport. We want to make sure our riders can not only train here, but compete here. So our best days are ahead.
Well, we're down at the race start. I must say, Paul, there is a tremendous atmosphere, and it has been around the whole 8 days of this race. There's Thor Hushovd here, man who's made his reputation in the Tour de France. He, like everybody else, just happy to be here in California.
Well, we're talking here, Phil, the Amgen Tour of California, but looking at the names, looking down the start list, look at the man in the middle there in that white jersey. That's the current world champion, Paolo Bettini. He didn't come here to play either, Phil, because he's already won himself one of the stages out on the road. It really has been a phenomenal organisation.
Well, the rider's moving away. Somebody from Team Slipstream, it looks as though it might be Danny Pate, has just taken a flyer straight off the front of the bunch here. There's the world champion in the white jersey Paul was talking about. They'll U-turn back on themselves and then they'll start the ride. In fact, it's not Danny Pate, this, Paul. It is Bill Frischkorn who started. He was in the moves yesterday. He's had a very good tour, really.
I think the whole team, Slipstream, let's not forget, it's a young development team in the United States run by Jonathan Vaughters, a former Tour de France rider, and they've been aggressive on every stage.
There she is, the Queen Mary, and I can tell you a little tale that my father sailed on her when she used to sail to the United States out of Southampton. Took him a week in harbour in New York and a week back to Southampton. And there she is, as she sits now proudly in the water as a floating hotel and restaurant, I do believe. We're with the Tour of California and we're out on the road here now, and these are the leaders, 7 of them, establishing a lead of 2 minutes and 55 seconds. Now, it's worth noting, Paul, the highest placed man in this breakaway is young Danny Pate. He was 2 minutes 31 behind before the start of the day, and they're leading by 2:55. So he's the virtual leader on the road.
He certainly is. That's only, though, if we were to stop the race now. But unfortunately for Danny Pate, there's still a few kilometres to go, a few miles to go before we get down to the finish. There's the composition of that leading group. Ben Jackmain, aggressive since the start. Stephen Koza, Timothy Johnson, I should say, Adam Hansen, Carl Menzies, Sean Sullivan of Australia, and Danny Pate just at the bottom there. It is, though, still a long way to go. But once again, Bob, it just goes to show that there's a lot of pressure on Team Discovery to chase this down.
It's amazing that they have slipped away from the jersey at the moment. I'm sure there'll be a big, huge chase, not just from the Discovery team, but also the teams of the sprinters that are trying to win a stage. T-Mobile have got to win a stage to have a successful Amgen Tour of California. Obviously, this is their last chance.
Well, there is Danny Pate, and the Slipstream team are having a great tour. They're guided by Jonathan Vaughters, a former Tour de France rider. And in fact, I don't think the team behind Discovery is going to be too worried about this move. Danny Pate, although at the moment, yes, he is the new race leader on the road, they've got plenty of time. We're around about 33 miles in. We're on lap number 5 here. And there on the front of the main pack are all of the team of Discovery Channel. Don't forget, they've been weakened now by the loss of George Hincapie because of that broken wrist yesterday. But they should still be able to cope here.
Levi Leipheimer, he has to sit back and stay as calm as he can and use his teammates to do all of the pacemaking at the front. But Bob, I was talking to 1 or 2 of the riders on other teams just before the start, and they said yesterday Team Discovery really had to dig deep to do that performance and pull the race back for the man in yellow. One
of the most courageous rides we've seen in a long time, coming from George Hincapie, breaking his wrist in a crash early in the stage, chasing throughout the day. He did in the tempo at a level so incredibly stratospheric that the whole peloton was put under pressure, and following the wheels of George Hincapie was not easy for anybody, and he was able to wipe away the advantage of the breakaway. Very dangerous, Stewart or Grady in the break yesterday, but George Hincapie, even though he had broken his wrist in his crash early in the stage, unbelievable ride by Big George. A lot of courage out on the road.
He must have been in terrific pain, yet it was never evident to us as we watched the pictures yesterday. Yet when George got to the end, he shook his head and held his wrist. It was really very sad, especially for George, because he had a similar situation last year when he crashed in Paris-Roubaix, ripped his shoulder apart, and here he is out again.
Out again, and now wonders whether he's going to ride that famous one-day classic, the Paris-Roubaix, which goes over some nasty cobblestones in the north of France. Bob, looking at the breakaway here, they can't let this breakaway go away again, once again, because of the position of Danny Pate. But I wonder if all of the work that Team Discovery Channel have had to do here at the Amgen Tour of California, it's actually going to hurt them for later on in the season, because a lot of the big professionals, they're not yet ready for this kind of work.
Incredible amount of pressure on the team. They don't have a sponsor yet. They need big wins, and it's early in the year. This is a very prestigious event. Team Discovery desperate to win the Amgen Tour of California. Tommy Danielson on the front of the peloton, the Durango kid.
Yes, and he's put in quite a lot of work this week in defense of his leader, Levi Leipheimer. Tommy D, who would have started this race as a candidate for a likely win, has found himself helping somebody else on his team, and there he is, Leipheimer, who doesn't look at all concerned about this breakaway at the moment, but if it continues to gain, and it's not far off getting 3 minutes, I think they will become quite concerned.
Well, on the last day of a race like this, it's also quite interesting to note that he will, I think, Bob, get a little bit of assistance in the latter part of the race, unlike on previous days, because there's a different strategy. There's a lot of the teams of the sprinters. CSC would obviously like JJ Haedo to get himself another win number 3 here, but also Team Rabobank would like to see Graham Brown win. So a lot of stuff is going to happen in the latter part of the race, so they are not going to have to do all of the work themselves.
Welcome back as we look down here on Long Beach, the long straight road. There's nothing complicated about this final stage today. It's up one side and down the other with sweeping turns at both ends. It's turning out to be a very quick race, and it's turning out to be a most interesting development now, Paul. Danny Pate is the new leader of this race on the road, and we are hearing now from race radio that other teams are beginning to get a little bit disturbed by this and put help into the chase. Pate, by the way, is number 111 there.
Well, I tell you what, you look at those bands on his shoulders there, those bleu bands are the arc-en-ciel, the rainbow bands, and those indicate that this man has been a former champion of the world. He's been aggressive throughout this Amgen Tour of California as well, and he may well be looking to try and turn the tables on the last day. But on the last day, it's always very difficult because a lot of different things come into play. You have teams that want to get their final bit of glory out of the race, and you have other teams who are trying to defend their second, third, and fourth place in the overall classification. And once they start to see their positions threatened, then they'll move to the front of the pack too.
This to the rise there, Ben-Jacques Chemain is also doing a tremendous ride. A couple of teams here, Team Slipstream and Team HealthNet, have got 2 riders up there. And now you see there's more help there. It's not just the black jersey of Discovery Channel. BMC have taken an interest. That's interesting in itself. But also now the green and white jerseys there are the Grady Agricole team. And they've got a top sprinter on their squad who has not yet won a stage of this race in Thor Hushovd. The God of Thunder might want to strike today. There is Levi Leipheimer. I'm no doubt feeling a little bit grateful that other teams have taken up the chase.
Certainly the God of Thunder you were talking about, Thor Hushovd, has been fairly well represented in the sprinting stages of the race so far. He finished 4th yesterday, so he's getting a little bit closer on every individual occasion. I'm sure he'd like to go away from this race, Bob, with a fine stage victory.
Got a great chance to have a cup of coffee with Thor the other day, and Thor said he really enjoyed the racing here in California. And he would like to put a little bit of a mark on the race from his results, put a stage here on his Palmares. We saw Paolo Bettini come out in San Luis Obispo and have a surprise win in the sprint there, and that was a great result. Gave Bettini a tremendous amount of satisfaction, and it gave me the impression that these guys really would love to win a stage here. Thor Hushovd would love to add a stage here on his Palmares.
Yes, he turned 29 years of age, the man we were just talking about, but this man we're talking about was the under-23 champion of the world, and he may well be the man creating a bit of a surprise. But there are different teams now moving forward. There, as Bob said, is the Grady Agricole team for Thor Hushovd, but also the orange jerseys are moving forward too. That's the Dutch team Rabobank, and they'll think about their great sprinter, Graham Brown. So I have a feeling now the race is starting to change a fraction, with a lot of other people starting to take an interest in the front end of the main field.
What's been your favorite sprint so far, Paul, in this Amgen Tour of California? We've had some fantastic battles.
I think it's got to be yesterday with the win by JJ Haedo, and of course Freddie Rodriguez going across the line sideways.
Yes, indeed. Yes. Well, the clouds are blowing away. Thank heavens. The blue sky is creeping in from across the Pacific Ocean. We're looking down the long straight here. On the right is Long Beach Beach, and here we are on the last day of the Tour of California. Welcome back, everybody. Well, the breakaway of those 7 riders, the last time check just reaching us as you rejoin us. 2 minutes 30 seconds. That means that Danny Pate is no longer the leader by a single second, Paul.
It's all about calculations. We're looking here at the leading group of 7 riders, and I tell you what, their average speed so far this afternoon has been 39 kilometers an hour. Roughly translated, that's 25 miles an hour. You can see Danny Pate there on the right-hand side. He's the rider in the white jersey. The reason why Levi Leipheimer is not too worried, I think, Bob, is because really he knows that his team has the firepower to pull this breakaway back to a safe level before the end.
Well, if he puts Ivan Basso on the front like he had to do yesterday, it would be possible for Basso to take a couple of minutes out of this group without too much trouble at all. These riders working well together. On the front, BMC of the peloton. Rabobank coming in the front now. That's got to worry you from the breakaway. Levi Leipheimer, so far, he's ridden safe, he's ridden in the front, he's stayed out of trouble. There have been some spectacular crashes in the finale of these very dangerous stages, and that's why you see Levi Leipheimer right there in the yellow jersey, just going across the start-finish line.
Leipheimer, all he has to do is just sit at the front end of the main field, keep a little bit of a gap on the main field. You can see the gap now at the finish line is 2 minutes and 18 seconds. But for Levi Leipheimer, really all he has to do is to sit back and just keep a close eye on affairs. And mainly, he has to keep a very close eye on Jens Voigt. But today, I think the race has all of a sudden taken a different picture at the front end, because we've got a number of teams, Phil, want that breakaway back, not just Discovery.
And the reason is purely, as you say, Paul, it's to get their sprinters over the line first and try and get something out of this race. A lot of teams haven't done anything in this race, and they want a result. Teams like T-Mobile, Grady Agricole. Yes, Grady Agricole's had some success because they wore the California Tourism King of the Mountains competition. That concluded yesterday because there are no mountains on Long Beach, so that competition ended yesterday. We talk about yesterday, and we've heard an awful lot from you on yesterday's coverage, how much you enjoyed that race. It was such a great bike race. The way they raced each other into the ground yesterday, we're all very sad about what's happened to George Hincapie, but the man was a hero. The way he got back on his bike, caught the race, went straight to the front and just drove that race to bring back the breakaways.
Forget about that, Phil. You know, the breakaway is this group of riders we're looking at here, but what I'm as impressed with is George Hincapie rode that stage with a broken wrist. It's just amazing to think the pain he must have been going through, but he wasn't thinking about any of that pain at all. All he wanted to do was get on the front and ride for the team.
I don't think he was too happy to see the peloton leave him behind after he had crashed out in a place of the road that was not a strategic part of the bike race. So once George collected himself, got his machine going again, got back into the group, he went straight to the front and started to do a grinding tempo that absolutely pulverized this field and brought the breakaway back into the fold just a few kilometers before the finish.
Good chance to have a look here at just how the riders work in a breakaway group like this. So we call this an echelon, or we call this bit and bit. Basically, you do a bit of a ride at the front, then you go to the back. Now, what happens if you look at the riders? We just go past that little house there.
Bit unlucky there, weren't you?
I was very unlucky there, but the house was very nice. Unfortunately, it didn't give us much chance to see the operation. What happens is the riders on the left-hand line, they move to the front and set the pace for 50 or 100 meters and then drop back down the right-hand side until they get into the slipstream of the rider at the back of that line. And by doing so, what it means is a rider only sets the pace for a short period of time, and then he goes and has a little bit of a rest, because you do actually ride a lot easier when you're in the wheel of a rider in front of you.
Absolutely, and when you're sitting behind, you're saving energy. Well, I know that the mayor of Long Beach, I was talking to him earlier, he was hoping for 200,000 people today, and just looking from these pictures around about, he mightn't be far short, because they're lining pretty much the whole of this course, which is nearly 8 miles around. So I think he might be happy with what's happening today.
I'll tell you one thing about the mayor of Long Beach as well. He's actually hoping today that one of the riders from Gerolsteiner is going to win, and he's looking really for Robert Forster, because the mayor of Long Beach just happens to be called Bob Foster.
Well, he was nearly there yesterday, Robert Foster, because he got a good lead out. Things went a bit wrong when he tangled with Fast Freddy Rodriguez in the sprint, and they bounced back into the lower places at the front of that bunch, 5th and 6th from memory. Looking down at this little working breakaway, you see how they go through, move to the left, let the next man come through, and that's very typical of top-class professional racing. What a wonderful sight, the end of 8 days of racing around the state of California, and we're now rolling to a halt on Long Beach here. 2.5 laps left to race to the finish. 7 riders are clear. The latest time check we're getting 1 minute and 35 seconds. They're making a bit of a meal of the cats, boys.
Well, they're doing the job that they need to do. They're bringing them back slowly. We got up at one stage to almost 3 minutes, and it's now coming down a lot more rapidly. 1 minute 35 is the last official time check we got from the race radio, as this man a few moments ago was looking at taking the overall lead away from Levi Leipheimer, but now Team Slipstream, Phil, are just thinking about maybe a stage win.
Yes, indeed. And Danny Page, you see the rainbow colours on his sleeves? The only riders who can wear those colours have been former world champions, and Danny Page has been just that. Now, while we're looking at those two riders, they're both on Team Slipstream. Now, we all know that cycling is fighting to rid itself of an image of drugs within the sport, and I think it's an image it really doesn't deserve. I think the fact it's highlighted so much is because they are going out of their way to catch the cheaters. Well, Team Slipstream, they're playing their part as well. Here's a little tale from that side. The riders on Team Slipstream have been undergoing repeated blood and urine tests this year as part of an innovative anti-doping programme. Team director Jonathan Vaughters, who helped Lance Armstrong win his first Tour de France back in 1999, implemented the testing as a proactive measure to weed out cheaters.
These guys are quickly approaching the point in their career that they're going to have to, make those decisions that doping is going to be in their face, and it made me queasy. I was just absolutely unwilling to let that occur. We're testing for metabolic markers in the body. We're looking for patterns that deviate from the normal physiology of each athlete. There's no hiding with this. I mean, you can see everything from top to bottom.
More than anything, the program has brought us together as a team because there's the peer pressure not to do anything, not to even consider it, to be a part of this really pioneering movement. And we're on the front of what's hopefully going to be a big curve and helping save the sport.
It is difficult at times, and everybody feels that way, but we also feel that we're all investing in revitalizing the sport and returning it to the way it used to be, and getting back the true passion of the sport where it was all about just going hard and guts and glory.
We're the guinea pigs for sure, but I'm hoping that our effort leads to a universal standard for all the teams to enter into eventually.
Yes, and all the riders, of course, giving the services there voluntarily, but it is a great thing and good for them, and we know now that they're riding this race clean, as I hope everybody else is.
Well, I tell you what, they're not the only team that is actually battling their doping either, because Team CSC and T-Mobile have their own in-house testing, and they're doing a lot more than the federations are, and I think that's the way the sport has turned around now. The actual teams are doing a finer job than maybe some of the federations.
Yes, and maybe it is something else other sports should think of doing as well. Anyway, let's get back to the Tour of California, Bob, because they're being driven on here by Team BMC, and they're getting closer, but not very quickly.
BMC, Grady, Erik, and Rabobank all to the front for their sprinters.
What a wonderful sight. The end of 8 days of racing around the state of California, and we're now rolling to a halt on Long Beach here. 2.5 laps left to race to the finish. 7 riders are clear. The latest time check we're getting 1 minute and 35 seconds. They're making a bit of a meal of the catch, boys.
Well, they're doing the job that they need to do. They're bringing them back slowly. We got up at one stage to almost 3 minutes, and it's now coming down a lot more rapidly. 1 minute 35 is the last official time check we got from the race radio, as this man a few moments ago was looking at taking the overall lead away from Levi Leipheimer, but now Team Slipstream, Phil, are just thinking about maybe a stage win.
There's the big peloton here now. We're inside. 3 laps left to ride on Long Beach, and the gap has just come down to 1 minute and 20 seconds.
The main field now starting to take this very seriously indeed, and you can see why. You can almost see the difference in speed at the front end of the main field. I reckon as well, Bob, you've got to factor in these guys are racing in possibly a crowd as many as 200,000 people, and that tunnel of noise when they come through here, that really gets the adrenaline flowing.
That does kick up the adrenaline extra notch when there's a big crowd, and every day has provided us with huge crowds at the Amgen Tour. What a beautiful bike race it's been throughout the week. Credit, Agricole, Tor Hushovd. I think that the long, straight, wide finishing circuit here in Long Beach really favors a sprinter with incredible power like Tor Hushovd. Maybe not the quick punch of a rider like Robbie McEwen, but Tor Hushovd, once he winds up that big diesel motor, he churns toward the finish line. He has a change in mentality. When he sees the line, he has a chance to win. He becomes a different person, absolutely possessed to win these stages. He'd love to get one today.
There's something very special, Phil, about winning the final stage of a stage race like this as well, and Tor Hushovd has done that in the past. In fact, he won the final stage of the Tour de France last year on the Champs-Élysées. There's a little bit more of a buzz to it, and you always remember the guy who wins the last stage, and that maybe is the little bit of motivation this afternoon that maybe Tor Hushovd needs.
Well, I'm going to test Bob Rowland. Who won the last stage of the Tour of California last year, Bob?
I believe it was a German rider, Olaf Polak. He's not here
10
this
out
year.
of 10.
He's also
Fantastic.
changed teams.
Well done. Who was second?
Steiner. Second.
JJ Heido. There you go.
Yeah.
I didn't research it, though. I remembered it.
Well done, Bob. No, and Pollock not here. No, he's a member of T-Mobile last year. So he's a rider we'll look for other things. The season's starting now, but other riders here, like Carl Menzies in the breakaway, he's been racing since the 1st of January in Australia, which is where he comes from, before he moved across to join his American Health Net team. And he got a medal in the Time Trial Championships, and he also won the first stage of the Tour Down Under, which is a race in Australia, raced in the state of South Australia, very similar to this race.
It certainly is. I just think we maybe need to remind ourselves of the sprinters. Obviously for Team CSC, we've got to think about JJ Haedo, and there are the leaders on the left-hand side with the main field on the right-hand side. Graham Brown, to finish the thought, is the sprinter from Team Rabobank, the Australian who was the winner on the early races out on the open road here to Santa Rosa. Then we've got to think about a little bit further down riders like Robert Forster from Team Gerolstein. You've got to think about T-Mobile with Gerard Cholik, Greg Henderson. They really want to get themselves a win, and the big god of thunder, as we call him, Tor Hushovd. And why not Luca Palladini or even Freddie Rodriguez, local boy?
Well, you've named half the field there. We must have picked the winner out of one of them, surely. Looking at the breakaway, Carl Menzies is the rider, the two riders at the back here. Number 104 is Tim Johnson. Carl Menzies is just in front of him, 105. They're the two Health Net riders.
A couple of expansion joints in the last couple of kilometers in this bike race, and when the whole field is thundering together, that could provide us with some real absolute racing and some of the things that are inevitable in bike racing, it seems like. The big crashes in the field sprint is something we don't like. Hand up for the rider from the Health Net squad, Ben Jacquemain. Excuse me, that's Priority Health. And this is a pretty long stage, and the sun's come out, so it's pretty warm for the riders, and you need to replenish your supplies, and you can do that from the team car. Also, we saw one of the riders grab them from the side of the road, but when you're tanking along at about 30 miles an hour, that's a pretty tricky equation to solve, and some of these riders have more dexterity than others, and that was a good way to do it. Get a little bit of extra reinforcements from the team car.
Absolutely. We'd never get round that lighthouse with all these riders at high speed, that's for sure. As we swing back onto the finishing straights here, as the riders are coming through, that's Ocean Boulevard, we could see. And these are the leaders of the breakaway, and they're still at it. This has been a very good break, in all fairness. It got away with two riders on lap number 2, and very quickly it swelled to 7 by the end of that second lap. And here we are now on lap number 8, not far away from the finish of it, and they are still clear. Last check, Paul, I think 1:15.
1:15, but coming down all of the time. We get a very exact time check here on the finish line when these riders come across, because the last time check that was crackling over race radio was the 1 minute mark, and that means that very shortly they'll be pulling all of the team cars out of the back, and that's always a very bad sign for the riders, because they know now that the main field is starting to whip up the pace.
Just 2 laps to go. That's about half an hour of racing for the riders now. That's all they've got to survive off the field. Earlier on, Danny Pate here was the new leader of the Tour, but the chase down, Discovery Channel, a little fortunate that the sprinters want to end the day. And now we've got here on the front the Graham Brown's Rabobank squad, and also Tor Hushovd's Credit Agricole squad.
That's Maurizio Aldila. He's actually normally a climber. Today he's riding at the front of the main field because he wants to just give a little bit of help to Graham Brown to try and pull that breakaway back together. I'll tell you what, Phil, this is going to be a rather interesting time check now as we look at around about 15 miles to go to the finish when they cross the line here. You can see the clock ticking by. It is actually going to be under the 1 minute mark. It's actually 55 seconds, I make it.
Well, that's the first time for a long time that they've got through, but they've gone through about 55, 56 seconds behind. So just around that bend, the riders go right around and start to race back on themselves. So they're going to see those riders now. Now, as we continue, it is still bad news for those 7 men, because the gap is now officially 55 seconds. We are closing, but I wouldn't say we were closing fast.
I think we're closing at a good enough speed to pull these riders back before the end. There are so many sprinters. I named half of them, as you mentioned before, Phil, but there are 10 to 12 of the world's top sprinters in the main field. And if you look at the main field on the far side of this circuit here, Bob, you can almost feel the speed.
Oh, they are really flying, working well together. It's particular to bike racing. You have 3 teams on the front. they're cohesively working together. That will turn to abject hostility when their sprinters get to close to the finish line, and then it will be all-out war. There will be no favors given, none taken, and none asked for. Crédit Agricole and Rabobank on the front, and that's what makes bike racing so beautiful. Cooperation one moment, and then absolute war the next.
That's the amazing thing about all sports, I think, Bob. If you talk about soccer, rugby, American football, when you're on the pitch, when you're in the game, you can be the biggest enemies in the world. But once it's all over, you can slap everybody on the back and have a good old chat.
Well, we're about the 66-mile point at the moment, and the riders really have ridden very hard. Bobby Julich there. He rode well in this race last year. He's riding exceptionally well in it this year. He sits in 4th overall.
Man in the blue jersey behind him there, Stuart O'Grady, the man who almost created the surprise yesterday. O'Grady, I think, will be looking after the man right behind him in the green jersey. That's JJ Haedo. He's won 4 stages of the Amgen Tour of California since it began. I tell you what, if he can get another one today, that's going to be an unbelievable record. One tough to beat.
It is, because apparently his 4 stage wins as a single man is more than any team has won in the 2 years we've had the race, Bob. Did you know that?
I did not know that. That's a fantastic statistic there. He can count on a great lead out when you look at Carsten Kroon, Ken Chilada, Stuart O'Grady, Bobby Julich. I don't think that there's a stronger team leading out their sprinter than JJ Haedo, and that may tell the tale on today's stage, the lead out from the teammates of Haedo.
Well, he is so quick. He reminds me of the great world sprinter Robbie McEwen, who isn't here, because he has that fantastic kick that accelerates him ahead of the field in the last 10 meters.
I think what was more impressive, his first stage win was pretty impressive because he won it by so far, but I think what was more impressive to me was his win yesterday in Santa Clarita, because Bob, all of a sudden he was nowhere, and the real sprinter manages to find a way through all of that chaos, which we call the bunch sprint.
The bunch sprints are a beautiful part of bike racing. They never cease to give us incredible images and unbelievable excitement when the whole field thunders down to the finish line. I think the danger is a big part of that as well.
Well, earlier we heard Patrick Dempsey of Grey's Anatomy fame. He's watching the race today. He loves those bunch sprints, and he is a bike rider these days. He's bought himself a very nice bike. I understand it cost him about $7,000, so he could have taken part in the race. He's probably got too much money. There they are. The gap is now 45 seconds. It's painful the way the main field are just tickling off 5 seconds every 2 miles.
It really is, but they've got the bit between the teeth in the main field, and if you look at the leaders, Phil, they are actually now starting to weaken. I think when you look at the riders, they were bobbing their shoulders a little bit. When we pan back like this, we get a chance to just ascertain exactly what that gap is. You know, 45 seconds correlates to around about 3/4 of a kilometer.
Just under a kilometer behind the peloton. Great catch on the feed zone by Carl Menzies there from the Health Net squad. And here is the peloton all grouped together now, and they know exactly how much effort they need to put in to catch the break. It's uncanny how the peloton and the sprinters team get it right, race in and race out, but these are the top teams in the world.
They're updated all the time in their little radio earpieces by the team manager in the cars behind, who know the gaps, so they know what they're chasing down, but they get it wrong, Bob. And you know, we're going into the last circuit here. This is going to be a very tight finish for all concerned. I think they've still got a chance.
A chance for the breakaway, you never know. Just a little bit under a minute. I'm going to have to disagree with you, and I think
that's my Bob.
The peloton will catch them. It'll be a melee amongst the sprinters.
Well, I'm the bringer of doom, I suppose, because I agree with Bob on this occasion. They will get caught down towards the end, because if you look at the faces on these riders, look at the man there in second place. You see he's rocking the shoulders about a little bit, and there was a bit of a move there by Adam Hansen. I wasn't sure quite what that was all about, but these men are starting to weaken, and I'm pretty sure that they will get caught at around about halfway round the last lap.
Seems as if one of the slipstream riders no longer able to make the tempo. That must have been Koza going off the back now. Rabobank to the front, chasing down Matty Heyman, Mauricio Ardila. This is a strong team chasing a breakaway that is starting to fall apart as we speak.
Looks like the long legs of Michael Rasmussen here, the climber, who's still throwing some power behind the pedals there. And these are the breakaways. You see there are still 7 of them. 3, well, they're still all there, Bob. It looks as though one of the Health Net riders, I suspect it's Carl Menzies, is a little bit stronger than the group now as he tries to ride off the front of it.
Well, the main field have got themselves a lot of riders now who are interested in setting the pace. And let's not forget, they can give everything today, can't they, Bob? Because they don't have to hold anything back for tomorrow, because there is no tomorrow in this year's Amgen Tour of California. This is the final day. That's why the guys can push themselves just that little bit more. The orange jerseys of Rabobank are looking after their sprinter. If he can get up with the win today, Graham Brown, he won the first stage out on the open road, and he'd certainly like to top and tail this race.
It was interesting that, because you saw the little climber there, Adair, doesn't quite know which lot wheel to take, and one of the Discovery Channel riders just reminded him he was right behind and moved him over a bit. Well, there is Rasmussen, the king of the mountains in last year's Tour de France. These riders now, I think, are a little bit concerned. There is the man who's expected to win in the green jersey. That is JJ Haido. He scored twice already. Yesterday he fooled us a little bit. He didn't wear the green jersey, which I was a bit surprised at, because he is the leader of the points competition of this race. Well, all he wants to do is win. Yeah, he's 82nd overall, but let's not forget, he's the lead in the race on points. He gets himself into the top 10 whenever the stage is flat, but unfortunately for him, there was a little thing called Sierra Road way back in San Jose, and on that occasion he lost himself almost 20 minutes on one stage. You see, it's the time that counts to win the race, like Levi Leipheimer in the overall classification. That's why Bob Roll never won a big stage race, wasn't it?
Well, no, there was a lot of reasons, but time was the one that was the most obvious.
Yeah, Bob and I, we spent a lot of time at the back in the mountains.
It's consistency, isn't it? Well, I mean, many people can't understand why a rider wins a tour like California but doesn't win a single day of the race across the line in first place. And the reason is he's the most consistent rider on time. He's actually covering the whole course in the lowest possible time. The daily stage wins don't necessarily mean a thing to him, because when the riders finish together, they all get the same time. So there are certain sections of the race when you must go out and steal that time, and Leipheimer did it in the 2 time trials.
Yes, absolutely. That's a good description of how things go. Sometimes you are the most consistent man, but it's very tough to win a stage. It's so competitive. Everybody wants to win a stage. When one man has a bad day, oftentimes he has a great day the next day, and so to win a tour like the Amgen Tour and not come away with any stages, that is the bottom line for bike racing. It's all about time, and it's all about the yellow jersey for Levi Leipheimer.
71 miles done. The total distance is 78.8. We have just started the last lap with the leaders. They've been away since the end of lap number 2. They still have, do they have it? They're just on 30 seconds, Paul. It's close. It's going to be desperately close. I reckon that a catch at half a lap to go wouldn't be a bad guess.
Well, thank you very much. And we're looking at a lot of teams who are still very interested, but these teams are now starting to suffer. You can see the riders rocking and rolling. There's a mixture of teams at the front end of the main field now, because Crédit Agricole have found themselves an alloy in Team Rabobank, and that's why they're whipping the pace up to speeds exceeding 30 miles an hour.
Yes, the Battle of the Stars is now commencing. Will the rider in the green jersey, JJ Haido, win his 4th stage of the week? And will the man in the yellow jersey, Levi Leipheimer, be crowned the champion? It's all looking that way for Leipheimer. It's not looking so good yet for Haido. There's Levi down there now. He knows as the pedal revs tick off, he's on the last stage of the last day of the race. Things are looking good now. And look at that, Paul. His teammates guiding him to the safety of the head of the race.
Well, that's local boy there, Tony Cruz, moving him right up to the front end of the main field. He would not want to have an accident at this point of the race. He saw an accident happen to his teammate yesterday, George Hincap. He crashed in a fairly mundane crash, but in fact broke a bone in his wrist. The gap now is down to 30 seconds. They can almost smell the victory now. These guys are waiting to pounce, as they very often do when we come down to a sprint finish. All of the teams moving to the front, getting themselves organized, trying to line themselves out. And you know, Phil, when you've got a huge crowd like this, these guys are true professionals. They do like to rise to the occasion.
Well, you know, as we look up the road, they are the leaders here, and I think they're cutting it a little fine. There's a real chance that these riders might survive. They can't afford to look over the shoulder. There is the peloton. looks a bit closer from the ground than it did from the helicopter, Paul.
It certainly is. I would put that at 20 seconds. And once these guys look over their shoulders, all of a sudden the morale goes out of the troop. But one man here has decided, I'll have a little go and try and go off the front. This is Menzies. And he has decided this is a last-minute fling, but it's, I think, just prolonging the agony, because I'm certain he's going to get caught.
Well, that was a reflex action. He looked over his shoulder. He saw the riders and thought, we've got to go quicker. And he's put an attack which he hadn't really planned there, but I think it's an act of desperation, because here come the cavalry as they charge down. They'll be hitting speeds now of around about 35, 37 miles an hour. It's completely fragmented, that breakaway of 7. They are in a state of panic. Carl Menzies here trying to go it alone to the finish. He's a big man. He's a very good rider alone against the watch. This is the best time to have that ability.
Well, he's decided to go. He looks very strong. He's rock solid on the machine. He's a big bike rider too. Now, if we have a look back, you can see there was the man who rattled the cage today of Levi Leipheimer. That's Danny Pate, former world champion. He was 17th overall at the start of the day, and very shortly, Phil, he's going to be back in the main field, which I'm sure is still very much being led by the teams of the sprinters.
Well, everybody trying to get it back together again here now, but that was a rider coming up from the bunch, I think, trying to reach the leader. It looked like me. It was, oh no, it was Stephen Kotzer who was in the breakaway trying to help Danny Plate. But they are just trying to get away and hold off what I think now is the inevitable, but it will be rather annoying to the riders trying to organise the sprinters, and they've got to shut them down. We're heading up towards the far turn at Ocean Boulevard. Right at the top of our picture is Carl Menzies. He's an Australian, but he lives and races here in the summer on the American Health Net team.
Funny you see how the sport turns around, because right now Team CSC are the team that really need to do the pacemaking on the front, because all of a sudden they've seen that nobody else has the firepower to close down this race right down towards the end. There is the main field just behind. CSC, Phil, are coming to the front now because they want to catch these riders inside of the final lap and try and set up the sprint for their rapid man JJ Haedo.
Look at the effort here, because Adam Hansen has caught up and he's joined Menzies in the lead now. And Hansen himself, he's primarily a mountain bike rider, turned to the road as so many of them often do, but the strength they showed in mountain biking very often does convert successfully to being a very strong road racing cyclist. Those two are still clear, and they won't lie down, I'll tell you, because Menzies is a really good cyclist, and they're holding off the whole field here, who are throwing everything at them, and they are getting closer and closer to the last half of this race.
I'm giving them a 15-second advantage here, and once again it's Team Slipstream throwing somebody off the front end of the main field. This is a rider who earlier in the race was a leader of the young rider competition, Taylor Tollison, and he's reeled in by Team CSC. Let's not forget, Phil, that team that we just looked at are the top team in the world. This man, you can see the golden jersey of the Amgen Tour of California leadership on the shoulders here of Levi Leipheimer. He's just ticking away the miles now, waiting to get this final stage out of the way.
Well, terrific pacemaking by Team CSC now as they try to take control. They're going to finish this race with second-placed overall Jens Voigt and a clutch of riders in the top 6 in the race. But they've been rather unlucky not to win this race. They had a good chance yesterday with Stuart O'Grady. Well, there they all are. They're fanning out. When they fan out and fill the whole road, they're actually holding off the final kill because they want these riders to dangle, and that actually prevents any more counterattacks from the main field. So there's a motive in their madness.
They're just waiting for the moment to start accelerating, to put the main field back into one long line again. Levi Leipheimer still pretty safe, getting a helping hand there from another colleague from another team. That was a rider from Predictor Lotto. He still, though, Phil, has to remain at the front end of the main field, because at this point, if he were to crash, he would still go out of this race and he could lose the overall lead. He won't be relieved until he gets to the very end.
Or at least the last 2 miles, because there's an international rule that says if you do crash in the last 2 miles, your time counts with the people you were with when you fell, which means he would still win the race. But right now, these are dangerous moments as he comes towards the end of the Tour of California. And ironically, it's the team that's giving the most pain who are driving the race at the front to bring it up to a bunch sprint for the rider at the tail of this group in the lime green jersey. And the rider in the blue jersey, Stuart O'Grady, is also on that same team, and he is the last lead-out man for JJ.
Well, Stuart O'Grady was the man who led the win of J.J. Hayedo in Sacramento a little while ago. And again, it's a little bit, as I explained, like NASCAR racing. You need the slipstream of a rider in front of you to whip by and take it up to a massive 40 miles an hour.
Well, Carl Menzies deserves to win this, let's face it. He's been in the lead since lap number 2 of 10, but it's not going to happen, I'm afraid, and that's why the CSC come through. A flick of the right elbow means for the next man to come through, but then he puts his head down and continues to ride, so work that one out.
Fabian Cancellara is the man on the front now. He's the time trial champion of the world, followed there by Bobby Julich, followed by Jens Voigt. They're all getting themselves lined up pretty much. There is the green jersey, but there's a darker green on the right-hand side, and that is the train of Thor Hushovd, the big Norwegian sprinter. They're trying to make sure that he's at the front at the right time. And on the left-hand side, you can see a line of pink riders, and those are T-Mobile trying to get their man, Greg Henderson, up to the front. But they're waiting, and what they're waiting for is to see whether or not Team CSC falter. And once they falter, another team will take over the pacemaking.
So far, so good for Team CSC to lead their man for what would be his 4th stage win and the team's 5th stage win, if that's the way it's going to be. But the other sprinters are forcing the way in. On the left-hand side, the green jerseys, who are the lead-out men for Thor Hushovd, who has yet to win a stage of this race.
Well, they've got them at pretty much control at the front end at the moment, Phil, and I think they will wait until the last few moments, and that's the important thing for these guys. They need to whip it up a little bit down towards the end. They will try and make sure that when they get down to the last 300 or 400 meters, there's only one guy from Team CSC left, and that, I presume, is going to be Stuart O'Grady.
Well, I think I said his 3rd win, well, his 4th win, but in fact it would be his 3rd win if he gets it today. As we're now looking here, Chris Horner has got to the front for the Predictor Lotto team, as they try also now to bring some riders through for the sprint. Potentially Freddie Rodriguez, Fast Freddie the American, as he now comes through. CSC and Lotto have got control.
Well, they're in complete control. We're cruising through the streets of Long Beach here at around about 35 miles an hour. Team CSC will, I think, be happy with a little bit of organisation. Looks like the big Nick Gates coming up to the front there for Predictor Lotto. He's got himself pretty much lined out. Now they're right up at the top end of the race, and they're swinging around. Very shortly they'll be lining up towards the finish line. This is the moment when the sprinters have to be in an ideal position. They have to be right at the front. They daren't touch their brakes at all, because you touch your brakes at a moment like this and you slip right back down through the group.
Over the concrete they go. I'm just wondering if CSC might have got control of this race a little bit too early here, because they may lose firepower if they have before they get down to their man in that lime green jersey, who they're trying to set up for the victory. J.J. Hayedo. On paper, he's shown us he is the fastest finisher in the race, but you have to get it perfectly correct. Kilometers 2 to 3 to go, or 3 to 2 to go, is at a headwind, and then you pick up a tailwind as you turn into the finishing straight.
Also very dangerous there. I don't know if you saw the joint in between the cement road and the tarmac pavement. That gap down the middle there can be very precarious, especially if you're flicking a wheel, a bicycle wheel across it, and the bicycle wheel is not very much more than an inch in width. Another team now moving to the front, the lime green jerseys, that is Team Liquigas, and they'll be looking after their man, Luca Paolini. Phil, this race is full of top star sprinters.
Quite a long way to go, Paul, and you see CSC have just lost another man off the front. They've got 2 lead-out men left before the guy in blue, and that is Stuart O'Grady. He will be saved till the last 300 metres of the stage to try and launch J.J. Hayedo at the finish, and if they keep peeling off as we go into the last kilometre, maybe it's okay. 1 kilometre to go, as also Luca Paolini's lime green team have hit the front. I'm afraid we say we've lost the green jerseys at the moment of Credi Agricole and Hushovd, who's boxed in the centre of our picture.
A little bit too far down, and even J.J. Hayedo has come to the back there, and in fact the team taking over the lead out now is the Liquigas team. Stuart O'Grady's up there into 3rd place. J.J. Hayedo is well placed in 4th, but here's the move.
Oh.
You mentioned Thor Hushovd, and here he comes on the right-hand side, but so's Graham Brown on the right too.
Look at the run by Brown's team on the far right. They're trying to get over the top of Hushovd. They've done that. Paolini's on the back wheel of Brown, and O'Grady's been sandwiched out of that, and so too is J.J. Hayedo. If he wins this one, he'll have come from absolutely nowhere. He's got himself boxed in as they've held him on the left, and Paolo Bettini in the white jersey too. Now they're fanning out as Foster tries to get in on the act. Here comes Graham Brown, and he's flat out for the line. They're not going to catch him this time, surely. Or is it too far to the line? As the bobbin comes, Brown is nearest camera. That has gone to the photo, but you know, that could well be a victory for Dominguez of the Toyota Toyota United team. He came from nowhere, but it could be Ivan Dominguez who's won that.
I tell you what, Leipheimer's there. That's the big story, Phil. The yellow jersey has crossed the line safely in exactly the same time as everybody else. So Levi Leipheimer is going to run out the overall winner here at the Amgen Tour of California. We'll have to go to the finish to try and figure out, Phil, exactly who won himself the stage.
Well, they reckon it's right, and that's the way it would be. Ivan Dominguez, the rider in the centre from Toyota United. And if he's won that, that's a twist of irony, because that was the team that once was the team of JJ Haedo.
Absolutely. It's amazing the way it works, but there's the big picture. Leipheimer, he's got it. Congratulations coming from everybody else. That's Ryder Hezerdahl, himself a formerly very good mountain bike rider.
Well, it's all over. He's had his moments throughout this whole race. He had the problem with the big crash which delayed him, but the judges changed the rules and he kept his yellow jersey. And then after that he had the shock yesterday when for a long while he wasn't the leader of the race, but his team got him back into it. Now all that's behind him. You don't win bike races easy, and if you don't have trouble along the way, well, it's simply not a great race, is it?
It certainly isn't there. I think we will find when we have a quick look at the replay, Phil, that man is going to be the winner, Ivan Dominguez. I saw him win the New York Grand Prix a number of years ago, and that's the first time I saw him coming to the top. He's a rider who hails from Cuba.
Ivan, an incredible finish there. How did that set up out of that last turn?
I was just following wheels. I was following brown wheels like the last 3 laps, and he took me all the way to the finish. I was feeling good all day. So,
I mean, a great win for your team. Last year it was JJ Haedo. This year it's you. Do you feel like this has made the tour for your team?
Yeah, definitely. We were looking forward for that, but I was having back leg the whole week, so today I feel much better.
Congratulations.
This was a great sprint. Let's see it again here as they raced up to the line. I thought Graham Brown had it at this point.
Well, Graham Brown looked ideal, but I think what happened with Graham Brown was he let out just a little bit too early. You can see Greg Henderson in the pink jersey of T-Mobile. He is charging up round the outside. Thor Hushovd in the green. The dark green seems to be fading. Luca Paolini in the lime green has got nothing. But to win a bike race, you have to have skill, and Dominguez's lunge for the line there gives him the win. And look at it from a different angle here. He comes right up through the middle, looks down, and then throws his machine at the line, as does Graham Brown. But I think we'll give that to Dominguez on the right.
Yes, from that angle, I don't think the camera has told any lies at all. And they know, the riders know who's in front. It's an instinctive thing. And Dominguez came right through the middle, beat all the teams at their own game, and that is a big win for Toyota United. It really is. And, you know, Toyota sponsor the Grand Prix here, too. We should have guessed he'd win today.
Well, that would have been a good thought, but look at that from the side. He's got it by about half a bicycle length ahead of Graham Brown, and Greg Henderson looks like third.
Oh, there he is, returning now towards the prize presentation. And just on the other side of the road there is Matty Heyman, who is the Commonwealth Games Road Race Champion. Here's the results anyway. Look at that, 78 miles in 2:39. Even Dominguez gets it ahead of Graham Brown. Gerald Cholik again up there in the places. Luca Paolini, 4th. Robert Foster, who's the namesake of the Mayor of Long Beach. He got 5th this time, so he was trying for the Mayor today. And as we see there, the top 5 places, see if we can go any further. Hushovd hasn't quite got his sprinting legs yet. Another 6th place finish for him. Freddie Rodriguez up into 7th. Henk Vogel's also on Toyota this year. He finished in 8th and no doubt led Dominguez over those last 100 meters or so. And not a great result for Juan Jose Haedo in 10th. Alejandro Actome, we've seen a lot of him over the week. He got 11th on the day. The world champion Bettini crosses in 12th place, and the top 15 completed there by Garrett Peltonen of the Priority Health team. What a great ride that was. Well, it's time to look at how the second year of the Amgen Tour of California has finished. Again, it's an American on top. Last year it was Floyd Landis. Now it's Levi Leipheimer, who improves on his 6th place finish of a year ago. Jens Voigt, 21 seconds back. The winning margin, by the way, was 29 seconds from memory last year. Jason McCartney in 3rd place. Bobby Julich in 4th. And Stuart O'Grady crossing the line in 5th place. Looking further down, Christian van der Velde has had a great start to the year as well with a 6th place finish. Michael Rogers from T-Mobile, his time trial let him down a little bit and he's the ace at that, otherwise he'd have finished a bit higher than 7th. Top 10 completed by rider Hesjedal from the HealthNet team, and some more for you. Chris Horner finished in the end in 11th place. He got up to 4th at one stage. The champion of Luxembourg, Kim Kirchen finished in 12th, and Jakob Peel in 15th, completing the top 15. And Dmitry Fofanov, he's a rider from Kazakhstan, taking 16th place. Danny Pate, we've seen him in the action throughout the week. That's a terrific finish for Danny Pate, the former under-23 world time trial champion. Gets 17th for Team Slipstream. And we can go on. Enrico Gasparotti in the escape yesterday that almost worked. In the end, he settled for 23rd place. Joseph Jouffre from the Predictor Lotto team completing the top 25. He finishes 3 minutes and 11 seconds slower than the winner overall, which was Levi Leipheimer.
Wire to wire, Levi Leipheimer from the prologue to the individual time trial, then an incredibly brutal day out on the roads yesterday, and finally vindication from last year at the Amgen Tour of California. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. You know, obviously the team deserves this as much as I do, the yellow jersey, because I don't think any other team could have defended it from kilometer 0 right here to the finish in Long Beach. Like you said, the prologue in San Francisco from point to point, and there's no, I mean, there's no other team that could have done this. It's why this team has won 7 Tour de France's.
The stakes are pretty stratospheric for the team. They're looking for a new sponsor, but for yourself personally, to try to get a win after maybe a little bit of a disappointment last year in the Amgen Tour California.
This victory means a lot to me, and maybe, you know, I'll have to think about it. It might be my most satisfying victory ever, because the way that we defended the lead this week, it was us against the world, and to pull it off, that really brings us all a lot of satisfaction.
Congratulations, Levi, and congratulations to the team.
Yeah, thank you very much.
This has been a superb California race, and what I have to say, Paul, is it's my first visit and seen the whole of the state of California. It's a beautiful state. There's no better way to package it than to run a bicycle race around it.
Down some of the most beautiful highways in the world. The rider's got a very big chance to ride down Highway 1. Not everybody in a bicycle could actually do that, but it's great.